My, Caesar chuckled when Noah stopped right in front of him. Your organization is really going all out. You aren't as secretive as you think? Noah responded as dark matter leaked out of the swords in his hands. Besides, we can understand the state of the sky even without being part of it. Caesar glanced at the white layer behind him before showing his smile to Noah again. Wilfred's guess had been on point. Heaven and earth were about to break free of the old ruler's net, which meant that the final battle was about to enter its last phase. Why did you decide to face me then? Caesar wondered. You know that heaven and earth are about to step forward. Does the current state of the battlefield give you any confidence? Noah's army had the advantage now, but everything would change once heaven and earth appeared. The balance would shift again, creating a gap in the overall power that Noah's allies couldn't fill. Why are you even complaining? Noah mocked. I thought you wanted me here. I expected some of your smart plans, Caesar revealed. The way I see it, my side still has too many assets. Heaven and earth's arrival will be your end if nothing changes. Why do you want to lose so badly? Noah sneered. I don't want to lose, Caesar stated. You know that. I only want you to struggle as much as you can. Heaven and earth must be desperate to need so much help, Noah joked. This is my plan, not theirs, Caesar calmly replied. Also, we are talking about the 10th rank. You would do anything in your power too. I would have never put myself in a similar situation, Noah sighed. How can a breakthrough have value when I have to trust my enemies to complete it? Your tongue is as sharp as ever, Caesar commented. It's a pity that I know what you are thinking. Which is? Noah asked. Opinions are worthless, Caesar replied. The winners are right. Noah couldn't help but wear his cold smile. Caesar had spoken the whole truth. The final battle was more than a struggle between two organizations. It was the clash between two almost opposite paths. Noah's organization expressed pure individuality. Its experts strived to ignore limits and labels through sheer will and countless feats. Meanwhile, heaven and earth had reached their current power by fusing paths and creating a safe environment for their followers. Truth be told, Noah believed that both paths could work. Power had multiple aspects, and heaven and earth had seized as many of them as possible. Still, heaven and earth's overwhelming power had forced the world to create worthy enemies. That trend didn't specifically involve living beings, but experts like Noah and his companions had benefited from it. That had created two incredibly powerful fronts that had no option but to clash. Their very survival depended on their victory, and part of Noah saw it as a pity. Maybe we are both worthy of achieving the 10th rank, Noah thought while comparing the two organizations. Maybe the universe can't accept both of us to reach that power due to how strong we have become. Random thoughts about the average strength of the rank 10 existences crossed Noah's mind. That level of power had never been so close, so Noah couldn't help but develop hypotheses. Will I end up at the bottom of the food chain? Noah wondered. Will I be stronger than the stars? Noah obviously couldn't find real answers, but it made sense to believe that his basic level would be far higher than his peers after reaching the 10th rank. After all, Noah would have to defeat heaven and earth to advance. The rulers were an existence that had fused two immense paths to create a superior power, so destroying them would place him in a greater realm. I might be able to hunt down the stars right away, Noah thought as bloodlust seeped out of his figure. I'm flattered, Caesar stated when he sensed Noah's bloodlust. You aren't worthy of so much attention, Noah snorted as he pointed his swords towards Caesar. As for my companions, they will be fine. I know that your fate has seen that. Caesar's smile widened while his eyes fell on the massive dragon trying to find an agreement with the landmass. The fact that Noah and his stronger companions had joined the major battles wouldn't matter anymore once Shafu learnt how to use that giant sword. No one under the 9th rank would be able to remain in the higher plane at that point. I guess this is our best chance to destroy your forces, Caesar declared. Why do you even bother to taunt me when you know what's about to happen? Noah sighed, and 3 intense auras promptly filled a distant spot of the higher plane. Emperor, Queen, and Vesuva released part of their energy before transforming it into waves that flew toward the many rank 9 cultivators that still filled the battlefield. Those attacks weren't too powerful, but the 3 experts had never intended to use them to kill their opponents. They were only warning them. Are you sure that this is the best approach? Queen wondered. Some of those battles might need our power. You can go, Vesuvia giggled. I'll stay with Emperor. As if, Queen snorted. You have seen how strong Divine Demon and Sword Saint have become after their breakthroughs, Emperor stated. We can help with the enemy leaders, but we can't face heaven and earth in our current state. So, we are putting our lives in their hands, Queen commented. They have overcome the cursed labyrinth, Emperor replied. They have created a force that gained the upper hand against heaven and earth's army. That's more than we ever did. I like this wise side of you, Vesuvia teased. Why don't you stop it already? Queen scolded before taking a deep breath to calm down. Queen, Emperor, Vesuvia, and Cursed Reality had already reached their peak. They were monsters, but they couldn't get any stronger. Instead, many of their new companions had yet to show their true power. Queen became aware of an annoying truth after a quick inspection. She had already accepted that Noah and the others could surpass her level, but she had never thought the gap to be so vast. A mere glance in Divine Demon or Sword Saint's direction told Queen that those 2 could now match her power. They might even surpass it in an actual battle. That wasn't the end of it. The organization still had Noah, Alexander, and King Elbaz among the major experts who had yet to face their breakthroughs. June, the pig, and Wilfred were also promising, and Supreme Thief seemed up to something too. It was impossible to predict how strong those experts could become after their breakthroughs. Yet, they needed significant feats to reach that point in their cultivation journeys, and they involved powerful opponents. Handling a seemingly simpler role felt demeaning for an expert at the peak of the 9th rank. However, Queen felt forced to accept it. The overall power of her organization would multiply if even a fraction of her companions could improve. Just do it already, Queen eventually ordered. Very well, Vesuvia laughed before closing her eyes. Faint dark energy came out from the void and expanded throughout the higher plane. Tremors ran through that fuel before echoing Vesuvia's voice. Every rank 9 cultivator is now our opponent. If you interfere with other battles, we'll come for you. The announcement forced most assets on heaven and earth side to halt their actions. Queen had been clear. Her team would go after any cultivator who dared to hinder the battles among the leaders. Vesuvia smiled seeing Queen accepting that less important role, but she refrained from teasing her. The situation was too serious to waste time joking. After all, most of the higher plane was about to target them. Many privileged cultivators had died during the previous phases of the final battle, but heaven and earth side still had a decent number of powerful assets. The privileged cultivators were only a part of that army. Heaven and earth side still had inscribed weapons, avatars, and creatures built to counter specific powers. However, Queen, Vesuvia, and Emperor wouldn't handle all of that on their own. The higher planes still featured vast forests of roots, the improved dragons, and their incredible leader. Noah's side had more than enough to keep the privileged cultivators busy, and the latter knew that. Tricks and ploys could probably work and allow those assets to interfere with the leaders' battles, but none found that approach reasonable. The privileged cultivators gave one last glance at the major assets on the higher plane before focusing on their new opponents. A large platoon flew toward Emperor, Queen, and Vesuvia while the remaining experts approached the dragons and the roots. A tremor ran through Caesar's aura, and Noah couldn't help but notice the event. Caesar seemed to grow stronger as the various assets took place in their new positions, but those improvements were hard to study due to the faint nature of his world. "Are you scared?" Caesar joked. "You," Noah called. "You fulfilled your fate. The final battle was always meant to reach this state," Caesar announced while spreading his arms. "My fate is bearing fruits, so my world grows in power and depth." Potential flowed toward Noah's mind as he tried to find the tendrils of fate that Caesar had planted in the higher plane. He could sense his influence everywhere, but he failed to locate specific expressions of his power. Caesar seemed to have fused with the entire higher plane. His influence was no different from the void standing right under that dimension. He existed so the world strived toward his fate. Does it even have any will? Noah wondered. How did you push your power to the peak of the 9th rank? Softness is not weakness, Caesar explained. Even a single drop of water can destroy a mountain with enough time and resolve. I simply had to become a waterfall to affect the entirety of the higher plane. What a waste, Noah sighed. I knew you wouldn't agree with my methods, Caesar smirked. Your methods are interesting, Noah admitted. I would have even admired them in another life. Yet I feel only pity now. You should defeat me before going all arrogant, Caesar laughed. You have turned yourself into a force that can affect the very future of the higher plane, Noah stated. Yet you used your power to help heaven and earth. What a coward. Ignorance is a bliss, Caesar declared. I don't blame you. It's easy to speak like this when your mind fails to grasp heaven and earth's might. You simply opted for the safest bet, Noah snorted. It wasn't a bet, Caesar corrected. I never gambled anything. I've only shaped an irrefutable future. Noah kept his cold reptilian eyes on Caesar before unleashing his aura. There was only one way to find answers. His world had to overcome Caesar's fate to destroy the established future. Special attacks or specific techniques had no room in that battle. Noah was against a force that had already affected the entire higher plane. To defeat it, he had to summon the peak of his destruction and create an area where Caesar's fate couldn't enter. The void darkened under Caesar's entertained gaze. Black lines spread from Noah's figure and expanded all around the area. The pale light radiated from the sky behind Caesar stopped stretching toward that small battlefield. But his fate still survived. Noah didn't stop there. The cursed sword released its high-pitched noises while the demonic sword roared. Screeches and roars also came out of Noah's figure to add destructive properties to the area. Dark red and dark purple shades flowed alongside the black lines and deepened the destruction they carried. The space-time array of the void seemed to twist under that pressure. But Noah remained able to sense Caesar's faint aura. More, Noah ordered to his world as potential flowed toward the entirety of his existence. Multiple pulling forces appeared in specific spots of the black lines to increase their power. Flowers came out of those dense masses of destruction, and black gales also started to flow out of his chest. More, Noah ordered again. The ethereal blackness gave up on any attempt to save energy. The entirety of Noah's potential flowed toward his centers of power and companions to push their abilities past their peak. The immense amount of energy condensed in that single battlefield made many experts turn their heads to inspect the scene. To their surprise, Noah's destruction had become so thick that their senses failed to grasp what was happening inside the array of black lines. The ruler's resolve, Decumia, Marcella, and the old man couldn't ignore that curious event. They glanced toward Noah and noticed how their basic abilities failed to pierce the black lines. They would have to empower their senses to understand what was happening, but their enemies prevented them from doing that. Only Divine Architect had the time to study the event. King Elbaz snorted when he saw some of the balcony's tiles opening to allow the arrival of multiple scanners. Those inscribed items flew in front of Divine Architect's crystal eyes before a frown took control of her expression. What is it? King Elbaz mocked. Are you worried about your companion? Worry doesn't affect my mind, Divine Architect commented. I'm merely planning my next creations. Your leader will provide important materials. You have acknowledged his power, King Elbaz laughed. The essence of his destruction is idiotic, Divine Architect pointed out. But his power is undeniable. It's a pity that I have to wait even longer to get my hands on him. You can have him if you want, King Elbaz joked while taking out a few inscribed items from his body. King Elbaz tinkered with his inscribed items for a few seconds before snapping his fingers. Divine Architect wasn't paying any attention to him, but her frown deepened when her scanners crumbled. The event had been sudden. Divine Architect didn't even sense the attack, but she was knowledgeable enough to understand what had happened. Your poor taste extends to your behavior, Divine Architect sighed. Countering mere scanners doesn't prove anything. I just want to piss you off, King Elbas stated. Such a pointless action, Divine Architect declared. Very well. Let's put an end to this situation. It was about Tim Dash, King Elbas exclaimed, but a surge of power coming from Noah's position forced him to interrupt his line to focus on the area. An immense pitch-black sphere had replaced the area occupied by Noah and Caesar. King Elbas and Divine Architect couldn't inspect its insides even after summoning their inscribed items, and the other leaders shared their powerlessness. Noah's destruction had become so intense that nothing could pierce it anymore. He had created a domain that separated him and Caesar from the higher plane and granted them a personal battlefield that no one could affect. Caesar appeared curious about the new environment. He inspected his dark surroundings and waved his hands among the thick array of black lines that filled every corner of his vision. The black lines didn't release their destruction when Caesar touched them. They were firm and stable even if they contained a dense expression of Noah's destruction. That stability wavered as soon as Caesar tried to summon his aura. A sliver of pale blue energy began to leave his fingers, but he immediately retracted it when he saw that everything around him started to shake. A single spark could trigger a chain reaction capable of damaging most of the higher plane. Caesar was inside a ticking bomb, but he wasn't alone. "This is reckless even for you," Caesar commented. Noah didn't answer. His eyes darted left and right as he inspected his creation. He felt quite proud of that technique, but he could also see its shortcomings. The technique was simple at its core. The ethereal blackness contained every aspect of Noah's existence, so he had fused his many abilities to create an incredibly powerful expression of his destruction. Snore's violent dark matter, Duanlong's pulling force, Night's severing power, the parasite's corrosiveness, the cursed sword's bloodlust, the demonic sword's general properties, and Noah's abilities had fused. They had given birth to something that even Caesar had to respect. "I need to get reckless," Noah stated. "I can't beat you otherwise." "You can't beat me anyway," Caesar teased. Noah heaved a sigh before pointing at the edges of the spherical area. The black battlefield wasn't big compared to the immense higher plane, but Caesar couldn't measure its width since the black lines hindered his senses. "Your fate doesn't exist here," Noah declared while drawing a circle with his fingers to highlight the personal battlefield. "This isn't a separate dimension or reality. This is a domain that your power has yet to affect or taint. You will die for real if I kill you here." "The same goes for you," Caesar uttered. "No one can help you among this darkness. It's your world against my world." "Not quite, am I right?" Noah chuckled. "Your power relies on the fate you planted in the higher plane. That energy doesn't exist here. You are nothing more than a peak rank 9 cultivator in this environment. While your own destruction surrounds you," Caesar continued, "I understand my situation, but that won't change the outcome of our battle." "Will you fight then?" Noah wondered. After all, he had never seen Caesar's real offensive. The latter had only relied on his fate during their past encounters. "I don't see other options," Caesar replied while letting his gaze wander among the blackness. "I knew something like this would have happened, but it still feels strange. I almost forgot what it was to live among the darkness." Caesar wasn't speaking about the environment's color. Noah's technique had forced his very awareness of his surroundings to regress to a point before the birth of his fate. Generally speaking, Caesar didn't need his senses to study his surroundings. Inspecting the fate planted in the higher plane was more than enough to grant him a comprehensive understanding of what was going on. However, Noah had removed that ability with his destruction. Caesar couldn't even expand his consciousness. He was completely blind and in the dark. Noah's words managed to reach him only thanks to the black lines. Of course, Caesar only needed to leave the dark area to regain access to his fate and senses, but he didn't know in which direction he had to fly. Moreover, Noah wouldn't just stay still, and the various black lines were a variable that Caesar couldn't ignore. Everything in that environment pointed toward Caesar's defeat, but he showed no fear. Some nostalgia had appeared on his expression, but that was it. "I believe you only saw a dark spot in your predictions," Noah announced. "Indeed," Caesar exclaimed. I couldn't remove this moment of darkness in my future no matter how I altered the higher plane's fate. That alone confirmed that you had the potential to match my expectations. Which means that I can kill you here and now, Noah pointed out. My predictions don't stop here, Caesar responded. This darkness merely interrupts them for a brief period. I know what will happen afterward already. I know I'll get out with my life and power. Noah didn't speak anymore. He tapped the demonic sword on one of the black lines next to him, and the latter started to shake wildly. The event caused a chain reaction that spread through the entire black environment before converging toward Caesar. Caesar smiled when the black lines around him started to shake. The tremors grew wilder until multiple explosions happened and engulfed him with violent, destructive energy. Noah had shot forward as soon as he released his attack. His figure crossed the black lines without affecting their stability or structure. They were an expression of his destruction, so his body could merge with them. The situation was different for the explosions. The violent energy released by the black lines still had a connection with Noah, but he had no control over it. That would only limit its destructive power. Nevertheless, Noah dived right through the violent waves and let them wound his body. Entire patches of his skin completely disappeared, and the same went for half of his face. Part of his skull appeared in the open, but his cold eyes remained fixed on his target. Noah plunged forward. He felt his blades stabbing a foreign power before unleashing their abilities. The demonic sword released destructive dark matter, while the cursed sword went silent to condense its bloodlust into a single attack. The immense power released by the blades pushed the violent storms. That destructive energy fused with the black lines and made them expand to refill part of the area cleared by the explosions, but a small chunk of that isolated battlefield remained empty. This brings me far back. Caesar's voice seeped out of the dark matter inside the empty area and pushed it away. That energy fused with the black lines and made them grow. But Noah's attention remained on his opponent. The dispersion of the dark matter revealed Caesar's figure. The two blades had stabbed his chest, and their attacks had ripped away part of his insides. Noah could almost see Caesar's internal organs from his position, but he felt no joy at that sight. "You might have cut me away from the rest of my fate," Caesar exclaimed while spreading his arms. "But my world remains superior to yours. You can hurt me only if I let you." "You said it yourself," Noah growled while using cries that Caesar could understand. "You can't see what will happen here. I have the chance to surpass you." "Oh, mighty demon!" Caesar laughed as faint energy spread from his fingers. "Creating a blind spot in my predictions doesn't make you able to defeat me. I might be rusty, but I still remember how to expand my fate. I only need to make this technique fall inside it." The faint energy expanded before disappearing. Caesar merged his power with the destruction around him, and the black lines started to twist under his influence. Noah didn't hesitate to wave his swords. The weapons cut Caesar's chest horizontally before releasing violent energy that flew toward the nearest black lines. More explosions happened, and Noah didn't use the chaos to attack again. He let the environment stabilize and absorb the lingering destruction while he and Caesar swam inside it. An even larger clear area appeared once everything stabilized. Noah and Caesar floated on opposite sides of the space without destruction, but they remained pretty close. "You detonated part of your technique to hinder my fate," Caesar announced while inspecting the new injuries on his body. "I wonder for how long you can do this before exhausting your destruction." The various major battles had resumed after the surprise caused by Noah's technique waned. Even King Elbaz and Divine Architect had started to tease themselves relatively seriously. Most of those experts had taken their time to inspect the power expressed by Noah's isolated battlefield. After all, his technique had created a blind spot in everyone's senses. That was far from a usual event. Still, two experts had resumed their fight before everyone else. Sword Saint and the old man had gone back to their powerful exchanges right after confirming that Noah had grown stronger again. The privileged cultivator was on the defensive. Sword Saint wasn't giving him the time to launch attacks due to his relentless offensive, but that didn't bring the advantage in his favor. The old man seemed to have no problem dealing with the countless powerful attacks flying in his direction. He dodged and deflected everything effortlessly, without summoning any unique technique or energy. The privileged cultivator was suffering injuries, but they were superficial, at least for him. He let Sword Saint cut his chest, arms, legs, and face as long as the damage didn't reach his world. Sword Saint was a true maniac. His devotion wasn't something that his companions could match. It was so deep that he had allowed the sword path to turn him into its avatar. However, that didn't make him clueless about other powers. Sword Saint's fighting experience was immense. He had spent a vast part of his life challenging powerful experts to hone his techniques and understanding of his path. He was on par with Noah and Divine Demon in that field, so it didn't take him long to understand his opponent's ability. Nevertheless, that understanding didn't grant Sword Saint the chance to exploit eventual flaws. The old man didn't have any. His ability was beyond mistakes. He was simply perfect. Every leader on heaven and earth side had given up on containing the landmass, so Sword Saint and the old man fought all across the higher plane. Sword Saint chased his opponent without taking breaks, but his offensive wasn't leading anywhere. Sword Saint launched a barrage of silver slashes that fused to create a sharp river during their flight. The privileged cultivator was running away from Sword Saint's optimal range, but the arrival of the attack forced him to stop. The silver river crashed on the privileged cultivator, but its structure shattered a few seconds after the impact. The attack transformed into countless shards that flew aimlessly through the void. The rain of shards hurt the privileged cultivator, but his innate defenses limited those injuries to his skin. Part of the silver energy tried to stab him deeply, but the power coming out of his world fended it off. Stopping such a massive attack without any unique method was theoretically impossible. Sword Saint had reached the solid stage. He had become so strong that even King Elbaz would struggle to defend against his offensive. However, the privileged cultivator had shattered that attack effortlessly. He had destabilized the very structure of the silver river to turn it into smaller chunks of energy that were easier to handle. The privileged cultivator didn't show only experience with that approach. His defense was incredibly precise and efficient. He could fend off powerful attacks by exploiting their innate flaws, and he moved to achieve that. Sword Saint followed with a sprint that brought him right before the old man. The expert swung his arm to launch a cross-shaped slash aimed at the privileged cultivator's chest, but the latter instantly teleported away. Sword Saint was ready for that evasive maneuver. The old man had already used it multiple times during the previous exchanges. He could perform an instantaneous short-distance teleport to avoid the bigger attacks, but that behavior had made him predictable. The old man reappeared above Sword Saint only to find himself surrounded by a series of sword-shaped masses of energy that rotated to point at him. The attacks shot forward and threatened to pierce their way toward the depths of the privileged cultivator's world, but the latter released a shockwave right before the impact. The silver swords suffered greatly as the shockwave passed through them. Their structure wavered and put them in a position where they couldn't express their real power. The old man used that change to tap on each silver sword gently. The gesture made those attacks crumble, and their energy quickly vanished into the void. Sword Saint didn't immediately charge forward again. He had seen enough of those exchanges to know that another offensive wouldn't work. He needed a different tactic, but he didn't want to come up with ploys. They went against his existence. Efficiency, Sword Saint exclaimed as he watched the shallow injuries on the old man's figure closing up. Not quite, the old man responded. Though I guess it's close to the truth. Your world allows you to perform incredible acts with little to no consumption of energy, Sword Saint continued. You are like Xavier, but you don't need his tools. I'm not worthy of such praises, the old man humbly announced. Xavier Elbaz is an unparalleled inscription master. Even heaven and earth acknowledged him. Is this a faade? Sword Saint asked. What do you mean? The privileged cultivator questioned. Your humble behavior, Sword Saint explained. Are you using it to make me lower my guard? That wouldn't work against you, the old man chuckled. You are going all out. You all are. I suspect nothing could make you hold back. How is someone as strong as you so humble then? Sword Saint asked. I'm not that strong, the old man replied. Heaven and earth wield true strength. Everyone else is weak compared to them. Your devotion is commendable, Sword Saint praised. It's not devotion, the privileged cultivator stated. I'm simply sticking to my role. I take it back, Sword Saint snorted. A cultivator who doesn't recognize his own worth is pitiful. My own worth, the old man sighed. Pride and similar feelings are hindrances on the path to power. My entire organization proves the exact opposite, Sword Saint declared. Wrong, the old man corrected. It will prove that if you defeat the sky, which can't happen. You lack the power to do it. Sword Saint didn't want to argue over that pointless topic. Only facts could prove one side right, and heaven and earth had yet to show their true power. The battlefield would reach that point soon, but now he had other things to handle. Aren't you the leader of your army? Sword Saint wondered. The other experts don't seem suitable for that role. Heaven and earth are our leaders, the old man uttered. Everyone else is an asset. I merely happen to be the most restrained and cool-headed of the bunch. Because you are pitiful, Sword Saint mocked. Efficiency, the old man repeated. You really got close to it. I guess it did start as something similar, but entire eras have passed. It's hard to remember right now. What kind of power needs you to throw away pride and similar feelings? Sword Saint wondered. No ability is worth that. It's not about the payoff, the privileged cultivator exclaimed. Perfection already is a good reward. Sword Saint didn't say anything. The old man's revelation made sense, but his actual limits remained unclear. Testing them in battle was Sword Saint's only option. King Elbaz, Noah, and even Alexander would have come up with various plans to take down the old man. Still, Sword Saint didn't have such a flexible world. His devotion came from the firm belief that a blade could cut anything and anyone. Did my determination leave you speechless? The old man asked while raising his arms to prepare for the next attack. I was only thinking, Sword Saint responded. The sword path is boundless. I know it contains a blade that can cut through perfection. My understanding is simply too poor to draw it during this battle. So, the old man asked, are you giving up? I'm sure heaven and earth would welcome back all the understanding you stole. What a pointless question, Sword Saint sighed. I'll pursue the only approach in my power. Which is? The old man questioned. Unleashing everything I have, Sword Saint stated before his figure exploded with blinding silver light. The old man had to bring his arms before his eyes since his eyelids couldn't protect them from the sharp light radiated by his opponent. Yet, he soon found out that his flesh didn't provide much help either. Sword Saint's aura was surging with enough power to turn everything coming out of him into sharp blades. His very existence was transforming into an attack that the old man struggled to block. Of course, the privileged cultivator only spent a few seconds in the middle of his surprise. He quickly mustered his strength and started moving his arms to summon one of his unique techniques. The old man's eyes started to bleed due to the sharp light piercing his eyelids. 2 red lines fell from his closed organs and tainted his face, but he didn't stop his gesture. His arms moved slowly to perform odd gestures. They seemed to turn ethereal and multiply as the technique continued, and the river of light falling on them soon started to shrink back. No barrier had appeared to stop Sword Saint's energy. His light had begun to fly backward under the effects of a technique that he didn't understand. The 2 waves of energy inevitably clashed to create an explosion that gave birth to a silver rain. The privileged cultivator almost disappeared behind that bright event. But Sword Saint didn't let him off the hook so easily. Sword Saint had merely unleashed his aura. The power contained by that gesture was strong enough to pass for an attack, but he had yet to begin his offensive. The old man only saw a silver light flashing at his right before a torrent of energy engulfed him and dragged his figure away. He tried to use his legs to perform the same strange technique as before, but his limbs vanished under those sharp currents. That obviously wasn't enough to take down a privileged cultivator at the peak of the 9th rank. The old man let the river pierce his skin and sever his extremities for a few seconds before a shockwave came out of his figure. The shockwave destabilized the silver river and allowed the old man to start flying out of it. Yet, a new wave of sharp energy trapped him before he could reach a safe area. The event naturally surprised the old man. He had studied the attack and had come up with a countermeasure, but his efforts couldn't completely free him. An explanation arrived quickly. The old man noticed something odd in the energy around him. Its nature wasn't steady. It slowly changed and transformed to create a different attack. Feeling overwhelmed yet? Sword Saint's voice resounded as he teleported next to the privileged cultivator. Sword Saint could swim freely among the silver energy even if it carried intense destructive properties. That sharpness couldn't hurt him. "Accept the sword inside you," Sword Saint announced. "Worship it. This is indeed a great display of power," the old man said as the silver river removed all the skin from his face. But it's far from enough. The old man let the river cut the entirety of his skin. He transformed into a humanoid gory mess that continued to suffer injuries, but his mind contained no fear. The privileged cultivator began to join his hands, but the sharp river severed those limbs away. Still, his bleeding eyes remained closed as he played that gesture in his mind. An ethereal version of the old man's hands suddenly appeared before his chest. Their connection generated a humming noise that spread throughout the whole river before unleashing its effects. Sword Saint's survival instincts forced him to fly away before the humming noise could touch him. He stopped only when he reached the void, and the event that followed left him speechless. The river stopped flowing. Its energy froze and turned solid before cracks started to spread through its structure. The whole attack crumbled into a rain of shards, but the exchange didn't end there. The rain of shards started spinning on its own before converging toward the old man. The attack transformed into pure energy that restored his missing parts and fixed his injuries. Once everything stopped, the privileged cultivator appeared even stronger than before. "That was quite the technique," the old man praised. "I bet you have far more like them." "Obviously," Sword Saint declared. "Maybe I should stop defending then," the old man exclaimed before his figure disappeared. Sword Saint waved his arms forward to release a cross-shaped slash, but a figure flew right through them. The impact destroyed the attack, leaving the old man and the Sword Saint in front of each other. "I can't deal with the entirety of the sword path," the old man announced as his arms snapped upward and bumped on Sword Saint's chest. "However, you are only an avatar." Sword Saint instinctively tried to snort, but his body didn't answer to his will. He felt frozen in his position, unable to move even the tip of his fingers, and the old man used that chance to tap on his chest again. The gentle tap flung Sword Saint away and forced him to fly until he landed on the sky. The expert regained control of his body after the impact, but his glow seemed to dim as his world became aware of his injuries. "You can hurt me," Sword Saint whispered. "Rank 9 cultivators are their world," the old man explained while teleporting in front of Sword Saint. "Our flesh is merely an expression of our power, and the same goes for our attacks. I can handle your offensive. Your body is no different." Sword Saint raised his arm to point it at the old man, but the latter promptly shouted, "Freeze!" Sword Saint almost couldn't believe his eyes. The very flow of energy inside his body had stopped at that word. He couldn't move again, and the old man was free to get even closer to him. "I wonder if your devotion will suffer now that your very existence is turning against Dash," the old man stated, but a wave of silver light suddenly came out of Sword Saint and engulfed him. The privileged cultivator didn't expect Sword Saint's attack. In theory, Sword Saint wasn't in the condition to launch any technique, but the old man couldn't ignore what had happened. The wave of silver light pushed the old man far away, but he eventually managed to get rid of it through his strange gestures. Yet, he showed a confused expression when he reappeared among the void and inspected his opponent still standing on the sky. Sword Saint had yet to regain complete control over his body, but that didn't mean that he was powerless. His hand had a minor injury, and the old man wasn't to blame for that. It was clear that the wound was self-inflicted. That alone was enough to explain part of the previous event. The old man was highly knowledgeable, but even his experience fell short in front of an entire path. However, he could come up with hypotheses. You developed a new technique, the old man announced as he flew back toward his opponent. Not dash, Sword Saint muttered before being interrupted by the restraints that affected his body. The old man drew close, but Sword Saint ignored him. The latter focused on getting rid of those restraints, but most of his energy still escaped his control. Nevertheless, a long wound suddenly opened on Sword Saint's chest and allowed him to release a massive surge of energy that swept his body clean of the restraint. He became able to move again as his power flowed out of his figure, but his injury didn't close. "You are copying King Elba's," the old man exclaimed. "You are injuring yourself to release more power. That's not very creative. You are clueless about the sword path," Sword Saint stated as he stretched his arms to check their condition. "I didn't create a new attack. This technique has always existed in my path. It's not innovative anyway," the old man responded. "But it gets the job done. No wonder you relied on it." "Such ignorance," Sword Saint sighed. "Don't worry. I'll grant you the knowledge you lack." The old man stopped flying toward Sword Saint and wore a curious face. He raised his arms to prepare for the imminent attack, but his interest increased when he saw that Sword Saint took a deep breath to prepare for the offensive. "Ooh!" The old man voiced a surprised gasp at the sight of such concentration. The privileged cultivator would have expected a similar action from Noah or King Elba's, but Sword Saint was atypical. He already embodied the sword path, so he didn't theoretically require to concentrate on summoning his power. A wound eventually opened on Sword Saint's forehead, and a massive wave of power followed the event. A sea of silver energy shot out of his body and condensed into a giant blade that hit the old man directly on his chest. The privileged cultivator continued to perform strange gestures while the giant sword pushed him away, but his efforts appeared useless. The attack pierced his chest and dug deep inside him without coming out of his back. The sword was digging far more than flesh. Sword Saint had launched an attack that could reach the privileged cultivator's world, and the latter found himself unable to block it. The sharp energy contained in the giant sword unleashed its power once the privileged cultivator's world appeared in sight. The true potential of the attack activated its effects and tried to kill the old man in a single blow, but things didn't go as smoothly as Sword Saint hoped. The sharp energy reached the old man's world and pierced its edges, but everything disappeared at that point. The power inside the privileged cultivator and the giant sword vanished without leaving any trace of their existence. Sword Saint couldn't hide his surprise, but he didn't halt his offensive either. He charged forward, transforming into a wave of silver energy that slammed directly on the old man. The energy separated from Sword Saint and trapped the old man in a frail cage. The latter was ready to break free of those restraints, but Sword Saint launched another attack before that could happen. A long cut opened on Sword Saint's arm and allowed him to release the same intense energy as before. Another giant blade came out of his body and pierced the old man's chest while releasing its sharp power in his insides. The sharp energy converged toward the old man's word and pierced its edges, but the event generated the same reaction as before. The giant blade disappeared, and the same went for the power trying to hurt the privileged cultivator's existence. "You know what is happening," the old man stated. "You don't know what I'm doing," Sword Saint responded. "I can guess," the old man exclaimed. "The paths of the universe are immense, far beyond our imagination. The sword path must have attacks that can overcome the 9th rank without using superior energy. You are relying on them." "That's correct," Sword Saint declared. "This flesh embodies the sword path. I can use its blood to pay the price for that superior power and apply it to a specific art. A sword art that only an avatar can use," the old man commented. "What a sight." "On the other hand," Sword Saint spoke, "your world contains your idea of perfection. It doesn't have real energy because perfection can't have a fixed form. Yet, it still allows you to defend against my attacks." "Indeed," the old man uttered while placing a hand on his chest. "You can reach my world, but nothing can truly hurt it. I won't claim to be immortal, but my defense remains the best in the entire sky. Your attacks aren't bad, Sword Saint admitted, even if they aren't blades. I'm not attacking, the old man explained. I'm defending against your potential attacks, movement, or very life. What do you think will happen once I start defending myself against your world? It must take you a while to prepare such a technique, Sword Saint stated. I have time, the old man chuckled. I see, Sword Saint sighed before joining his palms. Time isn't on my side. I'm sorry, the old man smiled, but a giant blade suddenly slammed on his body and tried to cut him into two halves. The giant blade opened a cut that ran from the privileged cultivator's forehead to his left foot. Sharp energy flowed inside his body and tried to reach his world while the attack continued to affect his flesh, but everything eventually disappeared. Feeling in a hurry already? The privileged cultivator mocked as his injury healed. Your energy isn't infinite, Sword Saint stated. Instead, I draw power from the sword path. I'm sure I can last more than you. Do you want to turn this into an endurance contest? The old man wondered. That doesn't suit you. I know, Sword Saint exclaimed as his joint palms started to release a high-pitched noise. A sea of blades might overcome your perfection, but it won't make any of them superior to your power. You need to find the right blade, the old man teased. And you need to find how to eliminate my existence, Sword Saint continued. Well, the privileged cultivator announced. It seems that the terms of our battle are clear now. He looks strong, Alexander announced while inspecting the ruler's resolve. He would be already dead if I could express my true potential, Supreme Thief snorted. You said that 20 times already, Great Builder sighed before taking a deep breath to stabilize his condition. The three experts had yet to resume their battle. A lot had happened since Alexander and the others had decided to join the major fights. The ruler's resolve had also been quite captivated by those events, so he didn't force his opponent's hand. Still, Noah's side had no time to waste, so the three experts eventually accepted that they had to attack again. Their opponent was their only real problem. The ruler's resolve appeared truly powerful. Did you even recover enough to fight? Supreme Thief asked. That doesn't matter right now, Alexander replied. We have to kill some of the leaders before heaven and earth break free. We are about to argue, aren't we? Great Builder cursed. His existence is mine, Supreme Thief exclaimed. I want his resolve to complete my breakthrough. I knew it, Great Builder sighed. You can take the nature of his world, Alexander stated. But I want the energy inside it. I need it for my breakthrough. Only the energy? Supreme Thief questioned. Are you trying to trick me? Only the energy, Alexander confirmed. My existence doesn't need anything else. I'm ready to reach the peak. I can agree with that, Supreme Thief declared. We have a deal, Alexander declared. That went better than I expected, Great Builder revealed. Well, shall we do this? I believe tricks won't work against this one, Alexander guessed. His world isn't something we can overcome through strategy, Great Builder explained. That's perfect, Alexander announced. Supreme Thief smirked, and Great Builder heaved a sigh. The three experts had reached a silent understanding, and they didn't hesitate to unleash it. Alexander and Supreme Thief shot forward. Their auras surged as different abilities formed around their figures. Alexander covered himself in giant and fiery snake-like creatures, while Supreme Thief shone with azure light as multiple mirrors materialized in his surroundings. The snake-like creatures left Alexander as soon as the ruler's resolve entered his range. Those attacks shot forward and separated to encircle the privileged cultivator before crashing on him from different directions. Supreme Thief's mirror didn't stay still during his companion's offensive. They also shot forward and surrounded the ruler's resolve before gathering energy. Their structure collapsed to transform into flashing spheres that unleashed powerful detonation. The ruler's resolve surrounded himself with an array of gray spheres while his opponent's attacks approached him. The ability launched countless rays of energy meant to destroy the incoming offensive, but yellow barriers appeared on their path and hindered their advance. The gray rays pierced the barriers while losing energy during the process. That hindrance allowed the azure explosions to overwhelm them and engulf the ruler's resolve in violent currents. The snake-like creatures arrived right after. They crashed on the ruler's resolve and filled that part of the void with scarlet shades. That color was so intense that many weaker experts had to divert their gazes and retrieve their mental waves to avoid suffering injuries. A gray explosion soon overwhelmed the scarlet color and filled the void with a vast domain. The ruler's resolve became visible again, and his opponents smirked at the sight of the fuming burns on his body. Nevertheless, those injuries healed in no time while the ruler's resolve transformed his domain into a series of currents that started blowing around him. Supreme Thief and Alexander didn't let the ruler's resolve prepare his offensive. They shot forward and surrounded themselves with different techniques as they dived inside the storms. The gray currents tried to destroy those techniques, but yellow barriers appeared around Supreme Thief and Alexander and allowed them to pierce those attacks without wasting energy. The two experts soon reached the ruler's resolve and unleashed their techniques. A raging fire and a series of ethereal punches landed on the privileged cultivator, who could only rely on his innate defenses to endure the attacks. Of course, those innate defenses couldn't do much against Supreme Thief and Alexander. The two experts had already proven themselves able to stand their ground against heaven and earth's leaders, and that exchange only added proof to that claim. The ruler's resolve saw large patches of his body vanishing under the enemy offensive. Vast injuries opened while he tried his best to preserve his figure, but nothing in his power seemed able to help. Supreme Thief and Alexander seized that chance. They summoned another round of attacks, and Great Builder didn't refrain from sending supportive techniques in their direction. Alexander and Supreme Thief seemed to reach a silent understanding. They both unleashed techniques involving lightning bolts to dig deep into the ruler's resolve's existence. Black and azure lightning bolts crashed on the ruler's resolve and filled his body with holes. He wanted to fight back, but yellow patches of energy materialized before every tinge of power that he tried to summon. The incredible offensive didn't end there. Supreme Thief and Alexander were relentless. They unleashed a third wave of attacks with high piercing properties. The ruler's resolve could only suffer injuries under that assault, and his body soon lost any traces of its humanoid shape. Supreme Thief and Alexander wouldn't let that damage reassure them. They had to be ruthless beyond reason against such a powerful opponent, so they quickly prepared a fourth wave of attacks. However, the ruler's resolve suddenly went dark. His energy condensed in a realm that his opponents couldn't sense, but that didn't stop their offensive anyway. Supreme Thief and Alexander unleashed their attacks, but their senses wavered when the ruler's resolve voiced a deafening cry. A monstrous shout left his maimed mouth, and a dense wave of energy accompanied his voice. The wave of energy was so dense that it gained solid properties. The shout was so loud that Supreme Thief and Alexander had to summon more techniques to defend their senses. The sound wave made Supreme Thief and Alexander lose control of their techniques for a second. Only Great Builder could retain his concentration, but his barriers alone couldn't stop the dense energy expanding from the privileged cultivator's figure. The attack ended up flinging Supreme Thief and Alexander away, other than destroying their attacks. The two experts saw injuries opening on their bodies, but they managed to retreat before they could become too severe. The two experts eventually materialized next to Great Builder, where they inspected their opponent. The ruler's resolve was still shouting, and the same went for his expanding energy. His reserves appeared boundless due to how relentlessly his domain expanded, but the three didn't show any fear at that sight. "Do not underestimate my world," the ruler's resolve shouted in his new, monstrous voice. "I wield the determination that has created the greatest existence in this realm. I won't shatter so easily." "He is really tough," Alexander commented before showing a smirk. "I can't wait to eat him. His existence will be a great addition to my collection," Supreme Thief added. Great Builder wanted to say something, but silver light suddenly flashed in a distant area of the higher plane and claimed his attention. His companions also turned to inspect Sword Saint's heated battle against the old man. The two were going all out, and the entire world was experiencing their might. "The maniac might beat us to it," Supreme Thief declared. Let's finish this with the next attack, Alexander suggested. Fine by me, Great Builder responded. We can't rely on random attacks if we want to defeat him with the next offensive, Great Builder declared. I thought strategies wouldn't work against him, Supreme Thief complained. Tricks wouldn't, Alexander corrected. What should we do? I thought you were on my side, Supreme Thief protested. He isn't blinded by his selfishness, Great Builder explained. Compromises are necessary at times, especially in these situations. You aren't trying to scam me, right? Supreme Thief wondered. That would be a mistake, Alexander announced. We need your power to evolve. The final battle is far from over. Fine, Supreme Thief sighed. What is this strategy? His power source is quite immense, Great Builder admitted without moving his gaze away from the ruler's resolve. We can't win if we give him the time to heal or summon stronger attacks. So, Supreme Thief asked, do we have to coordinate? None of us is good at that. I am good at that, Great Builder scoffed. Anyway, I was talking about something that can last for a while. We must trap him inside an environment that can thoroughly destroy his world without ever stopping. I have something for that, Supreme Thief declared. Same here, Alexander added. We have a strategy then, Great Builder stated. The ruler's resolve could hear his opponent's conversation even if gray storms surrounded his figure. He knew what the three had in mind, but he didn't devise any countermeasure. That would go against his nature, a power founded on the boundless determination that heaven and earth had shown until now couldn't resort to tricks. It needed firm faith and conviction. This foundation would shake otherwise. Of course, the ruler's resolve wouldn't stay still if his opponents revealed everything they were about to do. He could only hear their general plan before they opted for a mental conversation. Great Builder, Supreme Thief, and Alexander needed to talk about their approach. Their abilities and creations could easily go against each other when creating an environment, so they had to make sure that everything could work in harmony before attacking. Great Builder led that mental conversation and handled the challenging job of putting Supreme Thief and Alexander on the same page. Luckily for him, Alexander had no problems accepting Supreme Thief's whims, so the trio quickly reached an agreement. Finally, the ruler's resolve shouted in his monstrous voice when he saw his three opponents splitting to reach different positions around him. Supreme Thief flew under the ruler's resolve while Alexander teleported to a spot above him. Only Great Builder remained before the expert, but all three kept some distance. Did you decide to face what we are about to unleash? Great Builder asked. You can't break me, the ruler's resolve stated. I don't have to do anything to prove that. The gray storms around the ruler's resolve intensified after his announcement. He was ready to face his opponent's offensive and prove the superiority of his world. However, the trio was also ready. Great Builder closed his eyes and crossed his legs. Yellow strands of energy flowed out of his figure and dispersed around the gray storms to create the foundation for a technique. Truth be told, the ruler's resolve had the chance to intervene. Great Builder had already reached his limits multiple times, so dispersing his energy wouldn't be hard. Yet, that would force Supreme Thief and Alexander's hand. The two would surround the ruler's resolve again with a series of attacks that could hurt him. The ruler's resolve wouldn't admit it loudly, but he knew that Supreme Thief and Alexander were fearsome experts. Only one of them wouldn't be enough to defeat him, but the situation was different with the two working together. The sole fact that his world could lose was enough to destabilize it. Still, the ruler's resolve opted for a type of challenge that could remove that disadvantage. If he won it, there was a high chance that his opponents would be the ones to suffer. Great Builder continued to spread his energy until yellow branches appeared around the gray storms. They surrounded the ruler's resolve's technique and created paths that Supreme Thief and Alexander had to follow. Alexander knew that his turn had come. His aura exploded with power before calming down and transforming into white water that flowed toward the yellow branches. The water followed the branches and covered them completely before expanding to create a spherical encirclement meant to contain the gray storms. At that point, the technique solidified to give birth to ice. Supreme Thief's turn finally arrived. His figure released azure light that condensed and darkened in the form of small drops. Those dense and tiny masses of energy fell on the white encirclement and fused with it to add corrosive properties to its fabric. The yellow branches, the white ice, and the dark drops started to fuse properly once everything was in place. 3 pillars stretched out of the spherical technique while its size increased. Those channels enveloped Supreme Thief, Alexander, and Great Builder to absorb energy directly from their world. The spherical technique shook as its internal surface expanded forward and clashed with the gray storms. A clash that no one could see happened inside that massive structure, and the ruler's resolve's voice grew quiet during the process. Great Builder couldn't provide much energy, but his task mainly involved the management of his companion's power. Alexander's condition wasn't ideal, but his resilience was almost endless, so he gave everything he could to the technique. As for Supreme Thief, he was still full of power. The spherical technique benefited greatly from his world, and energy never stopped flowing out of him. The spherical technique soon turned into something similar to what Noah had summoned. The 3 experts had created an ability that expressed the full power of their worlds without hindering the different natures of the energy inside it. Moreover, the general nature of the technique directly opposed what the ruler's resolve had summoned. The privileged cultivator had created storms, so Great Builder had pushed for abilities that expressed calm and stillness. The spherical technique eventually started to expand in the opposite direction too. Its external surface stretched forward and increased its size while its color darkened. Its aura also deepened, and the void around it began to suffer under its sheer weight. Everything went completely silent once the technique engulfed Supreme Thief, Alexander, and Great Builder. The structure had become so big that the pillars had disappeared in its dark insides. The ruler's resolve's voice also became impossible to hear from outside, so no one could understand who was winning. Nevertheless, the technique behaved like a proper living being. The 3 experts continued sending energy and managing its growth, so it expanded until it occupied a decent part of the higher plane. Once the growth stopped, the heavy aura disappeared. The technique didn't become only silent. It also lost any trace of power or weight. It turned into a giant structure that seemed to carry no ability or nature. It became a mere block of dark ice with unclear potential and purpose. Everyone on the battlefield became aware of that big presence, but no one dared to approach it. Even those involved in the major fights avoided getting close to it. June didn't like that divine demon had decided to join her battle. Still, her companions didn't share that feeling. Even Marcella appeared pleased to have another opponent to handle. "So," Marcella exclaimed, "it seems that I'll have the honor to fight you." "Honor," Divine Demon repeated. "This will be a slaughter." "How interesting," Marcella giggled. Divine Demon raised his hand to point his fingers at Marcella, but June shouted a loud "wait" before he could release his attack. However, Divine Demon completely disregarded that cry and unleashed his energy anyway. The area around Marcella still had the space dragon's portals. Some waves of energy even flowed through them and tried to pierce the smoke around the privileged cultivator. But they appeared too weak to succeed in the feat. Divine Demon had the chance to use those portals, but he didn't care about them. A giant torrent of blood-red energy shot out of his forefinger and created a sea that filled a massive chunk of the higher plane. June and the others found themselves immersed in Divine Demon's energy in no time. None of them had the chance to dodge the attack, and Marcella was in no position to perform evasive maneuvers. Traces of panic spread among the group, but everyone soon realized that Divine Demon's energy wasn't hurting his companions. June, the Odd Dragon, Maribel, Sepunia, and the Space Dragon could swim freely among that power without suffering any injury. They actually felt faster in that environment. The situation was different for Marcella, and the attack even ended up affecting the teleports. The orange portals crumbled under the massive pressure carried by the blood-red sea, and Marcella barely had the time to cast a defensive technique before the smoke around her vanished. Divine Demon's attack didn't stop there. The blood-red sea pushed his opponents away and crashed into the sky. Currents spread in every direction as Divine Demon's energy kept crashing on the white layer in an attempt to squash anything affected by his power. The sea carried an immense amount of energy, so the process lasted for a while. A huge chunk of the sky turned blood-red as the various currents flowing on it created a vast and intricate array of rivers-like structures. The attack couldn't hurt the sky, but they still destroyed the few chunks of space that had survived until now. Everything crumbled to fall into the void, and the blood-red energy soon followed since it couldn't expand anywhere else. The central pillar lasted longer than the rivers, but it soon ended up in the same situation. Divine Demon's energy couldn't pierce the sky, so it fell into the void once it lost momentum. The dispersion of the blood-red energy allowed everyone to see the outcome of the attack. No one felt surprised to see a green light shining over the sky, but the state of the figure hidden inside it managed to cause a reaction in Maribel's expression. Marcella was still alive, and her aura shone stronger than ever. Her smoke had also retained its destructive and defensive properties, but her body didn't share that healthy condition. Marcella's body had lost large patches of skin. Green smoke came out of those injuries and tried to hide the damage, but her opponents could see right through it. She even missed her entire left cheek, which she couldn't cover so easily. The privileged cultivator's condition proved that Divine Demon could hurt her, but that wasn't too surprising. Divine Demon was part of Noah's core team, and he was one of the few who had reached the solid stage. His current potential could very well be unlimited. June snorted at that sight. She didn't want to win like that, but going against Divine Demon was impossible. So, she decided to opt for an approach that would keep her in the fight. Sparks ran through June's body as her eyes lit up to radiate an orange glow. Her aura surged, and cracks opened on her skin to release part of the accumulated energy. June didn't hold anything back as she summoned the strongest type of energy that her perfect circuit could produce and filled her body with it. Her flesh seemed unable to withstand so much power, but arrays of sparks appeared over her injuries to temporarily seal them. Lightning bolts also started to come out of her mouth. June overloaded herself in an attempt to accumulate enough power to kill Marcella. Her skin began to shake as she crouched forward. She was ready to unleash her attack, but a figure materialized next to her before she could shoot forward. Divine Demon teleported next to June to press a finger on her shoulder. All the lightning bolts inside her suddenly disappeared. June found herself devoid of energy, and her anger burst out once she understood what had happened. "What are you doing?" June angrily shouted. "Determination is a good thing," Divine Demon stated, "but don't mistake it for suicide." June wanted to complain again, but a terrifying aura came out of Marcella's figure and forced the group to focus on her. The privileged cultivator exploded with power and released even more green smoke until a massive area became part of her domain. The space dragon acted instinctively. It summoned a series of portals in front of its companions to save them from the expanding smoke, but the latter was too fast. In less than a second, Divine Demon and June's group became immersed inside a giant cloud that carried Marcella's aura. The smoke didn't hinder their senses or power, but the sheer amount of energy released by the privileged cultivator was enough to alert their survival instincts. "You are as strong as we predicted," Marcella announced as she stood up and used the smoke around her to fix her injuries. "Even heaven and earth can't calculate my potential," Divine Demon responded. "Lies won't save your life. What if our predictions saw you becoming an unreasonable monster capable of virtually everything?" Marcella smiled. Divine Demon tried to remain silent, but his arrogance eventually had the best of him. "I can accept that." "Of course you do," Marcella laughed. "It is fortunate, or, rather, fated that you have chosen me as your opponent. Caesar really knows more than he shows." "I know what comes next," Divine Demon declared. "Your world is ideal to fight me. I won't be able to win against you and other nonsense." "You think too little of yourself," Marcella politely replied. "I doubt it," Divine Demon exclaimed. "We have long since acknowledged your power," Marcella explained. "I'm talking about the best in your organization, not only you. It's only normal for you to be our match after reaching the solid stage." "So?" Divine Demon asked. "Are you trying to buy you some time?" "Don't worry," Marcella reassured. "Heaven and earth will grant us the chance to fight for a bit. We'll have enough time to decide who is the best between us. Without counters? Divine Demon mocked. I told you already, Marcella stated. You think too little of yourself. You wield an incredible world. Do you really think counters could work against you? You have my attention, Divine Demon uttered. Marcella spread her arms, and green roots pierced her skin to stretch around her figure. The smoke in the area fused with those plants and gave birth to flowers that shone with blinding light. You wield the power of a higher plane, Marcella announced. I wonder if my boundlessness surpasses it. June and the others couldn't help but find similarities between Marcella's technique and Noah's parasite. Still, there was something intrinsically different in the aura radiated by those roots. Noah's parasite expressed one of the deepest aspects of destruction. It could erode anything in the world, and even the strongest experts from the sky feared its power. Instead, Marcella's roots didn't have a single nature. They flourished and released intense power that affected their surroundings and altered the environment, but they had no specific effect. They actually resembled proper magical plants. Marcella's technique tried to affect the void, but its power fell slightly short. The different space-time array shook under the weight of the roots, smoke, and flowers, but it didn't change enough to place them above the 9th rank. Nevertheless, the green cloud changed and transformed as the roots expanded, and more bright flowers came out of their surface. The smoke thickened and started to release a pleasant scent that June and the others couldn't fend off. The seemingly harmless technique surprised the landmass group. Divine Demon didn't care too much about the details behind Marcella's ability, but his companions didn't share his confidence. Even the space dragon interrupted its offensive as it stared at the expanding roots and flowers. It could feel the connection with heaven and earth in those plants, but its instincts couldn't completely see them as enemies. They were almost part of a natural environment. June inspected the immense amount of power released by Marcella for a few seconds before wearing an excited expression. That was exactly what she wanted. She was in front of an opponent with immense energy reserves, and she couldn't wait to challenge her. However, Divine Demon stepped forward before June could muster her energy again. That gesture reminded her of his previous actions, and her anger inevitably returned. You won't get to fight her all by yourself, June declared. Divine Demon's expression gained rare traces of sympathy when he turned to inspect June. He remained silent as his eyes studied the depths of her power. A smile appeared on his face, but some sadness also arrived. What? June snorted. This isn't mere battle intent, right? Divine Demon replied before glancing at the black sphere where Noah and Caesar were trapped. You are in a hurry to improve. All of us are, June pointed out. That's why we split our opponents. We all must get our chance to improve. What if I told you that you can't defeat her? Divine Demon wondered. I'll prove you wrong, June declared. My heir really found a troublesome partner. Divine Demon laughed. I guess it suits him. Noah has nothing to do with this, June corrected. I know about your deal, Divine Demon revealed. Well, I should call it promise. It takes strength and courage to accept something like that during the cultivation journey. Defying Demon is better than me in that field. June fell silent, but her eyes retained her anger. Sparks even started to flow over her skin. She was ready to fly past Divine Demon to get her battle if he kept hindering her. Your time will come, Divine Demon stated as a blood-red flash ran through his eyes. You know what you need to improve. You shouldn't worry too much about it. Stepping aside isn't my style, June joked. You might survive if you jump into this fight, Divine Demon uttered. You might even achieve something since I'm here, but that would leave you broken, unable to fulfill your real role. June wanted to complain, but her gaze instinctively went past Divine Demon and fell on the sky. The net's light had become incredibly faint. Anyone could understand that heaven and earth were about to break free. A true demon knows when to save energy, Divine Demon explained. You mention demons only when it suits your argument, June complained. And I'm always right, Divine Demon laughed. Step back for now. We'll all need you afterward. Divine Demon flew past June to approach Marcella. June wanted to follow him. Her world yearned for battle, but a loud heartbeat echoed out of her figure when her gaze fell back on the sky. June's injuries began to close as battle intent built inside her. Her very skin started to release crackling noises. There seemed to be a storm raging inside June, but she didn't advance. Instead, she retreated until her figure left the green cloud. Maribel and the others inspected the scene without saying anything. They had understood what Divine Demon wanted from June, but he didn't say anything about them. It was clear that their role had yet to end. "It's rare to see your wise side," Marcella teased while Divine Demon flew toward her. "I'm always wise," Divine Demon commented. "You all simply fail to realize it most of the time." "Then, tell me," Marcella announced while moving her fingers over the roots coming out of her body. "Does your wisdom understand the nature of my world?" "I'm wise enough not to care about it," Divine Demon stated. "I only have to kill you. Your companions don't share your confidence," Marcella pointed out while moving her eyes among the rest of the group. "Even that creature is confused." The space dragon had yet to move. It sniffed and relied on its instincts to study Marcella's technique, but it failed to find proper answers. Even its programming couldn't push it to fight against her again. "The magical beasts are so simple," Marcella sighed. "Even something improved to target heaven and earth can fall for such a low-level trick." "Tricks can't last long." Sepunia's voice resounded in the area as she teleported next to Divine Demon. "I've stopped your power once. I can do it again." "The traitor!" Marcella exclaimed. "Rebel!" Maribel's voice arrived in the area as she also teleported next to Divine Demon. "A cultivator who spent most of her life in hiding," Marcella corrected. "I'm surprised you even achieved a decent understanding of your path. Creation and destruction, life and death. You managed to get somewhere without the complete picture. Are you trying to instruct us about the cultivation journey now?" Maribel mocked. "It's always the same with cultivators," Marcella sighed. "Even the sky lacks expert with such a broad vision. You all spend your life admiring and envying the magical beasts without appreciating a far stronger alternative." "She is trying to buy herself some time," Maribel declared. "No," Divine Demon said. "She wants us to admire her power." "My path," Marcella corrected as branches came out of the roots and created a thick net all around her. "Everyone in the world thinks that the magical beasts have the greatest innate advantage. Everyone is wrong. Some of the branches grew until they transformed into proper trunks. Leaves and flowers came out of them at that point, and the process continued until immense green crowns covered the whole net." "I should probably thank your idiocy," Marcella announced. "You have left my path almost completely devoid of competition. I could become a queen without needing to compromise." "A queen of the weakest type of living being in the world," Sepunia added. "Your arrogance won't last," Marcella exclaimed. "You'll bow in front of the true leader of the magical plants field." The announcement could sound arrogant, but Marcella was one of the leaders in Heaven and Earth's army. It made sense for her world to be as boundless and unreasonable as she claimed. A pattern started to form in the minds of the landmass group. They had been busy with their battle, but that didn't prevent them from learning about their other opponents. Decumia expressed pure chaos. The old man's world contained an aspect of perfection. The ruler's resolve had founded his power on the strongest being in the higher plane, and Divine Architect was the greatest inscription master in history. An expert who could express the entire magical plants field didn't sound too unreasonable compared to the other leaders. Actually, it added information to the general understanding that the landmass forces had of those privileged cultivators. All the enemy leaders wielded immense power polished through many eras, but that wasn't everything. The nature of their worlds was the most incredible aspect of their existence. "We might need the dragons," Maribel suggested before glancing at Divine Demon. Divine Demon didn't care about Maribel. He lifted his arm to point his fingers at Marcella, and a sea of blood-red energy shot out of them. The attack couldn't engulf the giant array of trees, roots, and branches, but it still covered more than half of it. Marcella wore a smile when she saw the incoming energy. Some branches stretched in front of her figure right before the impact, but her figure became impossible to see afterward. Divine Demon had targeted the entire technique with his offensive. Anything carrying Marcella's energy was an enemy that the blood-red power had to destroy. Marcella didn't resort to any unique technique. She let her plants take the full power of the blood-red sea. Leaves and green shards flew everywhere due to the destruction inflicted on her creations, but no significant changes happened in the environment. The cloud remained in its place. Actually, the smoke stretched even forward while the destruction continued. The roots, branches, and trees outside of the attack's range also kept growing, uncaring that many of their companions were turning into dust. The destruction continued until the sea depleted its energy. No dispersion happened at that time since the entirety of Divine Demon's attack had expressed its effects. He had destroyed everything he could, but the scene that followed stated how even his might wasn't enough. Marcella reappeared at the center of a lake of fuming and maimed plants. Every tree, root, branch, and flower touched by the blood-red energy had crumbled, burned, or directly vanished. Half of Marcella's technique had become useless, but she didn't suffer any injury. "Is that it?" Marcella asked as she waved her hand. The gesture waved away the gray smoke caused by Divine Demon's attack and pushed it out of the cloud. Soon, the poor state of Marcella's plants became completely visible, but she didn't seem worried about them. "Do you know what a magical plant does when someone breaks it?" Marcella asked when she saw that Divine Demon didn't send another attack. "It blooms again." The broken and burned plants around Marcella suddenly started to tremble. New branches and leaves came out of the damaged parts and grew until they turned into fully formed trunks that continued to enlarge. The process clearly required a massive amount of energy since even the tiniest leaf carried peak rank 9 power, but Marcella didn't suffer at all. She appeared utterly relaxed while her world fueled that rapid growth. It didn't take long before the vegetation returned and surpassed its previous state. The growth didn't stop at that point either, and the cloud imitated its behavior by continuing its expansion. "The real roots are in your world," Maribel commented. "You should stop speaking," Marcella replied. "Your understanding is too shallow to understand my power." "She is right," Divine Demon declared before launching another massive attack. A blood-red sea crashed on the vegetation, but nothing managed to reach Marcella. Countless plants shattered and died, but Divine Demon's attack remained unable to destroy all of them. That second exchange had actually left more survivors compared to the previous offensive. Marcella repeated her waving gesture. The gray smoke left the environment while the various broken plants gave birth to new vegetation that refilled the damaged area before expanding past its previous limits. Divine Demon interrupted his offensive. He appeared bored in front of such a resilient shield. Marcella's energy reserves were truly impressive, but he hated that type of battle. "I understand what you feel," Marcella suddenly announced. "You don't want this battle to be a mere endurance test. Do not worry. Plants get unruly when mistreated." A tremor ran through the vegetation, and countless flowers grew from every surface. Even the leaves gave birth to them. Their bright green petals gathered energy before summoning a series of whips that shot toward Divine Demon and his companions. The whips were ethereal, which allowed them to be far faster than Maribel and Sepunia. Yet, Divine Demon covered them in his energy before activating an instantaneous teleport that brought everyone next to the two dragons. The whips didn't disappear after the group left their range. They continued to wave left and right as more plants gave birth to them. The vegetation transformed into a defensive technique as more and more flowers released their energy. Divine Demon couldn't help but smirk after reappearing next to the dragons. Marcella had decided to attack. Her immense creation resembled a monster worthy of his efforts, and he couldn't wait to test it out. "You two can do whatever you want," Divine Demon ordered, still trying not to get in the way. "I will kill you if you aren't careful." Sepunia and Maribel glanced at Divine Demon but remained silent. Trying to reason with him was pointless. Moreover, they understood that the imminent battle wouldn't allow distractions or similar hindrances. "As for you two," Divine Demon said while turning toward the two dragons. It seems that I have to improve Xavier's work. He really has a long way ahead of him. Divine Demon waved his hand, and rivers of blood-red energy came out of his body to surround the two dragons. The fuel solidified to add layers of scales and enlarge the creature's wings to make their size more imponent. Divine Demon created proper armor that fused perfectly with the two dragons. Still, his technique wasn't a mere defensive measure. The two magical beasts felt a foreign power invading their minds and enhancing their instincts. A dragon should always be at the top of the food chain, Divine Demon declared. I can't stand seeing you fail to recognize your prey. The new understanding brought by Divine Demon's energy cleared the confusion caused by Marcella's odd world. The space dragon roared to express its anger, and its aura spread to establish a space-time array that opposed Marcella's vegetation. The space dragon wanted to charge ahead right away, but Divine Demon prevented that reckless action with a mere glare. The creature looked at Divine Demon before pointing its head toward Marcella again. The blood-red armor made it understand that it had to wait for its companion to be ready. Now, Divine Demon spoke while turning toward Marcella. Are you done? Marcella wondered as she left the sky and advanced while bringing all her vegetation with her. Can I attack? You are a few eras too young to attack me, Divine Demon stated. Fear not. I am the best teacher in the entire universe. I'll make a demon out of you. You have rejected the help of the higher plane by absorbing all the breath, Marcella announced. Your imagination and knowledge are exceptional, but they remain inferior to an entire world. You can't surprise me. It's not about surprises, Divine Demon explained as he spread his arms. It's about lessons. A torrent of blood-red energy came out of Divine Demon's figure and pushed the green smoke. A domain expanded inside Marcella's cloud, but it didn't solidify. Divine Demon kept his influence limited to his energy as he split and condensed his domain to create various giant figures. Roars began to echo through the green cloud as multiple scarlet dragons materialized all around the expert. The creatures had no fixed shape. Some had horns. Others had additional pairs of wings, and a few even lacked limbs. Yet, even those without a deep knowledge of the magical beasts field would understand that the pack featured multiple species of dragons. The scene didn't surprise Marcella. Divine Demon had to use his imagination to give birth to techniques, and everyone knew that he liked dragons. He used those creatures to teach, so they were in line with his previous statement. Still, Marcella was the only one who could keep a straight face. The amount of energy contained inside the dragons was immense and felt on par with the power radiated by the vegetation. Divine Demon's energy reserves were also monstrous, and he didn't refrain from pushing himself to his limits. He couldn't be happier to be against an opponent who could take his full power. More magical beasts. Marcella sighed as she pointed her arm toward Divine Demon. The vegetation advanced while the ethereal whips shot forward. Those weapons enlarged and stretched while converging at high speed toward Divine Demon. Most of the whips abandoned their trajectory to fly in different directions. The space dragon even teleported among them and created big portals that began to float among the cloud. The scarlet dragons voiced one last roar before charging ahead. Some of them flew toward the portals, while others shot forward without caring about the hindrances on their path. Divine Demon's creations weren't completely solid. They were almost pure energy that had taken a specific shape, but even that wasn't fixed. Some ethereal whips managed to get past the hindrances created by the space dragon. However, they found nothing to destroy when they slammed on the scarlet dragons. The weapons flew through the creatures without inflicting any damage. A few whips managed to cut the scarlet dragons into two halves, but they simply reattached their bodies after flying past them. Divine Demon's creatures appeared untouchable, but that wasn't their only feature. Some dragons directly slammed on the vegetation and started a violent battle that involved their limbs and teeth. They bit, clawed, and tore apart any plant on their path without dispersing their energy. Instead, other dragons halted their flight right before reaching their target and opened their mouths. Flames gathered in their throats until vast scarlet pillars shot out to crash on the magical plants. Divine Demon's offensive didn't stop there. Some of the dragons that had crossed the portals reappeared behind the vegetation to imitate their companions' attacks. They split themselves into two teams that handled melee and ranged exchanges. Only 3 dragons among the entirety of the pack used the portals to appear among the vegetation. The light carried by their bodies intensified while magical plants tried to wrap themselves around them. Their figures shook until they exploded into raging storms of pure energy that destroyed anything in their path. All of that happened during a single offensive. Marcella's technique was immense, but Divine Demon appeared able to match her prowess and force her into a defensive stance. The vegetation couldn't do anything against the dragons. Those creatures were everywhere, and their attacks carried Divine Demon's unreasonable power. The magical plants could only crumble, shatter, and burn. The space dragon used every trick in its power to provide its support. The portals created paths that Marcella couldn't track, and its aura established a space-time array that deflected the whips and suppressed a few magical plants. The space dragon also seized every shard and broken magical plant that tried to return to Marcella's array to transform it into energy. That power remained inside the portals, in a separate dimension that no one could reach to accumulate and reach a decent level. The odd dragon tried to do its part too. The blood-red armor and Divine Demon's influence filled its mind with enough confidence to jump into that mess. The armor also enhanced its innate ability. The odd dragon felt able to generate far more black liquid than usual, and it didn't hesitate to do so. Yet, it didn't immediately pour it on the vegetation. Instead, the creature sent it inside the portals and left the matter to the space dragon. The scene was spectacular, but Sepunia and Maribel weren't in the mood to remain in a daze. They wanted to help, but they couldn't find the chance to join the battle. Their worlds wouldn't survive if they jumped into that mess. There was way too much going on inside the green cloud. The giant dragons didn't leave any area unoccupied. While the plants struggled to no end to survive, every inch of the vegetation featured a battle at the peak of the 9th rank. Sepunia and Maribel didn't know how to help without dying in the process. Actually, they weren't even sure that their power could affect the fight's outcome. Divine Demon had already given his orders, so he completely disregarded his 2 companions and shot forward to join the dragons. His arms darted left and right to launch giant pillars of energy that overwhelmed anything that tried to stop his creations. A few attacks also flew toward Marcella to prevent her from summoning new techniques, but Divine Demon soon understood that the approach wouldn't work. New plants always grew in front of Marcella and shielded her from the blood-red energy before the next attack could arrive. Divine Demon's massive offensive couldn't overwhelm her, but it seemed that her vegetation was reaching critical levels. The various magical plants had never stopped growing and expanding, but the arrival of the scarlet dragons had finally put an end to that process. The cloud even started to shrink after a while, which confirmed how the approach was working. Marcella honestly wasn't to blame. Anyone would find it hard to deal with so much power. The dragons were untouchable and unstoppable. The space-time array worked against her, and Divine Demon's offensive was relentless. The plants couldn't even recycle their fabric since the space dragon sucked everything away. Marcella could refill her vegetation through her world without worrying too much about her energy reserves. Yet, the issue involved the speed of her technique. The destruction was faster than the expansion. The magical plants couldn't compensate for the damage caused by Divine Demon and his dragons, so they retreated to save energy and fabric. Still, Marcella wasn't a random expert. She wasn't even a mere privileged cultivator who had reached the absolute peak of the journey. She was an elite among elites. As soon as the vegetation started shrinking, part of the plants above Marcella opened to reveal a giant green flower. The energy contained in its petal was so intense that the entire cloud shook, and those tremors expanded past the green smoke due to how heavy they were. Sepunia and Maribel didn't even bother to think. They immediately retreated inside one of the portals, and the odd dragon soon joined them. Only Divine Demon, the space dragon, and the scarlet dragons remained in the area, but that was about to change. "A plant won't remain still when its home is under attack," Marcella declared, and the giant petals exploded. The energy they radiated was so heavy that even Divine Demon lost control of his senses for a few seconds. The explosion unleashed enough energy to illuminate the entire higher plane. The event wasn't only powerful. It was also massive, and many battlefields outside the green cloud ended up being affected. Of course, even if Marcella claimed to have bottomless energy reserves, her attacks couldn't have unlimited range. The wave of energy lost power before leaving the cloud, so the other major experts could easily fend it off once it reached their battlefield. Still, that sheer show of power put Marcella above the other leaders in many experts' minds. She appeared far too strong to be a mere cultivator at the peak of the 9th rank. The green cloud resumed its expansion once the bright energy left its edges. Magical plants grew and flourished due to the absence of attacks crashing on their structure. The scarlet dragons had disappeared, and the same went for the orange portals. Only Marcella remained inside the green cloud, but she knew that victory had yet to come. Her gaze remained fixed on a spot in front of her, where an orange radiance soon began to shine. Divine Demon, Maribel, Sepunia, the Odd Dragon, and the Space Dragon slowly materialized among the orange light. They appeared confused about that teleport, but an explanation quickly became evident. The Space Dragon growled in pain while spitting black blood from its mouth. Its figure featured holes and cracks that dimmed its orange color, and one of its wings had disappeared. Divine Demon's armor was nowhere to be seen. The explosion had destroyed every trace of his power, but only the Space Dragon featured injuries. The others in the group were perfectly fine, without the slightest wound on their bodies. It protected us. Maribel gave voice to the thoughts that her companions shared. Many pairs of eyes inevitably fell on Divine Demon. He had never said anything specific, but his companions had already appointed him as the leader of that team. Maribel, Sepunia, and the Odd Dragon wanted to hear his opinion about the Space Dragon state, but that didn't arrive quickly. Divine Demon stretched his hand toward the injured creature and ran his fingers over its smooth surface. He could sense scales hidden under that seamless orange color, but his focus wasn't on something so superficial. Divine Demon closed his eyes to probe the depths of the Space Dragon's mind. The old rulers and King Elbas had deeply altered its species and purpose, turning it into something similar to a living weapon. Still, Divine Demon wanted to hear the intentions hidden past those thorough modifications. "It won't last long if it keeps fighting," Sepunia commented before glancing at the Odd Dragon. "Its endurance brings pride to my kind," the Odd Dragon announced, "but it remains limited. There must be inscriptions capable of stabilizing its condition," Maribel pointed out. "We can send it to Pelio and buy enough time for its recovery." "You plan to deny this creature's purpose," Divine Demon declared. Maribel didn't want to contradict Divine Demon, but the Space Dragon was a priceless asset that the landmass forces couldn't lose. She was willing to argue if that helped her organization. "You sent June away for similar reasons," Maribel stated. "There is a difference between determination and suicide." Divine Demon opened his eyes and retracted his hand as he turned toward Maribel. The latter couldn't help but experience some fear under that heavy gaze, but the pressure radiated by her powerful companion soon transformed into faint sadness. "The dragons are already dead," Divine Demon revealed. Maribel couldn't say anything in front of that statement. Still, some of Divine Demon's sadness seeped into her mind and allowed her to understand his mental state. He didn't enjoy that situation at all. Divine Demon didn't let his feelings affect his role. He turned toward Marcella as soon as he confirmed that the group had understood his intentions, and words inevitably came out of his mouth. "The break is over." "Good," Marcella exclaimed. "I was getting worried." Marcella lifted an arm to point it at Divine Demon, and the vegetation around her instantly reacted. Every plant shook and accelerated its growth while the whole array advanced. Ethereal whips came out of the many flowers among the vegetation, and Marcella added more attacks during the advance. Bright petals appeared and prepared themselves to explode. Giant trees expanded their reach to protect the whole array, and poisonous gas came out from some areas. Marcella didn't stop there. Tall plants grew from specific spots of her technique to create flowers capable of shooting piercing bullets. Other plants appeared and filled the whole area with leaves that could resist fire. Each of those plants seemed to express the peak of its field. Marcella could summon the best vegetation the higher plane had ever seen, and all her creations carried her overwhelming power. The technique had changed shape and level of danger, but Divine Demon faced it without showing any fear. He raised a hand, and a pack of giant dragons filled his surroundings. They all carried the space dragon's maimed appearance, but their roars appeared unaffected by those fake injuries. Divine Demon showed his respect for the upper-tier companion before shooting forward. The pack flew with him, and the same went for the space dragon. As for the others, they remained behind since they couldn't join the imminent exchange without the portal's protection. The space dragon summoned the entirety of its remaining power to create a space-time array that forced the vegetation to freeze for a single second. Its wounds expanded during the process, but Divine Demon didn't waste that chance. The scarlet dragons crashed head-on on the vegetation while transforming into sharp attacks that severed as many plants as possible. More energy flowed in their insides once they started to deplete their power, and a partial success eventually arrived. Marcella could only watch as the dragons severed her away from most of her creation. They limited her connection to the plants in her immediate surroundings, but she didn't hesitate to attempt to restore it once she regained control of her movements. However, Divine Demon appeared in front of her at that point. Many plants divided the two, and Marcella had even filled that space with some of her toughest creations, but Divine Demon disregarded everything as he snapped his fingers. Marcella and the plants around her suddenly took fire. Scarlet flames danced above the vegetation severed from the rest of the array, but they failed to pierce the special leaves that Marcella had prepared beforehand. Still, the flames suddenly stopped flickering and transformed into an ethereal fluid that seeped inside the plants and forced them to rot from their insides. Countless flowers wilted, and blood-red spots even appeared on Marcella's body. The infection expanded until Marcella felt forced to create new petals that enveloped her figure and attempted to heal her. Marcella burnt under the raging might unleashed by the explosion. Her skin disappeared and showed its many defensive layers, but even they crumbled under Divine Demon's unstoppable power. It didn't take long before the entirety of Marcella's body vanished among the blood-red sea. The attack pierced her previous spot and continued to fly until it crashed into the sky behind, where it finally dispersed into the void. Traces of happiness appeared on the three companions who had remained behind, but that feeling vanished in no time. The vegetation that Divine Demon didn't target remained strong and healthy. Actually, more flowers grew from the various magical plants, which meant that the source of their power was still alive. A blinding green light appeared above the space dragon, while Divine Demon was still busy inspecting the area in front of him. A cocoon made of petals materialized, and Marcella's intact figure came out when it opened. The space dragon was in no condition to activate another technique, and dodging wasn't an option either. Roots quickly came out of Marcella's body and pierced the creature in multiple spots. The already wide cracks expanded under those attacks until everything crumbled into a rain of orange shards. The oppressing, powerful, and reassuring presence of the space dragon slowly waned until nothing remained in its previous spot. Its shards continued to crumble even after the shattering, but a force prevented them from dispersing into the void. Marcella closed her eyes as more roots came out of her body. Those branches had ethereal leaves shining on their surface, and they stretched toward the shards when they entered their range. The ethereal leaves absorbed the shards and fused with them until every trace of their orange color left their surface. Some energy abandoned those maimed body parts and flowed into the void, but the roots absorbed everything else. Marcella appeared uncomfortable during the process. Her expression showed frowns and sweat as she absorbed the space dragon's energy. Even the purification applied by her plants couldn't completely remove the dangerous nature inside the shards. Still, Marcella had decided to seize that power to prove her superiority and inflict a mental defeat on her opponents. Her eyes soon opened, and her expression relaxed before turning into a smug smile. Her aura even surged stronger than ever to announce her appreciation for that meal. The space dragon was dead, and the event inevitably triggered reactions that spread through the entire higher plane. The remaining dragons and their last leader instinctively voiced battle cries to express their grief, But anger soon replaced that feeling. The pack started fighting with even more frenzy, and the time dragon expanded its influence as it flew toward Queen, Emperor, and Vesuvia. It seemed that its instincts had evolved after the death of its companion. The creature wanted to leave a deeper mark on the battlefield, and he needed to help the three cultivators to achieve that. Maribel, Sepunia, and the Odd Dragon didn't know how to react to the event. The space dragon was the sole reason behind their survival in that incredible battle. Moreover, the creature was a core asset of their army, but Marcella had killed it easily without suffering any lasting injury. The three experts felt lost. They couldn't fight without the space dragon, and they didn't know whether Divine Demon could actually win. They had only respect for their superior, but the previous exchanges had failed to put him above Marcella. As for Divine Demon, he appeared stuck in his place. There seemed to be disbelief in his expression as he stared at Marcella and the spot where the space dragon had died. Divine Demon's stance didn't inspire confidence, and that apparent insecurity ended up affecting Maribel and the Odd Dragon. They didn't know how they could face Marcella when even Divine Demon appeared lost. Only Sepunia seemed to retain some confidence, even if the feelings running through her mind were far different. Her gaze darted among various areas of the battlefield before ending on the castle in the distance. King Elbaz was fighting, and the same went for the other major leaders from the landmass army. Everyone was doing their best since Heaven and Earth's arrival was imminent, and Sepunia wanted to do her part too. Silent resolve spread through Sepunia's mind as plans and ideas surged. Her world was the creation of two mighty experts, so she knew that it had the potential to affect the peak of the cultivation journey. She only needed time to understand how to achieve that power. "Are you mourning?" Marcella asked once the cries of the dragons quieted down. The question obviously was for Divine Demon. Marcella saw the others in that team as nothing more than ants. Only Divine Demon was worthy of her words. "That annoying dragon is finally dead," Marcella announced as she retracted part of her roots to leave room for different plants. "You are all alone now, and the previous exchange has already revealed your flaws. You won't win unless you have another trump card." "Flaws?" Divine Demon finally spoke. "Yes, the flaws in your breakthrough," Marcella explained. "Your previous attack revealed the limits of your mind. I wouldn't have won the exchange if you still had the help of the higher plane." "Are you trying to put the dragon's death on me?" Divine Demon asked. "It is your fault," Marcella declared as she summoned a flower with blood-red petals. "I could isolate your toxin because your mind carries no knowledge of the magical plant's field. It would have been different if you still had the higher plane on your side." The revelation felt earth-shattering to Divine Demon's companions. Maribel, Sepunia, and the Odd Dragon didn't even notice that flaw, but they couldn't deny Marcella's world. Divine Demon had really failed to affect the magical plants with his power, and his lack of knowledge seemed to be the reason behind that failure. Solid doubts inevitably appeared in the experts' minds even if they tried their best to wear stern faces. Marcella had found a flaw that had heavy repercussions in the entirety of Divine Demon's power. He couldn't kill her if his foundation simply failed to be effective. "Defeat is hard to accept," Divine Demon eventually announced. "I remember that now." "Ooh," Marcella gasped. "Did I trigger a bad memory?" "I'm honored. There is no such thing as an expert who never experienced defeat," Divine Demon declared. "We all lose during our journeys. Sometimes we even lose part of ourselves." "You know," Marcella uttered, "Heaven and Earth would happily accept your world. You can switch sides if you don't feel like fighting anymore. That's the difference between a mere expert and a demon," Divine Demon pointed out. "I might have lost something to achieve my breakthrough, but that process was inevitable. I would have never achieved my true potential otherwise." "Your true potential has failed you," Marcella declared. "No," Divine Demon corrected. "I'm still learning how to express it. I wonder how many of your companions will die during that time," Marcella replied as her gaze fell on the three experts who had kept themselves out of the exchanges. "You are right," Divine Demon sighed. "I don't have time to learn how to control my power." "Are you admitting defeat?" Marcella wondered. "I never thought I'd see ... Marcella couldn't finish her sentence since an immense wave of energy suddenly left Divine Demon. His aura seemed to expand endlessly, and Marcella's expression froze when she saw that the blood-red light filled every corner of the higher plane. Divine Demon's aura didn't carry any specific purpose. He had simply released the entirety of his energy without creating any technique, but that sheer discharge of power left many experts speechless anyway. The requirements for the final battle have just harshened. Divine Demon spoke, and his voice resounded from every inch of his aura. If you die, remain proud. You have been part of the greatest event in the history of this higher plane. What are you doing? Marcella asked in a calm tone, but traces of surprise inevitably seeped into her voice. How many of your companions are you willing to kill to win this battle? All of them, obviously. Divine Demon responded. You truly are a monster, Marcella sighed. I am a demon, Divine Demon declared. And you are about to learn what it means together with the entire higher plane. Your friend is doing something strange again, Divine Architect commented as a barrier came out of the balcony and fended off the blood-red light. You all don't know when to give up. King Elbaz patted his robe to remove the white dust that had accumulated on his figure. He had gone through a few casual exchanges with Divine Architect, and his inscribed items had turned out to be inferior, but he had predicted that outcome. Don't you think it's too early to get confident? King Elbaz asked. We were just playing around. I have been confident even before you pulled us out of the sky, Divine Architect calmly responded. I expected that answer. King Elbaz sighed before his eyes fell on the blood-red aura lingering outside the castle's range. How do you even call that strange? It perfectly fits that idiot's behavior. I prefer not to relate to idiots, Divine Architect mocked. That actually is a good approach, King Elbaz admitted. Those idiots can make anyone go crazy, but their behavior is quite easy to predict after a while. Is it? Divine Architect wondered. We are talking about a being who defies logic. How could anyone claim to predict his next move? I can because I'm better than you, King Elbaz claimed. What is he doing then? Divine Architect asked. That idiot has tried to learn how to use his new power until now, King Elbaz explained. He finally decided to change his approach. How is filling the entire higher plane with harmless energy of any use? Divine Architect questioned. That's not intentional, King Elbaz stated. I mean, that's not a real attack. He simply abandoned the idea of using his stupid mind to fight. What a reckless brute, Divine Architect sighed. Reckless, definitely, King Elbaz added. I'd normally agree on the brute part too, but it might be the right approach this time. After all, it's pointless to obtain a superior power if you can't use it to its fullest. Is this using it to its fullest? Divine Architect asked. This is only the beginning, King Elbaz explained. This is him going all out. Is that your idea of teaching? Marcella laughed when she saw the new shade that had filled the higher plane. Do you want to destroy everything? Fine by me. Marcella spread her arms, and countless magical plants quickly grew out of her. Vegetation expanded past her figure before stretching toward the creations left behind during the teleport. The technique stopped being a flat mass of magical plants and transformed into something similar to a giant forest that expanded in every direction. Divine Demon, Maribel, Sepunia, and the Odd Dragon happened to be at the center of that vegetation, but none of them dared to move during the process. The appearance of so many magical plants didn't remove Divine Demon's light from the aura. The green cloud expanded and shone with brighter colors, but the blood-red shades remained and continued to taint that separate environment. Destroy, Divine Demon asked. No one said anything about destroying everything. Divine Demon also spread his arms, and the entirety of his aura began to shake. The higher plane fell into a constant earthquake even if most of it had become part of the void, and the weaker experts could only hurry toward Pelio to find safe areas. Of course, the weaker experts from Heaven and Earth's army didn't have similar hiding spots. Some of them managed to find cover under the auras of their superiors, but many ended up trapped in the shaking that filled the entire world. The tremors slowly intensified, but Marcella didn't care about that. Her magical plants could easily fend off that pressure, so she kept her attention on Divine Demon. "You have yet to do anything," Marcella pointed out as the vegetation that had enveloped her opponents started to generate offensive magical plants. "I did," Divine Demon revealed. "I've stopped controlling my power." "What does that even mean?" Marcella mocked. "Every expert controls their power." "You said it yourself," Divine Demon stated. "The limits of my mind are flaws you can exploit, so I'll stop using it." "You are about to face the entirety of my life." "More confusing words," Marcella sighed. "I guess there is no point in this conversation." Marcella pointed her arms forward, and the vegetation unleashed its attacks. Sharp darts, dense poisonous clouds, ethereal whips, and entire plants shot toward Divine Demon to encircle him in an offensive that left him no escape path. Maribel, Sepunia, and the Odd Dragon felt lucky. Marcella didn't even mind their presence inside her technique, and the trembling blood-red aura shielded them from the weight of her offensive. The three experts could find a safe hiding spot among the vegetation while the attacks converged toward Divine Demon, but the scene that unfolded afterward left them speechless. The countless attacks froze before they could land on Divine Demon. He remained at the center of a spherical area devoid of any plant or technique, and nothing seemed able to enter it. Divine Demon scoffed as he showed his palm to materialize a cup full of wine at its center. He pretended to care about the various attacks frozen around him as he drank, but he soon disregarded that behavior to lie mid-air. The barrage of attacks obviously didn't prevent Marcella from studying the insides of the empty area. The scene inevitably tried to get to her nerves, but she remained calm as a question left her mind. "Do you really want to disrespect me so badly?" "I'm not disrespecting you," Divine Demon claimed. "I'm going all out." As if listening to Divine Demon's words, the blood-red aura around the higher plane began to condense. The shaking didn't stop, but the various waves of energy quickly gave birth to different shapes. Packs of dragons formed in some areas, and humanoid giants equipped with different weapons materialized somewhere else. Cylindrical cannons that featured countless inscriptions appeared in other spots, and the list went on. Divine Demon wasn't doing anything. He was merely relaxing at the center of the barrage of frozen attacks, but his aura was transforming in ways that affected the entire higher plane. Countless techniques materialized all around the world, and Divine Demon's companions ended up recognizing some of them. He had already used those attacks, but his current display of power was creating bigger and mightier versions of them. Moreover, Divine Demon wasn't holding anything back. He wasn't satisfied with a single powerful technique. He was summoning everything he had ever created in his life, and the process inevitably killed many unfortunate experts. Most of those experts belonged to Heaven and Earthside due to the lack of hiding spots, but Divine Demon still killed some of his underlings. Of course, he didn't care about those deaths, especially when techniques materialized around him to fend off Marcella's offensive. Marcella saw a perfect intact copy of the space dragon materializing next to Divine Demon and affecting the space-time array in the area. Her offensive teleported against her will, and many attacks reappeared among her vegetation, where they unleashed their power. Meanwhile, the techniques in the rest of the higher plane shot toward Marcella as soon as their structures stabilized. She saw the energy that had filled the world just a few seconds ago flying toward her while wielding different natures and properties. At that sight, Marcella stopped seeing the battle as a mere struggle against an incredible expert. The entire higher plane had just become her opponent, and she prepared herself to face it. Marcella opened her mouth, and a green pillar came out of it. Countless roots, branches, and flowers materialized among the light and grew rapidly to thicken the vegetation in the area. Layers over layers of magical plants moved toward the edges of the vegetation and prepared themselves for the imminent impact. Countless techniques were converging in the area, and the inevitable crash eventually happened. A deep noise capable of making the entire higher plane shake spread through the world as the many techniques crashed on the magical plants. The impact generated a shockwave that expanded everywhere and stopped only when it reached the sky. Some of Divine Demon's techniques crumbled when they landed on the defensive magical plants. Yet, Their destruction generated storms that carried the trembling blood-red energy. Violent earthquakes surrounded the entire vegetation, while the intact techniques pierced their way through the countless magical plants. Roars and screams resounded everywhere as Divine Demon gave birth to the messiest battlefield that the higher plane had ever witnessed. The giant copy of the space dragon also did some work. The creature used its influence on the space-time array to teleport some blood-red techniques inside the vegetation and make them avoid strong defenses. Marcella didn't let that sea of techniques overwhelm her. A shout left her mouth, and the green smoke brightened. The various magical plants absorbed that gas and grew stronger before generating more flowers and branches. Soon, countless giant trunks and unstable petals appeared in front of the various blood-red techniques. Divine Demon was assaulting the vegetation from every corner, but Marcella was slowly managing to match that offensive. She had the energy to back up those defenses. She only needed to decide how to approach the array of attacks. The scene was beyond incredible. The final battle had forced all the living beings in the higher plane to fight, but the battlefield with Marcella and Divine Demon seemed to surpass the chaos witnessed previously. There were too many fights going on in that relatively small area. Hundreds of techniques fought against entire armies of magical plants, and the victories on both sides never led anywhere. The blood-red energy transformed whenever the plants managed to win over some techniques. Most of it became part of the earthquakes, while others took other shapes that increased the diversity of attacks among the vegetation. As for the magical plants, they had an endless stream of energy flowing through their fabric. Marcella was going all out to keep her creation full of power and close any opening created by Divine Demon's offensive. The assault was relentless, and its relatively isolated location didn't prevent the various underlings from dying due to the shockwaves it unleashed through the higher plane. Many continued to suffer due to the presence of a battle that only the leaders could withstand. The situation was a bit different for the three experts who were stuck among the vegetation. Sepunia, Maribel, and the Odd Dragon had summoned many defensive layers while hiding under one of the sturdiest magical plants in the hope of surviving that mighty assault. The defenses held strong for a while, but some of Divine Demon's techniques eventually got close enough to spread shockwaves in their direction. The three experts could only move through the vegetation to find a new hiding spot at that point, but they were slowly running out of options. Marcella wasn't exactly losing. She actually had an answer for any attack that Divine Demon used against her. Yet the assault never stood still. The various exchanges moved through the vegetation as teleports and small victories happened, so the three experts could never settle in a single location. Of course, Divine Demon didn't care about his companions at all, and the same went for Marcella. The two mighty experts had already decided how the rest of their battle would go, and nothing could stand in their path. "Is that all?" Marcella shouted as new waves of energy left her body to flow into her magical plants. "Is this what the great Divine Demon can do?" Divine Demon disregarded the taunt as he refilled his cup of wine. His techniques were on autopilot since his world was using everything contained inside his mind to summon and control them. He only needed to wait for the battle to end, and Marcella's words weren't interesting enough to force his attention to move. The earthquakes slowly became so intense that the vegetation felt forced to retreat. Marcella wasn't exactly losing ground. She was only sacrificing the width of her technique to prioritize sturdiness. She needed firm magical plants to fend off the tremors, so she couldn't create them without condensing her influence. Divine Demon was in a similar situation. The earthquakes had grown so intense because many techniques had shattered and had added their energy to those tremors. The exchange was nowhere near its end, but it was transforming to reach that phase. Both Divine Demon and Marcella were condensing their influence to make it converge toward their opponent, and neither had seized the advantage. "So much for teaching me how to be a demon," Marcella eventually shouted as excitement surged in her mind. "You have yet to beat my creation." Divine Demon sighed when he saw that his cup was empty again. He wanted to refill it, but Marcella finally attracted his attention. His uncaring gaze pierced the various plants to focus on the privileged cultivator, and a teleport happened. "You can get excited then. Divine Demon's voice spread through the entire vegetation as he teleported in front of Marcella. The teleport didn't take Marcella by surprise. She had sensed that movement technique, and green petals had grown around her to make her ready for an eventual attack. "What are you even saying?" Marcella asked before realizing that a grin had appeared on her face. "You aren't fighting for heaven and earth now," Divine Demon revealed. "You are fighting for yourself. You want to prove that you are stronger than me." "So?" Marcella snorted. Triumphing over strong opponents is a core aspect of the cultivation journey. But magical plants shouldn't have that urge, Divine Demon pointed out. They only have to thrive. Marcella's eyes widened, but she quickly suppressed that surprised expression. Divine Demon was partially right, but she didn't want to show the slightest trace of defeat. "Well, there is another explanation," Divine Demon continued. "No one ever dared to match your position, so finding a worthy opponent awakened something you forgot long ago." "I'm sure you will enlighten me now," Marcella mocked. "When was the last time you enjoyed a battle?" Divine Demon asked as wine materialized in his cup. "You are about to tell me that you are enjoying this," Marcella responded. "Of course," Divine Demon laughed. "You have killed recklessly," Marcella pointed out. "You have ruined the lives of many of your companions due to your lack of control. Do you think they enjoyed being overwhelmed by your power?" "Who cares?" Divine Demon shouted. "We are gods fighting to create a path through the sky. We are the peak of the world. Those who can't survive our whims don't deserve to see the end of this struggle." "You should talk to Decumia," Marcella sighed. "I'm sure she will find your thoughts interesting." "But she isn't the one matching my techniques," Divine Demon declared. "You are fighting on par with this monster. Are you sure you aren't a monster too?" Marcella couldn't lie in that situation. Divine Demon had already seen her grin, and her feelings were evident. She was enjoying that struggle against an opponent capable of matching her boundless energy. Still, Marcella wasn't Divine Demon. She didn't share his merciless mindset, and part of her even despised it. She was willing to kill anyone to reach her goals, but she didn't enjoy adding pointless deaths to her experience. "I am a monster," Marcella eventually admitted. "I was a monster even before your birth. That doesn't make us equals." "You are right," Divine Demon stated. "This exchange is making us equals." "You have yet to win," Marcella pointed out. "You have yet to win a single exchange." "I have already won," Divine Demon laughed. "I forced one of heaven and earth's best pawns to forget her higher purpose. How does it feel to fight to prove yourself superior to your opponent?" "You are speaking nonsense," Marcella scoffed. "It feels good, right?" Divine Demon continued. "Going all out without caring about your surroundings or situation. Using your power to its fullest to achieve a single victory. That's what we live for. That's why we forced our existence to reach these peaks." "Speak for yourself," Marcella sighed. "Not everyone shares your maniacal urges. Everyone at this level does," Divine Demon shouted. "The peak is achievable only to those willing to push their urges to the limit." "Heaven and earth created a different path," Marcella corrected. "And how many of their leaders walk on it?" Divine Demon asked. "How many of you abandoned your urges for the sake of the peak?" "An entire army is proving you wrong," Marcella stated. "Is it?" Divine Demon laughed as he spread his arms. "I only see ants running away in front of a superior power." Marcella was getting tired of that topic. Divine Demon twisted it to benefit his vision with every answer, and Marcella couldn't correct him properly. Part of her also knew that he was right, especially when she inspected the battlefield. Heaven and earth had really offered an alternative path to the peak. Their safe environment had allowed many experts to reach the solid stage without encountering hindrances or challenges. However, those experts couldn't find a proper footing in the final battle. They were valuable assets who had slowed down their opponent's advance, but none had managed to be relevant in the major fights. Even the numerical advantage didn't help. Emperor, Queen, and Vesuvia could keep many privileged cultivators at bay because they had achieved the peak through normal methods. They were maniacs, and that made them superior to anyone who had become able to match their power through a journey devoid of challenges. Divine Architect was the only vague exception among the leaders since Heaven and Earth had recruited her relatively early. Still, her achievements and sheer drive compensated for the lack of challenges in her journey. Even without hindrances, she remained a proper maniac. "I don't get what you are trying to achieve," Marcella sighed. "There is nothing wrong in enjoying a worthy battle as long as I continue to serve Heaven and Earth." "That's the issue," Divine Demon declared. "Why even serve them when you can summon so much power?" "Are you praising me now?" Marcella teased. "Why wouldn't I?" Divine Demon questioned. "You can match my blows. That alone proves your value." "Simple-minded experts like you sure have it easy," Marcella commented. "You'll keep moving forward without caring about the consequences of your action. You'll advance even with defeat as the only possible outcome." "We can't change what we are," Divine Demon announced. "That's the secret behind our power. We are the best expression of ourselves, even with superior beings trying to crush us." "Your approach carries some beauty," Marcella admitted. "But it also makes you a fool. You fail to see the big picture. You can't win, and defeat carries no beauty." "We have already proven many predictions wrong," Divine Demon exclaimed. "What makes you so sure that we won't succeed again?" "Because I've seen the big picture," Marcella explained. "I might suit your standards, but I'm not an idiot." "What a waste," Divine Demon sighed. "You already have what it takes to be a demon, but you lack resolve." "I have the resolve to fight for what I believe in," Marcella corrected. "It simply happens to go against you." "Which makes it wrong," Divine Demon snorted. "Such arrogance," Marcella giggled. "Do you think that's enough to beat me?" Divine Demon didn't speak anymore. He emptied his cup and refilled it while keeping his eyes fixed on his opponent. Marcella also remained in her position, and the two focused on each other while their techniques fought. Plants and waves of blood-red energy spread everywhere. Destruction filled the area occupied by vegetation, but no significant victories happened. Some of Divine Demon's techniques lost against their opponents, but they transformed instead of dispersing. Part of their energy flowed toward the earthquakes to enhance their violence, while the rest of it morphed to generate new abilities. The magical plants didn't remain still either. Many techniques managed to pierce and destroy them, but Marcella's energy reserves were genuinely boundless. They always found the fuel to regrow and flourish while the assault continued. Marcella and Divine Demon seemed stuck in a stalemate, even if their techniques never stood still. Yet, the exchange was slowly moving toward its final phases, and neither did anything to interrupt the process. Soon, the entirety of Divine Demon's offensive fused with the earthquakes around the vegetation. Even the copy of the space dragon shattered willingly to join that massive technique. Marcella found herself against a single attack carrying enough energy to fill the higher plane, but she didn't back away. Her plants retreated to generate stronger trunks and flowers that could resist the violent tremors landing on them. The earthquakes didn't stay completely still. Figures came out of the shaking spherical cage and assaulted the various magical plants on their path. Dragons, giants, weapons, and much more fought Marcella's creations, but the latter held strong. Marcella and Divine Demon appeared evenly matched on every field, and they slowly understood that. Still, they kept powering their techniques while staring at each other. Neither wanted to back down, but they had to wait for the exchange to end to find which approach was correct. The tremors eventually became so violent that no plant in Marcella's arsenal could stop them. The earthquake spread through the vegetation and reached the two experts, who spat mouthfuls of blood almost at the same time. The process was hurting Divine Demon, but he didn't move. He had something to prove there, and the same went for Marcella. Their struggle wasn't something that words could solve, and both were too proud to abandon their position. It was clear that only one of them would survive that exchange, but Divine Demon and Marcella were fine with it. They were both holding their ground to defend their opposite beliefs, so moving wasn't an option. Nevertheless, something unexpected affected the exchange before Divine Demon and Marcella could find a winner. Patches of pink energy suddenly spread through the entire vegetation and destabilized its structure for an instant. That moment was enough for the earthquakes. All the plants crumbled at the same time due to the tremors flowing through the vegetation. Marcella and Divine Demon remained exposed, and they both turned toward the source of that unexpected power while violent energy flew toward them. Sepunia had revealed her presence. Pink patches of energy covered her body and forced her cultivation level to reach the solid stage. She kept her eyes closed and her legs crossed while Maribel and the Odd Dragon burned their existence to protect her from the tremors. Decumia was truly going crazy. Multiple exchanges had followed Wilfred's arrival, and she struggled to win them. The foolery's insane influence was too much to handle through standard methods. The privileged cultivator even believed that nothing in her power could actually counter them. The problems didn't stop there. Decumia was strong enough to preserve her life and power during the exchanges, but that gave her the time to inspect the other major battles. Sword Saint and the old man were evenly matched. Noah had locked Caesar in a prison that no one could inspect, and Marcella had found a suitable opponent who was forcing her to go all out. The ruler's resolve had also fallen into a giant cage under the attacks of his three opponents. Divine Architect seemed to be the only one among heaven and earth's leaders who had yet to suffer significant defeats, but her adversary couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, she and King Elbaz were still playing around, which only made their situation more surprising. Heaven and earth had yet to break free from their restraints, but that didn't change the incredible scenery of the battlefield. A lousy group of rebels and maniacs had forced the ruler's army into a corner. They weren't winning, but they weren't losing either, and that alone was incredible. Decumia's struggles were another detail that added value to the landmass forces. Noah had created an organization that could hope to win. The odds were against those crazy rebels, but they were disregarding them through sheer determination and overwhelming power. Decumia wasn't the only expert in heaven and earth's army who had reached similar conclusions. Many lesser privileged cultivators had understood that they had misplaced their arrogance. Noah and the others were the best opponents that the higher plane could ever produce. They were defying a plan that had been in place for eras. They were the true protagonists of that final battle, and the sole thought that they could win made many lesser privileged cultivators experience deep fear and worry. Of course, the leaders in heaven and earth's army were different. Their worlds were deeper, and their resolve reached realms that their weaker companions had never witnessed. Decumia was even different from the other leaders. Their devotion toward heaven and earth had various sources, but they were all firm and deep. Caesar stood far above them in that aspect, but Decumia occupied the very opposite extreme of the spectrum. Wilfred and the foolery had good teamwork. Wilfred kept his distance while delivering punches on the void that created precise attacks, while the foolery continued to charge ahead with sprints empowered by its farts. Decumia would typically have no problems against Wilfred. His attacks were insanely powerful for a hybrid in the liquid stage, but she was stronger than him in multiple fields. Decumia would simply charge ahead and turn Wilfred's strength against him in normal circumstances. His ability was too straightforward. Her chaos would defeat it in no time. However, Wilfred seemed to have a deep battle sense. His instincts told him how to maximize the effects of his attacks to create more problems for Decumia. That alone would still fail to be enough, but the foolery created a situation where Decumia couldn't act freely. Its charges were impossible to dodge, and Decumia saw part of her energy vanishing from her body after every exchange. Whenever the foolery completed its charge, chunks of flesh, entire limbs, and even internal organs disappeared, but Decumia didn't panic. Giant attacks aimed at her injuries landed on her body right afterward, but she kept her cool and studied the situation. After a while, Decumia exploded into a loud laugh. Her companions had found worthy opponents, and she didn't know how to win her battle, but she still laughed. The foolery and Wilfred didn't hesitate to exploit that chance. They continued to assault Decumia, and she didn't bother to resist. Large chunks of her body disappeared, and some attacks even ended up affecting the energy inside her world. "I can laugh louder than her," the foolery shouted before taking a deep breath. Wilfred teleported next to the foolery to smack its belly. The pig spat the air accumulated in its lungs, but a laugh resounded anyway. Its voice even surpassed Decumia's. "No one can stop M-." The foolery shouted, but Wilfred promptly closed its mouth. "Let's kill her now," Wilfred ordered. "I don't know what she is doing, but heaven and earth are coming. Don't waste time. I must overwhelm her in every field." The foolery spoke even if Wilfred was keeping its mouth closed. Wilfred knew that trying to reason with the foolery was impossible, especially after it achieved that new power. He wasn't even the best when it came to those social interactions, but that allowed him to think like the pig. "Stephen didn't care about her," Wilfred stated. "He wanted you to defeat heaven and earth. We can't waste time here." The foolery couldn't help but calm down after hearing the word Stephen, and Wilfred's following line succeeded in changing its mind. "Besides, I'm hungry." "You are right," the foolery exclaimed through its closed mouth. "We should eat." Wilfred let go of the foolery and turned toward Decumia. The privileged cultivator was still laughing, but no energy left her figure. She seemed to have gone mental, but Wilfred didn't believe that someone at her level could have lost her mind so quickly. The foolery didn't bother to inspect Decumia's state. Loud farts came out of its butt, wings, and legs to create a sprint that the privileged cultivator couldn't follow. The smelly farts almost broke Wilfred's concentration, but he had grown used to them by now. He bent his legs and retracted his massive arms while placing them at his sides. His face lost any trace of emotion as he delved deep into his knowledge to prepare for his attack. Decumia could dodge the incoming charge. She couldn't follow the foolery, but she knew powerful evasive maneuvers that could make her avoid anything coming in her direction. Yet, Decumia had already failed to avoid suffering injuries through those methods. She had accepted that the foolery existed in a realm that her thoughts couldn't reach. So, she gave up on dodging the incoming attack and continued to laugh. The foolery slammed on Decumia and pushed her into the sky. The violent impact created a shockwave that shattered once it reached the other waves of energy running through the battlefield. Yet, that didn't affect the overall power of its attack. Decumia's torso disappeared, leaving behind only her limbs and head. Purple energy refilled the missing parts, but that fuel vanished under the influence of the foolery's hunger. Wilfred launched his attack at that point. His arms slowly moved forward until he stretched them completely. The gesture didn't create anything in front of him. Still, an invisible wall appeared above Decumia and tried to squash her on the sky. In theory, Decumia was defenseless. Her figure had no energy, so her flesh was bound to shatter under the immense force falling on her. Nevertheless, the wall of energy stopped moving forward as soon as it touched Decumia's maimed figure. All the power inside the attack turned purple and crumbled into a rain of shards that rearranged themselves to create different structures. Part of the shards fused with Decumia's body to fix her injuries. Instead, the rest of the rain condensed into an array of tentacles that expanded from behind her back. More food! The foolery squealed at the sight of the massive tentacles. Intense hunger spread from its figure and fell on those limbs, which immediately started to lose power. Still, the tentacles exploded before the foolery could completely absorb them. The energy released during the detonation lost any connection to Decumia and gave birth to violent storms that seemed to carry no specific nature. The foolery could only absorb part of the storms before finding itself inside gales that even its powerful body couldn't oppose. Wounds opened on its thick flesh during that barrage, but a wave of energy dispersed all of them. Wilfred blew over his fuming right fist. He had managed to disperse the storms, but he had suffered a backlash. It seemed that Decumia had found a suitable approach, but Wilfred couldn't understand much from her crazy laugh. Decumia didn't counter the foolery's offensive. She didn't stop the mindless charge or the intense hunger. Her approach carried power and secrets that Wilfred and the pig didn't completely understand. Of course, the foolery didn't care about the event or the details behind it. The pig glanced at the shallow cuts on its body before lowering its head in preparation for its next charge. Instead, Wilfred had a more careful approach. He needed to be the mind of that team, but he felt pretty lost when he reviewed what had just happened. Decumia didn't do anything special. She had detonated her technique to generate energy that could hurt the foolery. The severing of any connection with the explosions was the only unique aspect of the attack. The lack of connections had allowed the energy to ignore part of the foolery's advantages. Yet, the chaotic storm that had formed after the explosion retained aspects belonging to Decumia's world. Wilfred and the foolery's hunger couldn't sense them, but those gales had been too violent to be part of a natural event. Wilfred tried to compare the storm to Divine Demon's earthquakes. The two attacks had similar natures, but the latter carried Divine Demon's unmistakable influence. Instead, the gales that had hurt the pig resembled a natural catastrophe. It would make sense, Wilfred accepted in his mind. But can she really do something like this? It should be impossible to achieve so much power without relying on worlds. Wilfred knew that his understanding of the word impossible didn't express the reality of the final battle. The higher plane had seen many experts ignoring its general meaning, and his companions were mostly to blame for that. The foolery was a perfect example of that topic. Stephen had allowed it to achieve an unreasonable ability that even a leader from Heaven and Earth's army couldn't oppose. Still, Decumia wasn't the foolery. No matter how insane they sounded, her ability had to follow general rules, which didn't happen during the last exchange. The storms weren't as strong as the earthquakes, Wilfred thought, but we aren't as strong as Divine Demon or his opponent either. The foolery launched its offensive while Wilfred was busy reviewing the previous exchange. The charge was even faster than before, but Decumia decided to remain still once again. The pig slammed on the privileged cultivator, but the impact didn't send her away since the sky remained intact. Decumia saw her flesh being squashed on the white layer as power left her body, but a laugh continued to leave her bleeding mouth. Still laughing? The foolery asked. I can do that too. The foolery gave voice to a loud laugh that mixed with its squeals as farts came out of its limbs and butt. The smelly gas gave birth to another powerful sprint that squashed Decumia even more. Decumia's figure seemed about to turn into a gory mess, but a blinding purple radiance suddenly came out of her shattered body and filled the area. The smelly gas, shockwave, and overall energy released during the sprint fused with the purple light to transform into a colorless wave of power. Part of that fuel put some distance between the foolery and Decumia, allowing her to rebuild her body. Decumia stretched her arms forward without interrupting her laugh. The vast sea of colorless energy churned and condensed in her palms before transforming into a violent current that pushed the foolery away. The pig couldn't oppose the current. Its superior strength couldn't defeat the sheer violence slamming on its body, but that wasn't enough to stop it. Anger and hunger exploded out of the pig's body and took control of the area. The violent current became unable to touch it even if it was standing right in the middle of its raging energy. The foolery didn't turn ethereal. Its power had actually reached new depths, which added weight to its presence. The space didn't seem to like that process, but the changes in that space-time array remained too faint to gain any meaning. Hitting you doesn't necessarily lead to injuries, Decumia announced while interrupting her laugh. You don't need to dodge to avoid an attack. Did you finally acknowledge my superiority? The foolery proudly asked while rising its head, uncaring that the wild energy was still flowing around it. A pillar made of invisible energy fell on the violent currents and interrupted its flow. The colorless fuel lost its momentum and dispersed into the void, but Decumia didn't bother to glance at the source of that attack. Her eyes remained on the pig, and her expression grew happier with each passing second. Wilfred frowned when he inspected his fuming hands. Injuries had opened on his knuckles due to the remote contact with the violent current. Drawbacks had happened again, confirming that Decumia had obtained a new power. Your power makes no sense, Decumia exclaimed as she suppressed a new laugh. That makes it limitless in terms of abilities. How interesting. Even Heaven and Earth's leaders accepted my might. The foolery sighed as a single tear left its right eye. Stephen, Xavier will be our next target. Your idiocy makes you troublesome, Decumia stated. But I'm the most troublesome expert in the entire higher plane. My chaos always finds a way. Decumia shot forward to reach the foolery, but she failed to touch it. Her hand seeped through its skin as if it wasn't really there, but everything changed when her arm ended in its mouth. The foolery allowed Decumia to touch it again only to eat her arm. The limb couldn't survive the pig's teeth, but a purple cloud came out of the maimed spot. The cloud didn't affect the foolery. Actually, that purple energy began to rotate as the pig ate it. Yet, Decumia laughed again, and a colorless spot appeared among that gas before expanding to remove any trace of the purple color. The pig's eyes widened in surprise as a violent cough took control of its body. It had absorbed part of the transformed gas, which turned out to be toxic for its world. Decumia's smile widened as she pressed her hands on the foolery's head. Her body emitted a purple light that turned colorless before focusing on the pig's mind. The attack seemed to work on the foolery. The pig rejected any form of control that Decumia was trying to apply to its mind, but it remained stuck in that position. A mere suppression couldn't keep the foolery immobilized for too long. Intense hunger soon resumed to seep out of its skin, and anger also fused with that feeling to hurt Decumia and eat her energy. Still, Decumia didn't seem to care about the energy leaving her body. She wanted to inflict a lasting injury on the foolery, and she appeared able to succeed. She only needed to endure the next blow. Decumia suddenly disappeared. The foolery regained control of its body only to wear a frown. It didn't understand what had happened, but the shockwave that exploded before it solved that mystery. A loud noise expanded from the spot previously occupied by Decumia and spread in every direction. The foolery didn't summon any defensive ability, and a superficial layer of its skin turned into a fuming mess that hid some burns. "I had her," the foolery complained. "I won't risk losing you," Wilfred stated while teleporting next to the foolery. "Your power is too useful." The foolery's eyes lit up when it saw that Wilfred's massive arms had greatly suffered during the last exchange. His muscles were in the open and smoke came out of those injuries. "We will be unbeatable now," the foolery squealed. "What?" Wilfred casually asked without moving his eyes from his opponent. "We can both exploit the smoke to get faster and stronger," the foolery proudly announced. Wilfred glanced at the foolery while trying his best not to show any emotion. He didn't know how to react to the pig's excitement, so he limited himself to a simple "sure." "Alexander's weaker version," Decumia called while straightening her position to stand on the sky. "You wouldn't belong on this battlefield without the help of your far stronger companions. How many of you wouldn't be here without the sky's protection?" Wilfred responded. "The weakest of us is as strong as hundreds of you." My, Decumia laughed. "You speak arrogant words for someone hiding behind a corpse. I wonder, will you also sacrifice yourself to give power to the pig?" Wilfred didn't take those words well. He had shared Stephen's situation in the past. Supreme Thief had to save their lives and add aspects to their worlds to pave the path toward the 9th rank. Seeing how Stephen had to give his life to make his power effective didn't promise anything good. Wilfred also knew that he was finding chances to attack only because the foolery had become strangely reliable. Still, those opportunities weren't leading anywhere. Wilfred could push Decumia away and interrupt her attacks, but he couldn't hurt her deeply. He even struggled to open wounds in her already weakened figure. Questions on how to act piled on in Wilfred's mind. He wasn't the type to think during a battle. He preferred the straightforward approach that tested the limits of his physical strength, but it was clear that he couldn't defeat Decumia like that. Wilfred couldn't even expose himself since Decumia's chaos was too scary without the foolery's influence acting as a defensive layer. Long-range attacks that exploited his new techniques were his only real option, but they couldn't help the pig too much. She has yet to understand how to counter the foolery, Wilfred thought. But she is getting there. If she learns how to ignore its influence, we might be in trouble. Those thoughts ruled out the slow and ineffective long-range attacks from his options. Wilfred couldn't allow his opponent to become a problem for his companions. He wanted to ensure the foolery's victory, but that might require a price, and he was willing to pay it. "Do you know how she is doing this?" Wilfred whispered as he tried to come up with a plan. "Doing what?" the foolery asked. "Going past your power," Wilfred explained. "Her power is stretching past the limits of her world while remaining bound to it." "When did that happen?" the foolery questioned. Wilfred couldn't help but glance at the foolery. The pig appeared utterly clueless, but that didn't stop Wilfred from voicing another question. Didn't you notice anything strange at all? I'm still eating her, the foolery stated. What changed? Wilfred gave up on the matter. That idiocy probably favored the foolery's new power, but it also made it unreliable when it came to plans or strategies. Wilfred had to handle that part on his own, so he came up with something relatively simple. I'll distract her, Wilfred uttered. Her chaos is troublesome, but she probably can't defend against you and me at the same time. I should also hurt her pretty badly if she decides to focus on you. We can do this. Wilfred was quite confident in his guess. Xianxia had always needed to sever her energy from her existence to create abilities that could pierce the foolery's defenses. His plan sounded beyond reasonable. Wilfred would be able to land a direct attack if Xianxia didn't stop him, and the foolery could do the same in the opposite situation. Of course, Wilfred's life would be in danger if Xianxia decided to focus on him, but he didn't care about that. The foolery would be able to deliver a clean blow through his sacrifice, and the lack of valuable defenses would probably make it reach Xianxia's world. Both options would lead to positive results if Xianxia didn't have anything surprising, which sounded reasonable since she had just learnt how to handle the foolery. That was enough to push Wilfred in that direction. What are you doing? The foolery asked when it saw that Wilfred was ready to charge ahead. I'm preparing for the plan, Wilfred stated. What plan? The foolery asked while tilting its head to its right. Are you even listening to me? Wilfred sighed. I have a plan. The foolery squealed. Let's go. Wilfred had no idea what the pig had in mind, and he soon discovered that no amount of thinking could affect that situation. The smoke coming out of his arms suddenly grew violent and made him shoot toward Xianxia, who could only laugh at that scene. The foolery also used the smoke coming out of its damaged skin to accelerate. The pig flew in a straight line with Wilfred at its side, and both of them ended up leaving a smelly trail along their path. Wilfred didn't understand what was happening. His body sprinted on its own, and it even adjusted its path and momentum to match the foolery's speed. Xianxia let the two converge toward her without summoning any technique, so Wilfred had the chance to make a point of the situation. He connected that unreasonable development to the foolery's ability, which forced him to move his thoughts to the next step. He had to attack. Wilfred closed his eyes and joined his hands above his head. His whole body tensed up, and his muscles bulged as they prepared themselves for the inevitable backlash. A long-range attack had reflected injuries to his body, so it was very likely that a direct blow would cause even more damage. Wilfred knew all of that, but he pressed forward and mustered as much strength as possible, uncaring that his limbs could explode during the impact. The foolery limited itself to a simple charge, and its body landed on Xianxia together with Wilfred's joint fists. A massive force fell on the privileged cultivator and ran deeply into her existence. But storms suddenly came out of her and sent everything flying away. The energy inside Xianxia, Wilfred, and the foolery saw an unstoppable force sending them away. The power released by their previous attacks acted as a shield, but their bodies suffered injuries anyway. It didn't take long before Wilfred and the foolery reunited somewhere among the void. Their attention was still on the laughing Xianxia, but their stances were quite different. We almost had her, the foolery squealed. Let's go again. The foolery had every intention to charge ahead right away, but Wilfred promptly wrapped his legs around its thick neck to stop it. The pig instinctively thought that Wilfred wanted to jump on its back, and anger burst out of its figure. Nevertheless, that anger waned when the pig noticed that Wilfred lacked his arms. He couldn't grab the foolery with other limbs, and his condition actually created a problem. Hurry up and regrow them, the foolery ordered. I can't so quickly, Wilfred complained as he kept pulling to express his intentions. Give me some of the energy you have taken from her. I didn't take anything, the foolery snorted while tilting its head. Wilfred's legs were still bound to its neck, so the gesture ended up waving him around. Don't copy defying demon, Wilfred scolded while crouching forward and headbutting the foolery on its forehead. I know you are eating under all that skin. That's a complete lie, the foolery declared before tilting its head on the other side. The gesture separated the two and slammed Wilfred on the pig's belly. "I can't fight like this," Wilfred voiced an annoyed remark before bringing its legs back on the pig's neck. "I can't do anything about that," the foolery squealed. "I'm almost done absorbing her energy. You can't take it at this stage." "You lied to buy yourself some time," Wilfred shouted as he began to kick the side of the pig's head. "It's my energy," the foolery complained. "I took it. My belly is my domain. I am close to approaching the breakthrough dash." Wilfred said before the foolery bit his leg and forced him to interrupt his line. "You dumb pig," Wilfred cried. "At least make one of those awful plants. They should have improved too, right?" The foolery froze before slowly moving its head toward Wilfred. His leg was still in its mouth, but it didn't press on it anymore. "You forgot that you could do that, didn't you?" Wilfred sighed, recognizing the guilt behind the foolery's expression. "I recall that ability," Xianxia announced once the scuffle in the distance ended. "Go on. Make it. I want to see how it changed after your breakthrough." The foolery and Wilfred turned toward Xianxia to show their cold expressions. The privileged cultivator was underestimating them, and the pig couldn't let that go. "I only need a fraction of my power to defeat you," the foolery squealed. "We won't use my Crete dash." "Shut up," Wilfred scolded while pulling the pig from its neck. "Make that damned plant already." "But she is insulting us," the foolery complained. "We'll get back at her by destroying her world," Wilfred declared. "That's the best form of revenge." "I don't know," the pig sighed. "Taking a dump on her would be more satisfying." "Do that after giving me some energy," Wilfred ordered as he tried his best to keep his cool. Xianxia snickered while she admired the argument. Her laugh carried her complete lack of concern for her opponent's plan. She wasn't even trying to hide how little she cared about that strategy. "I'm going to take a dump on her now," the foolery snorted, but Wilfred tightened his legs around its neck to stop its reckless charge. "She is taunting us," Wilfred shouted. "I'm really not," Xianxia responded. "I'm simply curious." "Your curiosity will be your doom," the pig proudly announced while lifting its head, uncaring that the gesture flung Wilfred above it. "How?" Xianxia wondered. "Your power is interesting, but your companion fails to qualify as a worthy opponent. A breakthrough won't change the shallow essence of his world." The second insult was more personal, even if Xianxia had no mean intentions behind it. She was merely stating the truth, and Wilfred knew that she was right. Still, the insult succeeded in ending the argument. The foolery couldn't stand hearing Xianxia belittling its companions. The pig lowered its head, and a deep fart came out of its butt. Wilfred let go of the foolery as smelly gas accumulated behind them. He wore his cold expression again as he waited for something worse to come out of the pig's butt, but nothing similar happened even after a few seconds passed. "Aren't you doing your thing?" Wilfred eventually whispered. "What thing?" the foolery asked. "Aren't you creating your plants?" Wilfred specified. "What?" the foolery exclaimed before understanding what Wilfred meant. "No, I was only expressing my anger." The fart suddenly stopped, and Wilfred found himself speechless. He finally experienced what King Elbaz had to go through whenever he was with the foolery, and he couldn't wait for that situation to end. "Can you do your thing now?" Wilfred almost begged. "I'll kill her on my own if you aren't fast enough," the foolery declared as if the previous interaction didn't happen. Xianxia laughed, but she let the two complete their preparations. The foolery released a louder and longer fart that stretched behind it and condensed to take the form of a smelly environment. The foolery didn't stop there. It retreated to immerse half of its body in the smelly environment before lifting its head. The dense gas hid the results of its efforts, but both Wilfred and Xianxia knew what was happening. "It's ready," the foolery stated in a deep tone. "Don't be late." Wilfred struggled to take that statement seriously. Disgust and a tinge of fear appeared in his expression while he inspected the smelly area. The foolery had created a proper domain, but the place resembled a poisonous trap rather than a technique meant to benefit Wilfred. It can't be worse than being useless, Wilfred sighed before stepping toward the smelly domain and disappearing inside it. The foolery nodded while inspecting the scene, but its gaze soon moved to Xianxia. The privileged cultivator didn't even bother to suppress her grin, which enraged the pig even more. "Prepare yourself," the pig ordered. "Why would I do something so boring?" Xianxia giggled. The foolery couldn't take that mocking anymore. It flapped its wings, farted, and used the smoke around its figure to create an incredible sprint that Xianxia couldn't follow at all. The charge resembled a teleport due to how quickly everything happened. The foolery left behind after images as it appeared before Xianxia to slam the entirety of its momentum on her. The impact pushed Xianxia on the white layer, but the foolery noticed how nothing about her figure broke. Injuries opened, and blood flowed out of her mouth, but she remained mostly intact. Moreover, her grin widened after the crash. "You don't get it, do you?" Xianxia laughed as her injuries closed and her complexion improved. "Well, that's why you are so interesting. When paired with intellect, your unreasonable ability might actually fail to express so much power." The foolery didn't care about Xianxia's statements. It lowered its head and charged ahead again. Xianxia welcomed the attack and let the pig attempt to squash her on the sky, but her body held strong. "I will thank you once I turn you into my pet," Xianxia announced while the foolery continued to push. "You showed me a field that my chaos had yet to affect. I'm confident I'll be able to defeat Divine Demon once this battle is over." An expanding purple halo followed Xianxia's words. Her light stretched past her figure and tried to envelop the foolery, but the latter appeared immune to that influence. It didn't take long before that power flowed toward it in the form of nutrients. The light abandoned its shades to become colorless and transform into the toxic gas that Xianxia had summoned before. Yet, the foolery continued to eat without showing any suffering. "Right?" Xianxia laughed. "Who said that something poisonous can affect you? Did you turn yourself immune to my technique?" The foolery didn't reply. Its full attention was on Xianxia's energy. It kept eating and absorbing as much as possible, but the privileged cultivator didn't show any reaction. "No!" Xianxia exclaimed. "You altered the nature of my attack. Anything is possible with you, isn't it? Defeating you is almost a pity." The foolery's eyes widened in surprise when Xianxia placed her hands on its head and pushed it away. She wasn't relying on any special technique. Her sheer physical strength seemed able to overcome the pig, which didn't make any sense. "To be clear," Xianxia stated, "you are hurting me. My condition is far from ideal. I need to sacrifice something to push my chaos into your realm, but your reaction makes it worthwhile. I can feel my power growing stronger by watching your confused face." "This must be a trick," the foolery claimed. "Sort of." Xianxia giggled as she patted the foolery's forehead. "It's nothing special. I'm turning my chaos into pure energy by cutting it away from my world. Your companion did something similar not too long ago." The foolery couldn't connect that behavior to Sword Saint's previous achievements. It barely understood what was happening, but the situation was more than clear. His power failed to overcome Xianxia. Xianxia's arms broke as soon as intense anger shot out of the foolery's figure. Its power intensified, and its influence deepened as it summoned more of its unreasonable power. Xianxia's skin withered under that deeper influence. The energy inside her fabric vanished and left behind flesh that turned into dust. Her bones and organs suffered the same fate, and the turn of her world soon arrived. An uneven, bright sphere appeared once the entirety of Xianxia's figure vanished. The foolery didn't hesitate to bite down on that world, but its mouth broke when its teeth stabbed its edges. The foolery didn't give up, but its determination couldn't stop what was happening. Violent storms came out of the openings dug by its teeth and pushed it away, destroying vast chunks of its flesh in the process. The storms were so massive that the foolery had the chance to seize control of its body only after slamming on the sky and rolling over it for half of the higher plane. The attack heavily maimed its figure, ripping away 2 legs and 1 wing, but its wounded face carried no pain. The pig felt only confusion. The openings in Decumia's world didn't release her usually purple energy. They had directly unleashed powerful storms that didn't carry any connection to her, which was obviously surprising due to their source. Decumia's world seemed to have energy that didn't belong to her existence, but that was theoretically impossible. Yet, her ability to create chaos could stretch into strange realms, and the foolery had gotten a taste of them. The foolery didn't care about its injuries, but the last exchange forced it to study the situation. Decumia didn't only overcome its physical strength. She had also placed defenses in her very world, which required a more strategic approach. Yet, the foolery had never been the intelligent type. Its ability had remained simple even after absorbing Stephen. Its idiocy could create unreasonable wonders, but Decumia seemed able to predict them. The damage on Decumia's world vanished in no time, and purple energy soon seeped out of its edges. Her body quickly materialized and hid the source of her power. The foolery soon saw that annoying grin again, but it didn't give in to its anger at that time. "Are you trying to think?" Decumia mocked. "That's so unbecoming of you." The foolery didn't answer. It explored the depths of its mind in the hope of finding something that could end that battle. Still, the process didn't lead anywhere. The pig actually felt the arrival of a headache due to that unusual behavior. "You are so funny," Decumia laughed when she saw the pig's frown. "Don't worry, I'll explain it to you. I don't want to ruin your power." Decumia raised her arms, and purple energy gathered between her palms. That power took the shape of tendrils that stretched into the void and tried to affect its functioning, but they turned out to be too shallow for that deeper realm. "You can counter this," Decumia announced. "You can eat it easily even, but chaos has its way of finding unexplored paths." The tendrils exploded and generated massive colorless storms that tried to disperse into the void. Decumia summoned more purple power to contain them, and a spherical cage soon filled the space between her palms. The energy generated by the detonation became easy to study. Decumia had created a half-transparent item that could condense those raging storms. Their immense power was almost in the open, but they remained pretty mysterious due to their peculiar nature. The storms expressed Decumia's chaos without having any connection to her world. She appeared able to make her power pass for a natural calamity without lowering its overall might. Of course, the foolery couldn't understand much, even after studying the scene for a while. The pig relied on its instincts to get an idea of what Decumia was using, but it failed to place that power into a specific category. Doing that wouldn't help it either since its ability didn't rely on its knowledge. "My state as a privileged cultivator allows you to counter me," Decumia declared. "However, I still have more power than you, and my world is far deeper. I can get access to better energy. I only need to transform it before using it against you." Decumia opened the sphere, and the storms didn't hesitate to shoot out. The hole in the cage pointed toward the foolery, so most of those gales flew toward it and captured its figure in raging winds. The foolery was injured, but that didn't prevent it from summoning its power. Its hunger spread and turned the gales into nothing more than nutrients. Yet, its influence failed to match the wind's speed. The pig managed to eat, but the gales remained too fast and powerful. Decumia had created something that the foolery couldn't match even after the breakthrough. Its absorption speed couldn't keep up with the amount of power falling on its body. That difference in power put the foolery in a pickle. It loved to eat, so it didn't dare to use its ability to escape that situation. However, injuries opened and closed on its body due to the fury of the storms and the absorbed energy. Decumia shook her head at that scene. She enjoyed seeing the foolery immersed in its instinctive urges, but that situation had to end. After all, she also knew that heaven and earth were about to return. "This transformation costs me greatly," Decumia admitted while stepping forward to fly toward the foolery. "I need to sever that energy from my world while spending power on reinforcing its nature. I basically maim myself whenever I launch something that can hurt you, and I retain no control over it." Decumia took a while to reach the foolery, but the storms still raged there by that time. The energy invested in that attack had been immense, so seeing it alive wasn't surprising. An ordinary expert would have already died by now, Xianxia announced while covering her figure with purple light to enter the storms safely. Yet, my chaos deepens whenever it stretches into untouched realms. You are the reason I'm growing stronger. Xianxia flew through the storms until she arrived in front of the foolery. The pig's cheeks and belly had inflated due to how much unabsorbed energy ran through its body. It was so busy eating that it had forgotten to digest. How cute! Xianxia giggled. I think it's time to end this. I should be able to affect your mind without hurting you too much. Xianxia took a deep breath before placing her hands on the foolery's forehead. She couldn't use her normal energy to affect its mind, but she couldn't generate random storms either. The previous exchanges had allowed Xianxia to gain some experience in that new field. She wasn't entirely confident, but she didn't want to waste more time. The foolery would probably suffer major injuries during the process, but she was okay with that. Purple energy accumulated on her fingertips before generating small explosions. Thin gales came out of those detonations and seeped through the foolery's skin, digging deep holes in it as they tried to approach its mind. The process was probably painful, but Xianxia didn't see any suffering on the foolery's face. The pig was too busy eating to care about anything else, and Xianxia didn't mind that. Xianxia couldn't control the thin gales diving into the foolery's mind. They didn't belong to her world, so she could only improve the initial orders imparted before the severing while the process continued. I reached your mind, Xianxia eventually exclaimed. I wonder how simple it will dash. What is happening? The thin gales inside the foolery's head suddenly disappeared, and the same went for all the storms in the area. Everything became peaceful, but Xianxia came next. The energy inside her body vanished, and a foreign force tried to reach her world. I get it now, the foolery whispered. I can finally understand the true source of my hunger. Xianxia didn't know what had happened, but she didn't panic. Her new technique was nothing more than an experiment. It was almost normal to see it fail after so few attempts. What's the source of your hunger? Xianxia asked while she studied the recent events to understand what could have gone wrong with her technique. The source of my hunger is my unparalleled might, the foolery squealed. The answer was so idiotic that Xianxia gave a spontaneous response. No, it's not that. Then it's my unparalleled intelligence. The foolery continued. Definitely not that, Xianxia replied. My unparalleled beauty, the foolery shouted. You are a pig, Xianxia pointed out. My unparalleled might, the foolery repeated. You just said that, Xianxia laughed. Did you even get enlightened? The foolery had lifted its head, but it lowered it to inspect its opponent. Xianxia saw pure seriousness in its gaze, and the line that followed that gesture generated evident traces of fear in her mind. Who said that I need to be enlightened to add depth to my world? Xianxia wanted to say something, but an unstoppable force suddenly landed on her back and sent her back on the sky. Her body lacked energy, so her world appeared in the open again. Xianxia knew that something had changed even before the destruction of her body. Her world appeared in the open when she touched the sky, but energy came out of it to rebuild her figure. Her eyes moved toward the source of the unstoppable force as soon as they reformed. The scene triggered a laugh that Xianxia couldn't suppress, but her reaction didn't reflect the seriousness of her mindset. The smelly domain had remained still during the fight between the foolery and Xianxia. Its poisonous nature had also prevented the advance of mental waves in its insides. The battlefield had experts with minds that could pierce that gas, but everything stank so much that none of them had dared to inspect that area. Moreover, Xianxia was the only expert involved in that battle, and she didn't care about Wilfred, so she didn't bother to check the smelly area. Yet, something had changed while she was attempting to subdue the foolery. Currents had formed among the smelly domain. They had shrunk due to their loss of energy, and azure shades had also appeared among their brownish color. An immense tunnel had eventually cut through the whole domain to deliver an unstoppable blow on Xianxia's back. The attack had destroyed her body and had pushed her away, but it didn't reveal the culprit. Come out already, Xianxia announced while keeping her eyes on the smelly domain. I want to see if you have finally become interesting. The smelly domain exploded after those words. Currents carrying the awful scent of the foolery's farts expanded through the higher plane, but all of them dispersed into the void quite soon. The explosion left nothing but void and a fuming figure at its center. Wilfred became visible again, but his expression was far from happy. He didn't seem to care about his new cultivation level. That wasn't worth it, Wilfred sighed as he blew over his left shoulder to remove the last trace of the foolery's fart. The gust of air spat out of Wilfred's mouth expanded and transformed into a rotating storm that cleaned his body. Those winds grew violent during their spinning motion, but the void eventually claimed them. A heavy aura unfolded once the storm disappeared. The power that only a solid-stage expert could carry expanded through the area and revealed Wilfred's new level to the entire higher plane. His time inside the smelly domain had allowed him to reach the peak of the cultivation journey. "Now I must kill you," Wilfred exclaimed. "I need to give value to that torture." "I wonder if you can reach me at all," Xianxia teased. Wilfred inspected his body and tightened his fists. The muscles on his arms bulged until they reached an inhuman size, and the process soon spread through the entirety of his body. "No wonder my old law couldn't reach these heights," Wilfred sighed. "No punch can make use of this power efficiently." Xianxia waited for Wilfred to get used to his new level, but boredom soon took over her. She opened her mouth to say something, but an explosion abruptly resounded behind her and forced her to turn. "Movement techniques," Wilfred cursed while straightening his position on the white layer. "They are so annoying. I'm far better with arms." "You are fast," Xianxia smirked. She didn't see Wilfred approach her, but something told her that his technique wasn't anything special. "Where is your chaos?" Wilfred asked while walking on the white layer to approach Xianxia. "I wanted to give you a free attack," Xianxia laughed. "I changed my mind." The whole area suddenly turned purple. Xianxia filled that chunk of space with her aura in an instant, and her energy immediately started to condense into an array of tendrils that shot toward Wilfred. Wilfred found some tentacles already on him. Those limbs slammed on his body but failed to inflict any damage. Yet purple patches appeared on his skin after the impact, and some of his veins also popped out to show similar shades. Xianxia's chaos knew that physical prowess wasn't the answer against Wilfred. Her attack had instinctively targeted his energy and limbs, but a surprised expression appeared on her face when she established a connection with his body. "What is that?" Xianxia gasped. Wilfred was too annoyed to answer. His muscles bulged, and the purple infection left his body. Faint clouds gathered around him, but they dispersed as soon as he raised his arms. That simple gesture generated violent gales that shot in every direction. Xianxia had to use some of her tentacles to avoid getting flung away, but that gave Wilfred the chance to shoot forward. The momentum carried by Wilfred's sprint created a hole in the barrage of tentacles and allowed him to reach Xianxia. His palms landed on her chest, and the power released during the attack touched levels that even Xianxia struggled to comprehend. Wilfred was by no means a complicated expert. His world had gained techniques thanks to Supreme Thief, but he had kept sheer physical strength as his core. In theory, something so simple would fail to affect mighty privileged cultivators who had touched profound meanings. Yet, that exchange taught Xianxia that anything could work as long as there was enough of it. Wilfred's physical strength didn't belong to the realm of hybrids. It simply made no sense, and Xianxia didn't know whether her mind could even begin to understand its limits. Could be bottomless for all she understood. Simple martial arts also enhanced that sheer might. Wilfred had turned himself into an unstoppable force, and Xianxia didn't need to put much thought into it. She knew that his attacks couldn't be blocked. The energy released by the palms dug a hole through the layers of purple energy and reached the world behind them. Xianxia's core remained fine, but her whole existence trembled, and her body directly disappeared in the shockwave that followed. The pure violence carried by the impact slammed Xianxia's world on the sky again. Her existence remained intact since Wilfred's attacks couldn't reach her deep realm, but he turned her powerless for a second nonetheless. Xianxia didn't hesitate to expand her aura in every direction once the tremors ended. She knew how to handle Wilfred. She only needed to stop his attacks before he could complete them, and her chaos could do that easily. However, her energy disappeared before it could get too far. A heavy influence replaced it, and a big figure materialized before the maimed pieces of her body that she had managed to recreate. I allowed him to act cool, the foolery announced. It's my turn now. The foolery opened its mouth, and a pulling force came out of it. The few rebuilt chunks of Decumia's body vanished, and the edges of her world started to tremble under that influence. Decumia willingly created an opening in her world to create a storm far bigger than anything launched before. The foolery's head would probably disappear if those gales landed on it, but Wilfred handled the attack. Wilfred teleported before the foolery to place a hand right above the opening. The storms landed on his palm but failed to push back his arm. He even managed to condense them by closing his fingers. "Eat her up," Wilfred ordered. King Elba sighed as he patted his clothes to remove the white dust that had accumulated after the last exchange. He and Divine Architect had gone through a series of casual attacks that involved inscribed items again, and she had come out on top, even if only slightly. Everything was going according to King Elba's predictions. He was extremely arrogant, but that never affected his judgment. Divine Architect probably was one of the few experts who could claim to be his match, and he was okay with that. He would actually feel disappointed otherwise. Nevertheless, the evolution of the battlefield was adding pressure to that casual and laid-back behavior. King Elbas knew that something had to change soon, and Divine Architect also realized that. The two were simply holding back to see who would be the first to give in. "Are you scared?" Divine Architect announced when the silence became too dull to bear. "Did I overestimate you? Why would I be scared?" King Elbas snorted. "All the other major battles are reaching their breaking point," Divine Architect commented as her crystal eyes released a white flash. "Heaven and earth are also about to come down. I thought you'd try your best to kill me before that. Did you start doubting yourself? Your arrogance limits your imagination," King Elbas sighed. "You think that I got scared because I'm still playing around. You can't even imagine the possibility that I only need one attack to defeat you. Bluffing doesn't suit you," Divine Architect coldly replied. "You aren't bad, but you'd need to deconstruct all my work only to create the chance to hurt me." "To kill you," King Elbas corrected. "That's impossible," Divine Architect stated. "You would have already made your move if you had any confidence. Instead, you are hesitating. Even your inferior mind can't close itself to the truth. Isn't that why you tainted my castle with your influence during the past exchanges?" "I knew you noticed that," King Elbas casually acknowledged. "I was wondering why you didn't do anything about it. Is my influence too hard to stop?" "Don't overestimate yourself," Divine Architect declared. "Studying is a core aspect of all inscription masters. You chose to face me for a reason. The least I can do is find out why. Don't search for a complicated answer," King Elbas mocked. "I came here because I'm better than you." "Go ahead then," Divine Architect challenged. "I let you infect my castle. You can destroy it by snapping your fingers." "Why would I do that?" King Elbas asked. "To seize some imaginary advantage," Divine Architect explained. "I'm in control of the battlefield now, but that will change if you destroy this castle. At least that's what you think." "I never wanted to destroy this castle," King Elbas snorted. "I was only searching for your stash of materials. I never thought you would use separate dimensions to hide it. I bet you will somehow connect this behavior to a weakness," Divine Architect guessed. "I'm hiding my stash because I fear someone might reach it. Am I right?" "I wouldn't insult you like that," King Elbas reassured. "Well, I would have done it, but you ruined the joke. It lost style after coming out of your mouth." "You are so childish," Divine Architect sighed. "Your stay within that lousy organization tampered with your potential deeply. You are only a shadow of what you could have become. That lousy organization is giving yours a hard time," King Elbas chuckled. "Maybe you should give some credit to those idiots. We both know that all of this will become pointless once heaven and earth arrive," Divine Architect explained. "Go ahead. Defeat the other leaders. That won't change the outcome. You are one of the leaders, King Elbaz pointed out. I can't be defeated, Divine Architect declared. Let me guess, King Elbaz voiced. But the battlefield suddenly captured his attention and made him interrupt his line. Divine Demon's insane burst of power, Sword Saint's crazy battle, and other significant events happened almost at the same time. The battlefield was changing again, and King Elbaz knew what would happen next. How can you hope to win against me when your companions distract you so much? Divine Architect mocked. I agree, King Elbaz stated. I've developed bad habits after looking out for those idiots for so long. You can go if you want, Divine Architect uttered. Our fight is pointless anyway. I'll preserve your energy and mind to study them once everything is over. Are you praising me now? King Elbaz laughed. If you consider that a praise, Divine Architect sighed. Sure, you'll be the best guinea pig in my collection. Funny how our minds work, King Elbaz commented. We really are perfect expressions of our field. You lack flexibility, but do not worry. I'll put your energy and collection to better use. Your mind can't even comprehend the limits of my power, Divine Architect stated. How would you even improve on that? A true master never reveals his secrets, King Elbaz scolded. I'm sorry. You'll die without getting answers. This is getting boring, Divine Architect uttered. You voice threats without staying true to them. We both know that you are doing the same, King Elbaz joked. Admit it. You still can't accept that I surpassed you. You didn't, Divine Architect corrected. Your current power comes from heaven and earth. You would have died without stealing their understanding. But I didn't die, King Elbaz pointed out. A meager achievement that anyone can imitate, Divine Architect replied. Why didn't you then? King Elbaz wondered. I am arrogant, but I also know when something is truly amazing. My final energy is a masterpiece that even you envy. I do desire your energy, Divine Architect admitted. Just like I desire any precious material hidden in the universe. You are no different from a rare chunk of metal in my eyes. I'm glad we agree on that, King Elbaz stated. Though I don't care about you. I only need your stash to improve myself. Your existence can't give me anything. An inscription master doesn't need a superior existence to stand at the peak, Divine Architect declared. As I said before, King Elbaz laughed. You lack flexibility. King Elbaz snapped his fingers, and a series of spears came out of his body to fly toward Divine Architect. The latter didn't bother to move since tiles separated themselves from the balcony to appear in the weapon's trajectory. However, golden light appeared at the center of the tiles and forced them to explode. The detonations weren't violent, but the event cleared the path for the spears, which accelerated to take Divine Architect by surprise. Divine Architect found herself unable to react. The spears landed on her body and tried to dig through her skin, but they failed to leave any injury. Even her robe remained intact while the weapons continued to express their momentum. King Elbaz snapped his fingers again, and the spears took fire. Golden flares shot out of those weapons and added power to their thrust, but they remained unable to pierce Divine Architect's robe. The spears eventually lost their power and turned into golden dust that dispersed on the balcony. The attack had been pointless, but Divine Architect appeared pissed nonetheless. See, King Elbaz exclaimed. You noticed my influence, and you also found the 3 different types of infections that I sent through the castle. Still, you didn't see the 4th, 5th, and 6th. I don't look out for ants, Divine Architect claimed. You didn't create something that can ignore my senses. My defenses didn't react because your items were too weak. That sounds like a victory to me, King Elbaz pointed out. A useless victory, Divine Architect sighed. Like the entirety of this battle. Please, King Elbaz mocked. It must burn. This is the 2nd time I came out on top. Maybe you aren't as unbeatable as you think. Divine Architect had never lied during her conversation with King Elbaz, and the latter knew that. Divine Architect was better in countless fields. Yet King Elbaz had shown that he could beat her. Rank 9 cultivators could survive apocalyptic events and world-shattering attacks, but they had weaknesses, especially when it came to those at the very peak of the journey. Those experts had founded their power on years of training and firm faith in themselves, so insecurities and similar feelings could create massive flaws. Divine Architect didn't belong to that group. Her world was vast and deep, but she used her knowledge as her source of power. That made her the perfect inscription master, but it also exposed her to dangers that she found unrealistic. The matter was truly simple. Divine Architect believed to be the most knowledgeable cultivator in the higher plane, but King Elbaz had shown how her understanding of the world had gaps. They weren't huge or significant, but they remained flaws nonetheless. Only ants would rejoice at such a shameful achievement, Divine Architect announced. Stop lying, King Elbaz laughed. I can feel the chaos in your mind. You didn't expect my last victory. It's clear that I can touch you. Silence fell between the two, but Divine Architect and King Elbaz could sense the heavy meaning among that absence of words. Something was about to change in their battle. They were only waiting for one of them to make the first move. Very well, Divine Architect exclaimed while standing up. You seem desperate to test my power. I will indulge you. How kind of you, King Elbaz mocked. We both know that you aren't doing me any favor. You are merely pissed that my attack escaped your understanding. You are correct, Divine Architect acknowledged as her dense aura came out of her figure and filled the void past the castle. You have succeeded in affecting my emotional state. You can find some comfort in this once death looms over your mind. Let's not fight here, King Elbaz stated, ignoring the threat. I don't want to ruin my loot. I won't fake arrogance just to play along with your joke, Divine Architect snorted. No style at all, King Elbaz sighed before snapping his fingers. A golden light suddenly came out of multiple tiles and other pieces of the castle. The radiance expanded until a net covered the structure and transformed it into an ethereal building. King Elbaz then waved his hand, and the castle followed his gesture. The ethereal structure flew past the two and stopped in a random spot between the sky and the landmass. I knew that you knew, King Elbaz pointed out. Why did you even try to take me by surprise then? Divine Architect wondered. I wanted to see your reactions, King Elbaz revealed. You wouldn't have gained anything even if I had an emotive reaction, Divine Architect stated. I would have had fun teasing you afterward, King Elbaz declared. Fun, Divine Architect repeated. Such a waste of my time. Divine Architect raised an arm to point it at King Elbaz, and her aura immediately reacted. The white radiance coming out of her figure condensed until hundreds of portals opened on its surface. King Elbaz couldn't help but smile in front of the army of inscribed items appearing around Divine Architect. He could see avatars, strange creatures, weapons, and far more while everything came forth and occupied specific spots. That deployment ended in a mere second. Divine Architect showed her true might to King Elbaz. An army occupied the areas in front of her. Weapons floated above it, and strange crystals hovered under it. Moreover, many ethereal mirrors floated around Divine Architect and reflected different shades depending on their targets. They tuned gold whenever King Elbaz's reflection appeared inside them, but various colors came out once they pointed at the void. Interesting, King Elbaz exclaimed while inspecting the mirrors. Are they? Divine Architect asked before tapping on one of the mirrors to make it spin faster. These are mere tools meant to enhance my senses. You created items to inspect the meanings hidden in the void, King Elbaz uttered. Were you planning on leaving heaven and earth? Depending on heaven and earth was never part of my plans, Divine Architect revealed. It's only normal to seek alternatives when dealing with such a powerful existence. You improved on what you created in the mortal lands, King Elbaz commented. You built an item to gaze at higher worlds back then. You have done the same now. Are you surprised? Divine Architect wondered. I wouldn't insult you like that, King Elbaz replied. The entire higher plane is aware of the level of your expertise. Still, you remain disappointing. You couldn't do any better, Divine Architect stated. I was busy preparing a war against a quasi-rank 10 existence, King Elbaz pointed out. I didn't give up and changed sides as soon as things became difficult. You know that's not what happened, Divine Architect replied. I'm teasing you, remember? King Elbaz reminded. You really are no fun. Just do it already, Divine Architect ordered. Stop trying to surprise me. King Elbaz's eyes flickered, but he eventually chose to stop playing around. He snapped his fingers, and most of Divine Architect's army exploded due to the golden infection he had applied during the conversation. The detonations were quite violent, but nothing managed to reach Divine Architect. An invisible barrier covered her figure and protected her from any wave of energy or fuming shard. King Elbaz was ready to show his proud face, but his expression grew cold when he counted how many assets had survived his infection. 3/4 of the army had turned into dust, but the rest of it was more than fine. How often do you plan to use the same attack against me? Divine Architect asked. Your existence can give birth to countless iterations of the same infection, but all of them are part of my knowledge. It won't take long before I start to predict which ones you are going to use. You will remain defenseless by that time, King Elbaz declared. Will I? Divine Architect asked before her crystal eyes released a blinding flash. The light radiated by the crystals spread through the entirety of the higher plane and affected all the items that carried Divine Architect's aura. Those creations shattered and transformed into energy that flowed toward Divine Architect to fuse with her power. The white glow expanded again and generated even more portals. King Elbaz soon found an even bigger army occupying the space between Divine Architect and him. That force was only a fraction of what heaven and earth had unleashed, but its quality seemed to surpass that. Do you want to infect my creations again? Divine Architect asked. Maybe I should make them attack before that. Those words worked as an order that the army didn't hesitate to follow. The various avatars, weapons, creatures, and crystals began to radiate white glows as the energy inside them fueled their best attacks. King Elbaz didn't even need to think. He knew that he didn't have the time to take out the army stealthily. Attacks started to fly toward him even before he could come up with a proper plan. But that didn't make him powerless. Countless white rays with various shapes and natures shot out of the army and converged toward King Elbaz. But a golden light soon filled the area and overwhelmed Divine Architect's offensive. Roars that carried 9 different tones resounded in the area as a giant figure replaced King Elbaz. A massive 9-headed hydra expanded in the void while the white offensive fell on its body and failed to inflict any damage. The 9-headed hydra appeared immune to the white attacks that fell on its body. Actually, part of their energy even fused with the golden radiance to add fuel to that giant creature. Divine Architect didn't falter. Her emotionless eyes flickered while she inspected the hydra. The creature was expanding and growing stronger, but its level remained unworthy of her worries. The hydra roared, and each head voiced a different cry. Some expressed pride, others pure arrogance. A couple even carried disdain toward the inferior life forms that dared to stand on their path. 9 main meanings, Divine Architect concluded after her short inspection. How do you hope to win against my diversity? You should land an attack before getting arrogant. King Elbaz's voice came out of the 9 heads. The density of your creation is exceptional, Divine Architect admitted. Still, its incredible features aren't the result of advanced inscription fields. You are merely relying on your superior energy. After those words, the army attacked again, but the offensive was clearly different. The many rays took the shape of rotating pillars that converged to create a massive, pointy figure that crashed on the Hydra's belly. The golden fabric of the Hydra endured the attack for a while, but the pointy weapon eventually created a path. The creature didn't voice any cry of pain, but its body still ended up with a giant hole at its center. The hole didn't take long to close, but the outcome of the attack was undeniable. Divine Architect could hurt the Hydra without even going all out. Is my arrogance still misplaced? Divine Architect asked. Of course. King Elbaz spoke through the heads before the hole in the Hydra's belly reopened to launch an identical pointy pillar that turned golden during its flight. Divine Architect's army had items meant to protect her from incoming attacks. Some avatars and tens of 4-legged creatures with wall-like heads stepped forward to stand in the pillar's path. but the power released during the impact surpassed Divine Architect's expectations. Golden light took control of the area and forced Divine Architect to rely on her mirrors to inspect the situation. The exchange had caused an explosion that destroyed her defenses and sent part of its violent energy everywhere. Needless to say, many of her creations crumbled in the process. The destruction didn't end there. The golden light ravaged many creations during its expansion, but it soon turned into a series of currents that targeted specific inscribed items. Moreover, the Hydra roared to spit 9 pillars that carried different natures. Some were dense and slow, while others were nothing more than a rain of needles. The new attacks fell on the army and joined the golden currents in their violent flight. Divine Architect's creation seemed powerless in front of that offensive, but King Elbaz didn't feel any pride in that apparent victory. He knew that Divine Architect was allowing that to happen. The 9 heads didn't limit themselves to simple attacks. Their mouths remained open as more energy came out of them and fell on the army. King Elbaz changed the nature and density of the attacks while they continued to fly. He could alter everything from his position inside the Hydra, and the army suffered in front of that incredible power. Divine Architect remained still until the entirety of her army became nothing more than dust hovering through the void. King Elbaz's offensive didn't stop even at that point. The gales and pillars converged toward Divine Architect, but she ended everything by taking a step forward. King Elbaz couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw all the energy carried by his attacks failing to pierce Divine Architect's palm. The privileged cultivator had come out of her barrier to stop the offensive with her hand. Still, disappointment filled her face when she saw that her gesture had been enough to protect her. "Your inscription methods are outdated," Divine Architect announced while closing her hand into a fist. The giant mass of energy imitated her fingers and condensed into an unstable golden line. The attack seemed on the verge of exploding, but Divine Architect used her other hand to tap on it. White shades expanded through the golden fabric until everything turned into dust. "I'm not even comparing these methods to mine," Divine Architect continued. "The higher plane featured inscription masters with advanced schools. Did you ignore all of them?" "You know that I didn't," King Elbaz spoke through the 9 heads. "I simply don't need to use those advanced methods." "That's your limit then," Divine Architect declared before going back among her mirrors and clapping her hands. Her aura expanded, and hundreds of portals appeared. An even bigger army soon occupied the areas in front of Divine Architect. Her stash of creation seemed countless, but King Elbaz had expected something like that. After all, Divine Architect had spent numerous years inside the sky. Laughs came out of the Hydra's heads once the army created battle formations. Divine Architect ignored that reaction, but her eyes lit up once she understood that something was wrong. However, Divine Architect ended up being one step too late. Golden lights appeared inside each member of the army and destabilized their structure before forcing all of them to explode. The ethereal barrier shielded Divine Architect from the energy and shards flying toward her, but she barely cared about that. Her whole attention was on the Hydra. She almost couldn't believe that King Elbaz had tricked her again. 3. King Elbaz spoke through the Hydra. "This is my 3rd victory." "You lied," Divine Architect cursed. "How?" King Elbaz laughed. "I said that I didn't need advanced methods. I never promised that I wouldn't use them." Divine Architect had to admit that she couldn't read King Elbaz. Her fighting style involved inspections and reactions, but her opponent didn't allow her to come up with proper countermeasures. The situation wasn't simple. King Elbaz couldn't beat Divine Architect when it came to sheer knowledge, but he had a significant advantage. His final energy allowed him to turn obsolete inscription methods into fearsome weapons. King Elbaz was turning Divine Architect's knowledge into a flaw. She relied on her long and thorough studies to predict King Elbaz's behavior, but he followed different laws. His final energy made that possible. "It must burn," King Elbaz mocked. "How is your world doing? How does it feel to lack the means to understand my power?" "You underestimate my resilience," Divine Architect replied as her mirrors reflected different areas of the space that divided her from King Elbaz. "I simply don't know enough about your energy to develop a complete evaluation," but I'm getting there. I'll explain this only once, King Elbaz stated. Even if you learnt every secret of my energy, you won't be able to understand my full potential. Every living being is predictable, Divine Architect declared. Rank 9 cultivators are extremely complicated, but they aren't exceptions. I am, King Elbaz laughed. Well, do you plan on losing until you seize that understanding? You might die before that. Defeating disposable items must feel like an incredible achievement for you, Divine Architect sighed. Do not worry, I'll show you my true collection. If I fail to understand the final energy before your death, I'll take the truth from your corpse. King Elbaz knew that he didn't face anything special. The previous armies had mainly featured inscribed items in the upper tier with special effects. Yet none of them had been incredible. Divine Architect wasn't a random privileged cultivator. Heaven and earth had chosen her for her talent in the inscription field, which had given her the chance to build wonders freely for countless years. King Elbaz disagreed with that approach to the cultivation journey, but he could see its advantages. He could imagine what kind of wonders he would have created in Divine Architect's place, so he knew she had yet to show her true power. Of course, Divine Architect was very different from King Elbaz. The latter couldn't predict the nature of her next attack. He only knew that she wouldn't give him the chance to hold back. Divine Architect inspected what remained of her previous army for a few seconds before raising her arm. Her aura accompanied her gesture and spread in her surroundings, but only a few portals appeared at that time. The portals expanded until they reached an incredible size. All of them were bigger than the Golden Hydra, but that alone didn't make King Elbaz activate his best ability. Soon, giant figures stepped out of the portal. King Elbaz could see an immense avatar that carried a flawed prototype of the final energy, a huge three-headed dog that released fuming saliva, and a thick mirror that seemed to contain unlimited power. The deployment didn't end there. A telescope flowed out and pointed its large end at King Elbaz. A cloud filled with ethereal gas also left a portal, and a giant castle soon joined it. 6 massive inscribed items at the peak of the 9th rank took their position around and in front of Divine Architect before unleashing their aura. The pressure generated by those weapons made the Hydra's surface flicker, but King Elbaz forced it to hold strong. The scene would be a true spectacle for any inscription master, and that was even truer for King Elbaz. He only needed a glance to realize how exceptional those inscribed items were, and curiosity inevitably left the Hydra. King Elbaz's curiosity took the shape of a golden halo that stretched toward the 6 massive inscribed items, but the cloud didn't let that stand. Its gas shot forward and condensed to create a barrier that ate King Elbaz's influence and prevented it from reaching Divine Architect. You won't even let me study them, King Elbaz complained through the 9 heads. Information is the key to victory, Divine Architect announced. Especially in this battle. I'll learn faster than you anyway, but it doesn't hurt to widen that gap. It almost sounds like you are afraid, King Elbaz mocked. No, it doesn't, Divine Architect responded. This is the normal behavior of any reasonable cultivator. You simply let your companions alter your standards. My companions are idiots, King Elbaz admitted. All of them are, but I wouldn't underestimate them. Even I had to acknowledge their power. That only shows your inferiority, Divine Architect pointed out. We'll see about that after the next exchange, King Elbaz stated. Divine Architect snorted, and her creations understood her silent order. The giant shot through the gaseous barrier and generated enough momentum to reach the Hydra in an instant. The avatar was big enough to hug the 9 long necks and attempt to squeeze them in its embrace. However, the golden fabric was too dense. It didn't budge even in front of that incredible physical strength. You dare fight me with this inferior product? King Elbaz shouted. Golden flares came out of the Hydra's necks while its heads opened their mouths and pointed at the avatar. Energy gathered in their throats while the giant burnt under the influence of the golden radiance. The flares dug holes in the powerless avatar, but the latter endured the offensive. Meanwhile, the rest of the inscribed items reached the Hydra and surrounded it before launching their abilities. The three-headed dog circled the Hydra to stand behind it. Fuming rivers came out of its mouths and crashed on the golden fabric, where they created a white spot that expanded and released even more smoke. The telescope flew above the Hydra and pointed its large side at it. A faint ray shot out of its lens and pierced the golden fabric without inflicting any damage. The item's purpose didn't seem to have anything to do with the offensive, but King Elbaz didn't underestimate it anyway. The mirror took its place under the Hydra, but it remained still. It reflected the creature without activating any ability. Meanwhile, the white gas split into countless minute currents that seeped into the golden fabric and vanished from the scene. The castle was the last to arrive. The structure turned itself ethereal before expanding and enveloping the whole battlefield. The item remained still afterward, but King Elbaz didn't ignore it either. Divine Architect surrounded the Hydra from every corner, but her offensive had just begun. The Avatar was suffering some damage, but the three-headed dog was hurting King Elbaz's creature. In those short seconds, the white spot had reached an incredible size, and King Elbaz knew that instabilities were piling on. King Elbaz wanted to focus on the Hydra, but he suddenly noticed that a white ray had landed on his head. The golden fabric around him didn't appear able to hinder the telescope's ability, and his survival instinct soon screamed. Long and deep cracks opened throughout the Hydra and revealed the white gas that had previously disappeared inside it. The castle also started to solidify, but everything turned white when the mirror released a blinding flash. King Elbaz couldn't understand what was going on. He had deployed sensors inside the Hydra long ago, and he even confirmed that the blinding light didn't destroy them. Yet he couldn't see anything. He could only hear the screams of his survival instincts. The scene wasn't too different from the outside, but it revealed more details. The flash didn't immediately fill the area. The mirror released a dense pillar from its center that the castle replicated. The structure's sides generated similar attacks that covered its insides with the white light. The castle wasn't completely solid, but its edges managed to contain the immense power unleashed during the attack. The sheer might that the 6 items had been able to produce while working together seemed to stand at the same level as Marcella's vegetation. Yet, Divine Architect had condensed all of that into a far smaller area. Generally speaking, something so powerful could only have a single outcome. Noah and his core companions were monsters, but they had clear limits. Even they would find it hard to endure that attack without suffering serious injuries. However, King Elbaz was by no means exposed. His Hydra had suffered heavy damage, and his senses could only see whiteness, but he was still in control of his power and creations. Divine Architect's aloof face didn't tremble at all when a burning golden light filled her vision. Overwhelming power reached her senses, but her ethereal barrier protected her consciousness and allowed her to inspect the scene. A power that didn't seem to belong to the 9th rank unfolded in every direction before 6 huge figures came out of the expanding golden halo. Divine Architect's creations returned to her side and showed their damaged structures, but she ignored them. Her eyes remained on her opponent and his fake quasi-rank 10 state. The Avatar had deep and large holes on its torso and arms. Part of the faces of the 3-headed dog had melted, and the giant telescope featured cracks on its large side. The castle appeared intact, but its ethereal figure flickered since part of its functions had suffered heavy damage. The white cloud had also shrunk. Only the giant mirror worked as intended, even if smoke came out of its edges. Any inscription master would try to fix the damage suffered by their inscribed items, but Divine Architect was different. She remained still as her eyes flashed from time to time. Her whole attention was on the fiery Hydra, and nothing seemed able to interrupt her inspection. King Elbaz remained calm while his world burnt. Reaching the fake quasi-rank 10 state required a heavy price, and he inevitably suffered while paying it. Nevertheless, King Elbaz didn't let that pain distract him. A cold realization filled his mind while his creation burst with power. Divine Architect's inscribed items had endured part of his full might, but they had remained mostly intact. Generally speaking, quasi-rank 10 power should overwhelm peak rank 9 energy every time. Even the best creations at that level should shatter in front of something far superior. King Elba's quasi-rank 10 state didn't reflect the actual superior realm, but it still carried enough power to be unmatched in the 9th rank. Yet, Divine Architect's creations had survived the burst of energy. The Hydra condensed and shrunk. Its immense power took the shape of an unstable robe that covered King Elba's and made him illuminate the void. Flares shot out of the golden robe from time to time, but its energy always returned to King Elba's. Containing so much power was hard, but King Elba's was doing his best not to waste any of it. Golden flames came out of King Elba's forehead before condensing into a bright crown. A fiery spear also appeared in his right palm, and the pressure radiated by its pointy tip made the void shake. Divine Architect had already seen and studied that form while she was in the sky. Still, King Elba's didn't hold back from improving it. 9 flares shot out of King Elba's back. That unstable energy solidified to take the shape of scaled necks. Heads soon grew out of them to recreate part of the Hydra, but Divine Architect could notice some differences. The creature carried far more power than before. That wasn't even the end of it. King Elba's had always been in control of the Hydra, but now it shared a deeper connection with him. Divine Architect couldn't help but compare the 9 heads to additional limbs, which naturally worsened her situation. It's truly a spectacle, Divine Architect praised. A fake breakthrough and alteration of the cultivation journey. You might have cheated your way toward the final energy, but this remains a masterpiece. Kowtow to me 9 times, and I'll let you be my disciple, King Elba's snorted. Maybe I'll tell you the secret behind this power once your training is complete. I'll stick to taking that from your corpse, Divine Architect stated. It won't take long before you burn yourself to death anyway. King Elba's showed a cold expression. The 6 inscribed items' resilience was off the charts, and Divine Architect probably had something else in store. It wouldn't sound odd if her plan involved tiring King Elba's out. King Elba's had understood all of that right after the previous exchange. However, Divine Architect had cornered him. He needed the fake quasi-rank 10 state to fight her on the same ground. That avatar can adapt itself to any threat, King Elba's announced while pointing his spear at the giant and moving it toward the next inscribed item. The dog is sturdy, but its corrosive saliva is its primary function. The telescope is an advanced scanner, can probably see past any defense. The castle had multiple functions, but you will mostly use it as a container since it pales in other fields compared to your other items. Your knowledge won't scare me, Divine Architect commented. The cloud is similar to the avatar, King Elba's continued, but its structure allows it to perform complicated functions. As for the mirror, I know you will praise it, Divine Architect declared. It is quite the masterpiece, King Elba's admitted. It's not a container. It's an artificial source of power, infinite power. I told you, Divine Architect reminded. Relying on heaven and earth has never been part of my plans. I wouldn't mind remaining part of the sky, but I've long since been ready to leave. Try not to use the mirror too much, King Elba's requested. Destroying it would be a waste. As if you had any control over this battle, Divine Architect sighed before pointing her arm at King Elba's. The scanners around Divine Architect shot toward and took their place around the huge mirror. The latter flashed to launch a massive wave of energy that the other items absorbed and reflected. A series of white rays shot toward the other 5 inscribed items. The energy released by the mirror perfectly fused with them and fixed their damage. It even strengthened their foundation and overall power. Nevertheless, King Elba's didn't stay still. Golden light filled the area as his figure teleported above the giant avatar. He looked at the item in disdain before lowering his spear and stabbing it on its head. The spear pierced the avatar's surface easily, and the power that came out of the fiery tip ravaged its insides. The inferior final energy couldn't do anything against King Elba's attack, but that outcome didn't surprise Divine Architect. The mirror flashed, and the scanner spun to send the entirety of that new energy toward the avatar. The other inscribed items also moved to encircle King Elba's, but his crown shone before they could unleash their attack. The crown generated a heat wave so dense that only the cloud could pierce it without losing the entirety of its energy. Yet, its structure lacked too much power by then, so King Elba's remained untouched. Meanwhile, the spear continued to unleash its fiery power. The giant mirror flashed multiple times to send energy toward the avatar, but nothing seemed able to stop its destruction. Golden flames that made the very void churn and twist expanded inside the avatar. The item tried to use the additional energy to fix the damage, but the spear was unstoppable. Divine Architect began to raise her arm again, but she eventually halted that gesture. Her mind made her aware of an unpleasant truth. She knew that she couldn't stop what was happening. King Elbaz snorted at the sight of Divine Architect's behavior, but he didn't interrupt his attack. The golden flames soon filled the entirety of the avatar and destabilized its structure, leading to a violent explosion that spread scorching heat. Divine Architect's eyes flashed as she inspected the scene. She searched for the remains of her creation, but the golden flames were burning everything. They didn't leave a single trace of the inferior final energy in the area. "I'm in my strongest state," King Elbaz announced once the heat wave dispersed into the void. "Don't disrespect me with these inferior products." A snort tried to leave Divine Architect's mouth, but she suppressed it. She wanted to reject King Elbaz's statement, but he was right. His fake quasi-rank 10 state carried a force that she couldn't underestimate. The avatar vanished from the area without leaving any trace of its previous existence. King Elbaz had burnt it thoroughly, and the other inscribed items couldn't do anything to stop his attack. The exchange would generally push a privileged cultivator to change tactics, but Divine Architect didn't bother to send anything else. She had lost one of the creations, but the battlefield still had 5 of them. Divine Architect pointed her arm at King Elbaz, and her creations moved. The 3-headed dog charged ahead, but 3 of the Hydra's heads shot forward to stop its advance. The telescope remained in the backlands and released its faint white ray. However, its ability appeared unable to pierce King Elbaz's body now. Its ethereal energy couldn't go past the incredible heat that surrounded its opponent. The cloud met similar problems. The item tried to surround King Elbaz, but the heat radiated by his figure kept it away. The gas could only encircle him and burn while attempting to pierce his natural defenses. The castle had it easier since it didn't touch the incredible heat. The structure turned ethereal and encircled King Elbaz without activating any ability. It seemed that Divine Architect didn't want it to do anything yet. The mirror remained in the backlands too, but King Elbaz didn't forget it. In his mind, that item was the strongest asset in Divine Architect's possession, so he prepared himself for its imminent attack. Of course, King Elbaz's preparations didn't merely involve standing still. His world was burning, so he couldn't waste time. 3 of the Hydra's heads had bitten on the dogs' faces. The 2 sides appeared equally matched. The scorching golden surface countered the corrosive saliva, but things changed when fiery pillars came out of the scaled mouths. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 heads spat violent attacks in their surroundings. There didn't seem to be a pattern in the massive pillars of golden light coming out of their mouths, but the situation was different in King Elbaz's mind. The castle's fabric flickered whenever pillars expanded in the scorching area. Cracks opened on its surfaces even if its structure was ethereal. King Elbaz's power was so overwhelming that those ghostly materials couldn't help but suffer due to how close they were to the heat. The telescope could avoid suffering during King Elbaz's offensive, but its faint ray retreated due to his expanding domain. His influence had taken the shape of a dense golden halo that didn't allow any foreign energy in his surroundings. The mirror remained outside that conflict, but the cloud couldn't imitate its approach. The gas was even closer than the castle, so the increasing heat burnt vast chunks of its fabric and reduced its overall size. However, the situation changed again when Divine Architect's eyes flashed. The cloud ignored its burning fabric and reassembled itself to take the shape of countless needles that pierced the scorching domain and made their way toward King Elbaz. King Elbaz ignored the incoming spikes and focused on the dog. The latter's heads were melting under the scorching rays spat by the Hydra, but its overall structure was still holding strong. That stability didn't last long. King Elbaz slightly tilted his right wrist, and the spear disappeared. The weapon reappeared on the dog's belly, where it pierced its fabric until it reached the very center of its body. There, the spear unleashed its fiery power. Blinding golden rays spread inside the dog and expanded until they filled every corner of its body. The creature stopped functioning for an instant before exploding into fuming shards. Divine Architect didn't feel any disappointment when all the shards turned into powerless dust. They couldn't survive that scorching environment in that poor shape, and she didn't care enough about her creation to save it. The needles pierced the explosion and approached King Elba's, but Divine Architect noticed something odd at that point. The Hydra's head had disappeared, leaving King Elba's with nothing but his golden robe. Divine Architect realized that her cloud had walked into a trap, but she also knew that it was too late to do anything about it. The golden robe unleashed a dense shockwave that expanded through a spherical trajectory and burnt anything that dared to stand on its path. The shockwave didn't stop even after destroying the cloud. It expanded until it reached the castle's ethereal surface before morphing to imitate its shape. The golden fuel replicated the castle while replacing its position. The final energy solidified at that point, and smoke came out of its fabric. A screech eventually resounded in the area, and Divine Architect's eyes flashed again. The replica of the castle quickly crumbled and transformed into golden energy that flowed back toward King Elba's. His robe absorbed that power, and 9 scaled necks came out of his back. The Hydra returned, and its roar announced its small victory. The ethereal castle had vanished, and the same went for the cloud. King Elba's had destroyed both of them with a single attack, and the event had appeared effortless. Yet, Divine Architect knew how strong her creations were. She could calculate how much power King Elba's had to use to destroy them, so her confidence remained firm. She couldn't lose as long as things stayed like that. King Elba's was aware of his opponent's confidence, but he planned to shatter it with his next attack. His right arm rose to point at Divine Architect, and the fiery spear teleported in his palm. The weapon's movement generated a sharp and long trail of energy that shot forward. Divine Architect saw a giant slash flying toward her, but she ignored it while her attention moved to the telescope. King Elba's materialized on top of the telescope, where he stomped his feet. His robe, spear, crown, and Hydra's heads accompanied the gesture by releasing scorching waves of energy that fell on the item and ravaged its structure. The telescope vanished in less than a second, but King Elba's found no happiness in his achievement. His speed had been incredible, and the same went for the power shown during the attack. Yet, Divine Architect had managed to follow his offensive. The long slash fell on Divine Architect, but her ethereal barrier prevented it from reaching her body. Cracks appeared on the defensive technique while the golden energy expressed its might, and the former crumbled after remaining in that clash for a few seconds. The slash tried to resume its flight and crash on Divine Architect, but its structure shattered at only 1 inch from her body. She didn't need to move since she had calculated that the attack would exhaust its energy before reaching her. King Elba's didn't like seeing Divine Architect learning the limits of his final energy, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about that. His focus had to remain on ending the battle, so he performed another teleport. Golden light accumulated in front of Divine Architect due to King Elba's teleport. The movement technique was so quick that no rank 9 cultivator could react to it, but the mirror was an exception. Before King Elba's could materialize, the mirror launched a wave of energy that intercepted him. The attack wasn't dangerous, but it still pushed him away and interrupted his technique before he could reach Divine Architect. Chaper 2310. Crystals Chaper 2310. Crystals. The white wave of power unleashed by the mirror could put average rank 9 cultivators in danger, but King Elba's was far beyond that level. Yet, Divine Architect didn't try to hurt him. She only wanted to interrupt his offensive. King Elba's felt powerless for a few seconds while the white attack pushed him away. The mirror's timing had been perfect. It had caught him in the middle of his teleport, which prolonged his helpless state. The wave of energy pushed King Elba's into the distance and threatened to launch him into the void, but he exploded with golden power once he stabilized his condition. The giant attack instantly burnt at that point, and a bright halo filled King Elba's surroundings. Divine Architect snorted before pointing at a spot behind her. The mirror rotated and launched another giant wave of energy that targeted the designed area, suppressing the golden light that had begun to materialize. "I can see you," Divine Architect said without bothering to turn toward the torrent of white energy flowing behind her. Nevertheless, Divine Architect's crystal eyes released a short flash that made her sprint forward. Her perfect timing allowed her to dodge the vertical golden pillar that pierced the white river and interrupted the mirror's attack. 9 scaled heads came out of the pillars and unleashed a fiery sea that caught up with Divine Architect in no time. The latter felt forced to summon her portals, but her domain soon disappeared among the golden flames. "You are still disrespecting me," King Elbaz said before stepping out of the golden pillar and landing on the sea. The energy inside the pilar crumbled into waves that fused with the fiery sea. King Elbaz advanced through his scorching creation, and his spear soon pointed at a seemingly random spot in the distance. An unstoppable and blinding attack shot out of the spear and pierced the sea. Waves of flames formed as the structure opened to reveal a spherical white cage that had remained immersed among the golden flames. The cage shattered as soon as the blinding attack landed on its surface, revealing Divine Architect's intact figure. She appeared defenseless in her current state, and the spear's ability still retained enough energy to fly toward her. But she didn't bother to move. The giant mirror had spun again during King Elbaz's offensive. Trembling energy had shot from its 4 corners and had gathered at its center, but that power shot forward once Divine Architect remained entirely in the open. The mirror launched a tiny and seemingly forgettable white needle that flew at high speed through the void. The attack was so fast that it reached the spear's ability before it could land on Divine Architect. The needle showed its true power once it fused with the blinding attack. The golden energy inside the ability lost its balance and momentum before falling into the sea. Divine Architect had stopped the spear. The event was quite incredible, but Divine Architect was far from done, and King Elbaz noticed that right away. The fall of the blinding attack revealed a tiny white sphere that floated before Divine Architect. The energy contained in that small structure felt immense, so King Elbaz didn't hesitate to make the whole sea crash on it. The sea roared in anger. Flares and waves shot out of its fiery surface as the entirety of its fabric crashed on Divine Architect and her tiny white sphere. The space-time fabric of the void struggled to endure the heavy pressure accumulated in the area, but it didn't break. King Elbaz's offensive seemed able to get close to that realm, but it still fell short. It didn't take long before Divine Architect and her attack vanished among the golden energy. The whole sea condensed and retreated to unleash the entirety of its power on its target. And King Elbaz even helped with more attacks. King Elbaz pointed his spear and 9 scaled heads at the unstable mass of golden energy that had surrounded Divine Architect. Attacks that didn't have a fixed form came out of his weapons and engulfed the area. The overall power contained in the offensive illuminated profound parts of the void. But King Elbaz didn't feel satisfied just yet. The crown left King Elbaz and flew in front of him before rising toward the 9 heads. The violent pillars of golden light coming out of those mouths converged toward the circular item to fuse into a dense and piercing attack that focused even more power on their target. The uneven cage became visible again. Its unstable surface expanded as the dense attack filtered by the crown fused with its structure and increased its power. Smoke appeared all around the expanding cage. The level of power reached by the golden fabric became so high that even the void started to burn. King Elbaz wasn't affecting its spacetime array, but he was getting close to that realm. The shocking attack forced King Elbaz to burn his world faster than before. He was going all out without caring about the injuries suffered during the process. He only had one goal, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. The giant mirror in the distance lost connection with Divine Architect due to the massive interference caused by King Elbaz's attack. The item spun on itself a few times before accumulating power to launch a reckless attack on the expanding golden cage. King Elbaz had predicted a similar outcome, and his robe reacted accordingly. The golden clothes left behind King Elbaz and the Hydra's necks as they shot toward the river of white energy and transformed into a vast wall that blocked that offensive. A crazy smile appeared on King Elbaz's face as he pressed on with his offensive. He could feel the destruction of his existence, but he continued to burn his world to remain in his incredible state. He appeared willing to die to complete his task. Still, a humming sound wave eventually seeped out of the expanding cage. The noise flew through the entirety of the higher plane, even reaching areas of the void that almost matched King Elba's achievements. The sound wave didn't damage King Elba's, but he interrupted his attacks when he understood its purpose. The golden cage and the remaining energy flying toward it lost their momentum and started to crumble a few seconds after the humming noise entered their fabric. King Elba's didn't even try to regain control of that crumbling energy. The humming noise had altered its fabric and turned it into something he couldn't control. The golden rain allowed Divine Architect to come out in the open, but her odd appearance left even King Elba's surprised. Her clothes had disappeared, and the same went for most of her skin, but King Elba's couldn't see muscles or blood. Divine Architect's insides were nothing more than white crystals. She didn't have muscles or organs. She actually resembled the old rulers, but her figure had far more details. Moreover, King Elba's found it hard to inspect Divine Architect's insides. Her crystal body featured layers over layers of defensive measures that hindered his inspection and made him unable to evaluate her potential. "Those are some thorough modifications," King Elba's commented before spreading his arms. The golden wall abandoned the giant mirror and transformed into a robe that flew back toward King Elba's. The crown also fell back on his head, and his dense aura expanded in the void once again. "Cultivators are flawed creatures," Divine Architect calmly explained. "Any decent inscription master should fix that issue. You did the same." King Elba's didn't answer, but Divine Architect seemed to know that the topic was over. She glanced at a fuming spot on her shoulder, but the gas disappeared when her eyes glowed. Even the small crack on the burnt crystal vanished during her stare. "Why aren't you bragging about your fourth small victory?" Divine Architect wondered while bringing her gaze back to King Elba's. "Are you out of taunts? Are you too tired to say anything?" "I might have overestimated you," King Elba's snorted. "I've already exposed your true form. I'll have loads of energy left to fight heaven and earth at this pace." "Predictable arrogance," Divine Architect sighed. "Well, I've studied you long enough. It's time to turn you into a corpse." Divine Architect had almost sounded arrogant, but King Elba's knew that her statement had carried pure confidence. Still, the situation wasn't in her favor, and King Elba's couldn't predict what would come next. The mirror was still working as intended, but King Elba's could stop its power. Having access to unlimited energy was a significant advance, but Divine Architect couldn't benefit from it if that power didn't reach her. King Elba's was more worried about Divine Architect's crystal body. He was almost sure that his previous attack had landed on that sturdy material, but the minor injury resulting from that clash hinted at the existence of serious problems. "How sturdy is that body?" King Elba's wondered while calculations happened in his mind. The fake quasi-rank 10 state had evident flaws. King Elba's could keep it active as long as his world remained relatively stable, and he could even stretch that limit with his creations. However, his time remained short. Meanwhile, Divine Architect probably had countless items in store. Those armies alone wouldn't have been a problem for King Elba's, but the crystal body changed everything. He might not last long enough to kill Divine Architect if she managed to surprise him a few more times. Of course, King Elba's had never expected the battle to be easy. He actually believed that he was the only one in his team who could defeat Divine Architect. Still, the situation was getting out of hand. "Turning me into a corpse?" King Elba's chuckled. "You lost your best items and your fake skin. I only need to get through that body of yours, and victory will be mine." "Best items," Divine Architect repeated. "You seem to have misunderstood me." Divine Architect's body began to shine with a white radiance that unfolded her aura. Her domain filled the void, but no portals appeared. Instead, her energy condensed until an oval structure materialized around her. The oval structure didn't carry any special features. It was nothing more than a huge white layer, but King Elba's felt unable to underestimate the power running inside it. That energy didn't wholly belong to Divine Architect. King Elbaz could sense multiple natures flowing through the white structure and clashing to give birth to new power. You should recognize this, Divine Architect announced. One of your companions founded his world on a similar technique. I see, King Elbaz commented. It's a workshop. I never gave it a proper name, Divine Architect revealed. My mind can execute the same functions without resorting to this tasteless show of power. I simply thought it was time to clarify the difference between you and me. A tremor ran through the white structure, and the waves inside it crashed on each other according to specific trajectories. The impacts gave birth to natures that King Elbaz recognized, and his face turned cold when he saw giant figures coming out of the workshop. An avatar, a three-headed dog, a telescope, a cloud, and a castle left the white structure and took their position around Divine Architect. The items were identical to those destroyed by King Elbaz during the previous exchange. They even carried the same amount of power. Don't think too much about it, Divine Architect stated. I can do this with the mirror too. I might not have your final energy, but I can still alter my materials to turn them in what I need. The white layer turned liquid, and Divine Architect absorbed it into her body. The fusion didn't lead to an increase in power. The privileged cultivator was merely showing how that technique had always been part of her. Who is the ant now? King Elbaz mocked while pointing his spear forward. I've already destroyed those items. I'll only do it faster now. Go ahead, Divine Architect declared. I won't stop you. King Elbaz snorted, and a pillar of golden light shot out of the spear. The attack engulfed Divine Architect and her items, and King Elbaz used that chance to teleport in the middle of the mess. The avatar, Divine Architect sighed while enduring the golden attack with the sheer might of her body. Of course, King Elbaz heard those words, but he ignored them. He teleported above the avatar and prepared himself to stab his spear in its head, but his survival instincts suddenly screamed. The mirror had launched a tiny needle as soon as King Elbaz activated his movement technique. The item had even predicted King Elbaz's target. The expert found the small weapon right in front of his face by the time he lowered his spear. The attack was impossible to dodge. The needle stabbed King Elbaz's forehead and fused with his body before releasing a humming sound wave that expanded through the entirety of the higher plane. The noise destabilized the golden energy, which started to lose power, but a tremor suddenly ran through it and brought new firmness to its structure. The same happened to King Elbaz's body, which shone with even more might than before. That outcome allowed King Elbaz to complete his attack. The spear stabbed the avatar and unleashed a torrent of power that instantly burnt its entire structure. King Elbaz's offensive didn't end there. The torrent of energy flew deeper into the void before splitting into different currents that transformed and jumped into different paths. One current transformed into an arrow that teleported before the telescope's large side. The attack pierced its lens and ravaged its insides before turning it into nothing more than fuming dust. Another current morphed to take the shape of the giant nine-headed hydra. The creature reached the three-headed dog in an instant and absorbed it into its body to burn it. A rain of spears reached the cloud, and a river enveloped the castle. The two items tried to adapt to the threat, but King Elbaz turned out to be one step ahead of them. They couldn't do anything while the attacks turned them into dust. The golden radiance dispersed at that point. King Elbaz had cleared the area with a single attack, leaving Divine Architect in the open. Divine Architect seemed about to say something, but King Elbaz didn't give her the time to speak. The Hydra's heads fused back into his robe, and his crown started to shine as he dived toward Divine Architect. The void burnt as King Elbaz focused the entirety of himself and his creations on a simple attack. The spear became the center of a drill-like structure that enveloped King Elbaz while he dived toward Divine Architect. Divine Architect's calculations were perfect, but King Elbaz stood outside them. His current offensive was faster and stronger than anything shown before. Her mirror was ready, but she couldn't use it to interrupt that charge. The spear landed at the center of Divine Architect's chest and unleashed the entirety of the accumulated power on that spot. White light gathered inside the targeted crystals, but the golden aura soon overwhelmed that radiance. King Elbaz didn't hold anything back. He unleashed everything, even including the power of his robe and crown. His level went back to the liquid stage during the process, and his spear shattered due to the massive torrent of energy flowing through it. Divine Architect's body was truly incredible. King Elbaz confirmed that during the clash. However, he had lived most of his life with the best hybrids in the world. His standards were incredibly high, and Divine Architect couldn't surpass them. The crystals shattered and created structural instabilities that King Elbaz didn't hesitate to exploit. Golden lines spread through the hole dug by the spear and expanded the damage inflicted on Divine Architect. The energy carried by the attack was so vast that King Elbaz had to remain still for a while. His presence was necessary to push everything toward the right target, and his body inevitably suffered. Still, when the attack ended, Divine Architect had turned into a maimed version of her previous self. Her crystal body carried a giant hole that ran from her abdomen to her shoulders. It was actually lucky that her arms had remained attached to her. Divine Architect floated through the void. It was unclear whether she was dead or alive, but King Elbaz didn't drop his guard. King Elbaz felt weakness making its way inside his mind. The drawbacks of the fake quasi-rank 10 state were no joking matter. His very world had suffered severe injuries, but he couldn't retreat to fix the damage just yet. The giant mirror remained in its distant spot, but its functions appeared dormant. King Elbaz studied it, but he couldn't find any ability in the making. The same went for the scanners around the mirror. They spun due to their lingering momentum, but they weren't doing anything special. They even started to separate due to the absence of orders or control over them. Everything seemed to point out in the direction of King Elbaz's victory, but he knew that the battle couldn't have ended already. He felt that in his very existence. Divine Architect would be a disappointment otherwise. A dim light eventually came out of Divine Architect's crystal eyes. The radiance lasted only for a second, but it returned stronger than ever right afterward. The maimed crystal body released screeching noises as its arms and legs began to bend and move. Divine Architect's iconic aura also came out, but no portals appeared as that domain unfolded. Divine Architect's eyes went dark when she regained complete control of her body. Her detailed face remained aloof as she inspected the damage caused by King Elbaz. A regular expert would show some surprise, but she appeared devoid of emotions in her current state. Impressive, Divine Architect announced when her inspection ended. Truly impressive. You can sound calm as much as you want, King Elbaz stated. It won't change the truth. I know that I've surpassed your expectations. You really did, Divine Architect admitted. In multiple fields even. Your peak power is far higher than I expected, and the same goes for your energy consumption. You improved. King Elbaz snorted, but he knew that Divine Architect had spoken the truth. His fake quasi-rank 10 state was an incredible technique, but the final battle didn't give him the time to achieve complete control over it. The margins of error were also quite vast. King Elbaz had created a level of power that rank 9 experts couldn't reach. It was only normal for the technique to be partially wild. Nevertheless, King Elbaz had smoothed out his use of the fake quasi-rank 10 state after the last battles. That was also his first time pushing the technique to its utmost limits. Divine Architect wasn't to blame for failing to evaluate his full potential. She lacked the numbers to calculate that prowess. It's a pity your world has yet to reach the peak, Divine Architect continued while pointing at the hole in her chest. I would have killed you without resorting to my technique in that case, King Elbaz responded. No, Divine Architect corrected. Sure, you wouldn't have given me the chance to study you, but killing me is too much. I would have simply fought seriously from the very beginning. The hidden meaning behind Divine Architect's statement was quite evident, but King Elbaz didn't address it. He used that silent moment to patch up his world and prepare it for the imminent exchange. Divine Architect's eyes flashed with white light. She seemed to have noticed something, but she also decided to ignore the matter. Instead, she waved her hand to make the mirror and the scanners fly back to her. The mirror took its spot behind Divine Architect and aligned its center with the hole in her chest. Meanwhile, the scanners started to rotate around her without performing any specific functions. The mirror is an unlimited energy source, King Elbaz pointed out. But it can't heal you. Its output of energy has obvious limits. I don't need to be lectured about my creations, Divine Architect declared. I know exactly how much energy my mirror can produce, and I'm also aware of the complicated composition of my body. Why do you think I praised you? What do you have in mind then? King Elbaz directly asked in an attempt to prolong that conversation. I don't blame you for your ignorance, Divine Architect exclaimed. I didn't give out my real abilities during our exchanges, but you have proven yourself worthy of them. Don't overestimate yourself, King Elbaz snorted. You won't trick me. I know that you can only have 2 or 3 trump cards able to deal with me. King Elbaz's assumption was far from unfounded. His statement used the very limits of the 9th rank and added them to Divine Architect's incredible talent. Only one actually, Divine Architect revealed. Well, one or infinite. It can be both and more depending on how the universe feels. The announcement filled King Elbaz's mind with deep fear. Divine Architect had yet to do anything, but King Elbaz knew that she wasn't resorting to lies. She had mentioned the universe. The imminent exchange had to feature something unfathomable. The higher plane is usually unsuitable for this, Divine Architect explained, but this battle has destroyed enough of its space-time array. It's possible to create a direct connection with the universe even here. The giant mirror retreated, and the scanners left Divine Architect to spin in a seemingly random spot at her side. Energy left her crystal figure and her item to add power to her rotating tools, and King Elbaz remained speechless when he tried to calculate it. Divine Architect was merely pointing at her scanners, but the energy released by her body was immense. King Elbaz guessed that she had melted many of her material to provide that powerful fuel, and the absence of portals only added value to his idea. The scanners slowly turned into blinding items that accelerated to create a bright circle hovering in the middle of the void. Their speed increased as Divine Architect added more energy to their structure, and the space inside them started to bend. The event was quite hard to see. Divine Architect wasn't affecting the space-time array of the higher plane. The final battle had already shattered it. Instead, she was targeting the very void in an attempt to reach distant parts of the universe. King Elbaz's astonishment increased as the process continued. He slowly understood the nature of Divine Architect's technique, and that realization almost affected his sanity. He couldn't believe his eyes as they kept staring at the churning space among the bright circle. Creating is like breathing for me, Divine Architect revealed. I have mastered every inscription school that has ever existed, and I've even invented many of them. Yet I also have innate inclinations. You gazed at higher worlds, King Elbaz whispered. That was an immature inclination, Divine Architect explained. The ability to look at superior forms of existence is indeed worthy of praises, but it couldn't be my final stage. The scanners started to release a humming noise once their speed reached critical heights. The space-time array of the void also began to break to reveal deeper parts of the universe. An unfathomable force seeped through the bright circle once the hole in the void became big enough. King Elbaz didn't need to inspect it to know what it was, but his full attention remained glued to the event. An immense stream of information flowed through King Elbaz's mind, but he felt forced to shut his senses after a while. The knowledge contained in that unfathomable energy was too deep for his centers of power. It actually hurt to try to understand it. You can understand me, can't you? Divine Architect asked. We both are inscription masters unsatisfied with the 9th rank. The higher levels have always been our targets. That's why we created techniques to seize them. You can't hope to control something like that, King Elbaz declared. I won't, Divine Architect uttered. I'll only point at you and wait for your death. King Elbaz experienced countless emotions while inspecting the bright circle. He felt unable to speak as curiosity, admiration, respect, and pure amazement ran through his mind and forced him to stay still. The bright circle was far from complicated, at least when it came to its core. Its nature was extremely simple to deduce for an inscription master who knew what heaven and earth had created in the sky. Still, that didn't make the item less astonishing. Divine Architect had created a telescope that could gaze at the immortal lands when she was only a heroic cultivator. Now, she stood at the peak of the cultivation journey, and she had spent most of her life submerged in heaven and earth's wealth. Her evolution felt unavoidable. The bright circle replicated the telescope's ability while adding a portal to its functions. The item created a connection with the depths of the universe to bring superior energy into the higher plane. King Elbaz could sense an energy that couldn't belong to the 9th rank crossing the edges of the higher plane to enter the final battlefield. Deep meanings that only the universe could hide seeped through the blinding portal and leaked part of their power into their surroundings. Heaven and earth had created an area that allowed their assets to gaze at the paths beyond the 9th rank. However, Divine Architect had gone past that. She had built something that could bring that superior energy within her reach. Of course, Divine Architect had clear limits that King Elbaz had called out as soon as he understood the nature of the technique. She couldn't possibly hope to control that superior energy. She couldn't even pick the meanings that entered the higher plane, that gave birth to uneven and messy energy. Multiple natures and waves filled the power seeping through the portals, and some of them were weak enough for King Elbaz's mind. He could finally study something and discover far more details. "That's not even an attack," King Elbaz stated. "Energy is energy," Divine Architect contradicted. "If it kills, it's an attack." King Elbaz understood that Divine Architect wasn't holding anything back. She wouldn't explain the theory behind her technique, but she wouldn't hide what it caused. Divine Architect's offensive became clear in King Elbaz's mind. She was merely summoning the universe's energy to unleash it on King Elbaz. That simple approach didn't take anything away from Divine Architect's fantastic performance. King Elbaz actually had to admit that she couldn't do anything else with that energy. That was the maximum expression of Divine Architect's power, and no rank 9 expert could hope to fight her. "Don't give up already," Divine Architect ordered as the circle spun even faster and started to enforce some order on the superior force. "It would be a waste if I destroyed everything about you." The portal wasn't trying to affect the superior force. Divine Architect was simply creating a momentum that the deeper meanings could follow. That was the only available path to bend the universe's power to her will. The item's spinning motion reached the critical point when the colorless force in its insides flowed toward its center. King Elbaz watched all of that happen in slow motion due to his incredible concentration, but his instincts eventually snapped him out of his stunned state. A violent reaction happened when the superior force gathered at the center of the portal. The different types of energy that made that power couldn't coexist, so their clash generated a colorless explosion. Divine Architect had already pointed the portal toward King Elbaz, so most of the energy generated during the explosion flew in his direction. Some flares escaped in the void, but an impressive ray still approached King Elbaz at high speed. Dodging the attack was simply impossible. The lack of harmony in the colorless ray lowered its overall power, but it didn't make it fall in the 9th rank. King Elbaz was against a proper river that carried rank 10 energy. His death seemed unavoidable, but he wasn't a regular expert. Desperation tried to take control of his mind, but that feeling couldn't find a place among his countless plans. The colorless ray enveloped King Elbaz and continued to fly through the higher plane. However, its innate instability made it split into multiple waves of energy that dispersed into the void. That behavior was predictable. That energy was too deep for the higher plane, so it flew toward a space-time array that could contain it after losing the momentum created by the blinding portal. "Impressive," Divine Architect commented before a burst of golden energy expanded from King Elbaz's spot. The golden halo dimmed in the next seconds and revealed King Elbaz's maimed figure. He had entered the fake quasi-rank 10 state again and had even donned his incredible items, but all of them had suffered severe damage. The robe had almost disappeared. Golden flames had replaced its edges, but smoke came out of them due to the damage suffered by the final energy. The spear was also broken. Its tip had disappeared, leaving only a shaft that released dark smoke. A few flames tried to come out of that maimed spot, but they appeared unable to express their power. A deep crack ran through the crown, and half of it fell from King Elbaz's head before shattering into golden dust. King Elbaz couldn't recover that energy since the attack had removed any connection with his power. The Hydra's 9 heads had come out of King Elbaz's back, but the attack had turned them into severed necks. Pillars of dense dark smoke left the many injuries on their surface, and life abandoned them in the seconds after the clash. King Elbaz's main figure was mostly intact, but his surfaces flickered, revealing the severe injuries hidden underneath. He was only pretending to be okay, and Divine Architect saw right through that. Yet, she didn't care enough to address the matter. "You are such a waste," Divine Architect sighed. "You probably are the only expert in your organization with the knowledge to block my attack. You underestimate my organization too much." King Elbaz snorted before coughing and spitting golden lumps of flames. "No one else could have exploited the strands of weaker energy to destabilize my attack." Divine Architect doubled down on her previous statement. "Still, the effort left you barely able to stand. The next blow will kill you." Divine Architect ignored King Elbaz and began to add energy to her portal. She needed to fuel the ability again, and the price was exorbitant. Yet, she didn't lack resources nor minded that expense. King Elbaz felt incredibly weak. The last attack had forced him to use the fake quasi-rank 10 state way too soon. His world was suffering greatly, and that sacrifice wasn't paying off. "This is so annoying," King Elbaz cursed. "Are you having regrets now?" Divine Architect wondered while her attention remained on the spinning item. "That's quite unbecoming. I guess even you can't remain cool in the face of death. Heaven and earth will know all our trump cards." King Elbaz cursed again. "So annoying." "Please," Divine Architect commented. "I know the limits of your final energy now. I'm also aware of every existing inscription field. You don't have anything left. You lack flexibility," King Elbaz coughed. "Your flaw prevents you from considering the existence of miracles." Divine Architect's crystal eyes flashed with white light. The radiance didn't disappear like before. Instead, it continued to shine even after a few seconds passed. It didn't take a genius to understand the meaning behind King Elbaz's statement, especially for someone who had studied him for a long time. Yet, Divine Architect almost couldn't believe that her opponent had dared to mention something so ridiculous. "You are bluffing," Divine Architect eventually announced. "An inscription master can't seize that power. It goes against the very logic of their existence." "I told you," King Elbaz coughed as he tried his best to stabilize his condition. "You lack flexibility." "Enough with your meaningless words," Divine Architect scoffed. "You will die now." The blinding circle spun faster, and superior force seeped through it to enter the higher plane. The deep energy was different from before due to the new meanings attracted, but its overall power remained on par with the previous attack. King Elbaz stared at the superior force for a while, but a sigh eventually interrupted his inspection. An annoyed expression took control of his face as he glanced at Divine Demon and the foolery. Part of him felt glad that they were too busy to look at him. "That's surprising," Divine Architect exclaimed. "I would have expected arrogance, not fear." "That's because you won't be alive to see what I'll go through after this," King Elbaz responded. "So annoying. Did you even hold back because of heaven and earth?" Divine Architect mocked. "It almost sounds like you are more scared of your companions." "You really had it easy in the sky," King Elbaz sighed. "Don't worry. I'll make you understand your mistake." "I'm sure there won't be much understanding going on," Divine Architect stated. "Not from your side, at least," King Elbaz declared before closing his eyes and pointing his broken spear at the spinning portal. Divine Architect snorted, but she didn't lose her focus. She even had some doubts about King Elbaz's claims, but she didn't bother too much about them. It didn't matter if King Elbaz was telling the truth. He was in no condition to face another rank 10 ray. That power went beyond the realm of the miracles. The portal reached its critical point when the superior energy in its insides started to fly toward its center. A clash happened and a colorless ray shot forward. Some energy dispersed into the void due to the different natures condensed in the colorless ray. However, a big chunk of the attack remained pointed at King Elbaz and reached him faster than any rank 9 movement technique. Divine Architect was utterly confident. The eventuality that King Elbaz could defend against the attack didn't exist in her mind. Everything pointed toward her victory, so she prepared herself to summon inscribed items meant to dissect, analyze, and preserve her opponent's corpse. Yet, before the colorless ray could hit, King Elbaz exploded with a massive burst of power that made him reach unseen energy levels. He surpassed his previous peak, and a golden radiance flashed before him to meet the enemy attack. The colorless ray was nothing more than a convoluted mass of unstable energy that featured different natures. Its sheer power went beyond anything in the 9th rank, but its stability wasn't even average. The sheer power contained in the ray could stop most rank 9 experts from exploiting its innate weaknesses. However, King Elbaz had already shown that he could touch those flaws with his fake quasi-rank 10 state, and his current attack was even stronger than before. The golden flash seeped into the ray and enhanced the instabilities that affected its structure. King Elbaz's attack worked as a filter that forced the different energy waves to split or clash. The ray crumbled into a series of attacks that flew in different directions and explosions. The sheer power unleashed by the detonation was immense, but it fell close to the limits of the 9th rank, which allowed King Elbaz to endure it. The exchange naturally attracted Divine Architect's attention, and pure stupor filled her mind when everything calmed down enough to reveal King Elbaz's figure. She couldn't believe her enhanced eyes when she saw her opponent devoid of any injury and at the peak of his power. What? Divine Architect couldn't help but shout. The matter was far from simple. Divine Architect would have accepted secret weapons or reckless techniques, but King Elbaz didn't seem to have resorted to any of them. King Elbaz had merely gone back to his peak and fixed his items. Actually, his level had slightly increased, but that outcome didn't make any sense. Divine Architect had calculated how much energy he had left after the previous exchange, which wasn't theoretically enough to produce those results. Did you hide your enhanced final energy before the final battle? Divine Architect asked as she regained complete control of her mind and tried to come up with reasonable explanations. You know I didn't, King Elbaz stated as he inspected his recovered figure. I would have never allowed you to injure me otherwise. Where did you get this energy then? Divine Architect asked. And don't play games. Answer me. We are quite demanding, aren't we? King Elbaz laughed. I told you. I performed a miracle. Stuff like that doesn't exist, Divine Architect claimed. Divine Demon used the assistance of the world to create his techniques, and the pig isn't too complicated either. We both can translate their miracles into actual techniques. But you can't replicate them, King Elbaz declared. Your immense knowledge is a limit that you can't overcome. Instead of isolating yourself in the sky, you should have spent the past millennia among unreasonable idiots. Divine Architect was tired of those meaningless words. Countless items left her figure and melted before fusing with her blinding circle. She didn't need King Elbaz to find answers. She only had to kill him and seize those explanations from his corpse. You saw similarities in our paths, King Elbaz announced before teleporting above Divine Architect so quickly that even her enhanced senses failed to register that movement. Divine Architect quickly decided to ignore the teleport. Her body could endure another attack, and she was also ready to sacrifice her inscribed item. It didn't matter what King Elbaz did. Both options would leave him exposed. But you are terribly wrong, King Elbaz continued as he pointed his spear toward Divine Architect. How we seize power that overcomes the 9th rank already explains the immense differences in our mindsets. Shall I remind you that you stole from heaven and earth to stabilize your breakthrough? Divine Architect teased. I steal, King Elbaz replied. You attract. I break the rules. You create them. My quasi-rank 10 state changes the very reality of the cultivation journey. You merely build a passage where powerful energy can fly. How does that explain your current state? Divine Architect asked. I can't believe I have to explain it after all of this, King Elbaz sighed. My will is simply far stronger than yours. You dare insult me like this? Divine Architect asked. I wield the best energy in the world, King Elbaz explained. I have the best technique in the world. In this state, I can push my superior will into the very fabric of reality and alter it. Divine Architect's eyes shone with blinding light. She finally understood something, but she couldn't do anything about it. The imminent exchange was already set. Nothing could affect the next seconds. According to this very reality, King Elbaz continued as power accumulated on the tip of his spear. You never injured me, and my technique has always been stronger. These effects can remain active only if you overcome my attack, Divine Architect pointed out. Wrong, King Elbaz corrected. Everything will depend on the might that my will forced my world to reach. After that, a pillar of golden light left King Elbaz's spear. Divine Architect, the giant mirror, and the spinning item disappeared among that torrent of power, and smoke came out from deep areas of the void. The battlefield as a whole had reached a critical state. Sword Saint and the old man had long since started to go all out with attacks that left both of them injured. They were both aiming to finish off their opponent, and that moment appeared closer than ever. The Foolery and Wilfred had cornered Decumia. The latter seemed powerless in that situation, and even her world was only waiting for its opponents to launch the final blow. Divine Demon and Marcella were equally matched, but Sepunia's sudden burst of power had turned the battle in his favor. The moment of weakness she had created had left Marcella exposed to Divine Demon's massive attack. Alexander, Supreme Thief, and Great Builder had locked the ruler's resolve into a cage meant to absorb the latter's world. The outcome of that exchange was unclear, but the fact that the privileged cultivator had yet to break free gave the higher ground to Noah's companions. King Elbaz had launched what seemed to be a final attack on Divine Architect, but seeing through his pillar was impossible. The bystanders even had to divert their senses to avoid suffering injuries due to the massive amount of power in the technique. As for Noah, he was still inside the spherical domain of destruction with Caesar. No one could see what was happening, and it was impossible to predict possible outcomes. After all, Caesar was simply too strong. However, before the results of those final attacks could become clear, a deafening humming noise came out of the sky and spread through the entirety of the higher plane. The net that had covered the sky shattered as the sound wave left the white layer and spread through the world. The noise didn't even end, and it slowly transformed into a monstrous roar as it continued to echo through the higher plane. The sound wave carried proper quasi-rank 10 power and didn't differentiate between allies or foes. It unleashed its might on anything it touched, which involved the entirety of the higher plane. The spherical domain of destruction shattered under that power and revealed Noah and Caesar. Both of them carried injuries, but their expressions hinted at the result of the clash. Caesar expressed pure confidence, while Noah showed nothing but coldness. The soundwave also destroyed Great Builder's cage and revealed the 4 experts involved in that battle. Supreme Thief, Alexander, Great Builder, and the rulers' resolve wore solemn faces, so it was impossible to understand who had won. The roar ended up dispersing Divine Demon's massive attack, saving Marcella at the last second. The blood-red energy shot in every direction and vanished into the void as the experts summoned defensive techniques to endure the soundwave. Something similar happened to the Foolery and Wilfred. The soundwave flung them away and pushed their innate defenses to their limits, inflicting severe injuries they couldn't avoid. King Elbaz's attack endured the soundwave for a few seconds, but it ultimately dispersed. Still, its golden halo remained in the area and hid the outcome of the clash. Only Sword Saint and the old man continued to fight while the soundwave clashed on their bodies. The privileged cultivator let it reach his world so that his perfection could take care of the attack, while Sword Saint summoned a torrent of blades that created a hole in that formless power. The 2 experts resumed their battle almost immediately, uncaring of the changes happening in the higher plane. The old man prepared himself to counter the imminent attack. Yet, surprise appeared on his face when Sword Saint halted his descending arm before it could touch his opponent's head. "I found it," Sword Saint announced. "Your time is over," the old man exclaimed. "No," Sword Saint responded. "We were one step above you." "We," the old man repeated, but a second roar suddenly reached his ears and explained the nature of the situation. The soundwave shattered some of Shafu's scales and damaged the landmass, which only forced the two to reach an agreement. The immense dragon roared its anger as it put strength in its arms, and the giant sword replied with a deep growl. The landmass let Shafu control its immense power. The dragon swung the blade toward the sky, and a vast black cloud shot out of it before filling an entire quarter of the higher plane. The cloud condensed into a slash during its flight, and Sword Saint couldn't help but laugh at its sight. His voice grew even louder when the old man tried to fly away. "Where are you going?" Sword Saint shouted as he grabbed the old man and kept him still. "You dash!" the old man exclaimed before the big slash engulfed him and his opponent. The attack continued to fly forward, uncaring of the unfortunate experts who happened to be on its path. Noah and the others decided to dodge it, and the same went for the beings fast enough to avoid the slash. Some fear spread in the privileged cultivators' minds. The slash carried peak rank 9 power, but there was something else to it. Its energy was too deep, and the same went for its anger toward the sky. It almost seemed that the attack could hurt the white layer. Nevertheless, the slash never managed to touch the sky. A white radiance spread through the landing area before the attack could reach the white layer and stopped its advance. The event only made Shafu and the landmass angrier. The dragon thrust the immense blade forward and released a piercing slash aimed at the center of that white radiance. The attack was fast and landed on the first slash in an instant. The two abilities fused to create an incredible technique, but the white radiance didn't budge. Actually, it began to apply its effects on the dark energy. The entire higher plane remained speechless when the two massive attacks started to condense. The white radiance shrunk together with the slashes until it completely engulfed them. The disappearance of the slashes revealed the figure hidden among the condensing white radiance. A big, humanoid figure with lightning bolts instead of skin hovered before the sky and inspected the entirety of the higher plane with its pissed eyes. Noah, King Elbaz, and all the other experts who had dealt with heaven and earth instantly recognized the figure. The avatar was slightly different compared to their previous encounters, but the power seeping out of its body was unmistakable. The rulers had finally stepped into the battlefield. The privileged cultivators didn't hesitate to abandon their position. Many weaker experts who had survived the soundwave also ignored their battles to fly toward the humanoid figure. Soon, a small army surrounded the figure and kneeled in front of it. Caesar, Marcella, and Decumia were in the lead, and Caesar didn't hesitate to voice a line that his companions echoed. "Your throne is almost ready. Your throne is almost ready." The rest of the army echoed. The figure didn't care about its underlings. Its eyes released a crackling noise when they moved toward specific spots of the battlefield. The avatar glanced at the ruler's resolve's immobile figure, but the pressure radiated by its gaze revealed its true state. The privileged cultivator's body shattered and turned into dust that didn't carry any power. The crackling figure then pointed its eyes at a fuming spot near the center of the higher plane. The smoke dispersed as soon as pressure fell on its area, revealing a smiling sword saint who stood along among the void. At last, the figure gazed at an area under King Elbaz. The golden halo instantly vanished, revealing a series of broken scanners and nothing else. "Pitiful," the figure announced, and its voice spread in every corner of the higher plane. A heavy pressure also filled the world and made many weaker experts unable to fly through the void. The appearance of the crackling figure changed the final battlefield once again. The few weaker experts still roaming through the higher plane went into hiding using the many secluded locations planted by the golden buildings. Only the modified magical beasts and the main players remained in the open, but they also moved. Noah, King Elbaz, and the others didn't hesitate to abandon their position to regroup. "You lost so many assets against a bunch of ants," the figure continued. "At least we removed the worlds too weak to stand on their own." The figure waved its hand, and a crackling noise filled the higher plane. The gesture affected every lingering wave of energy in the world and turned them into rivers that flew toward the avatar. The rivers condensed into the figure's left palm before fusing with its fabric. The event didn't bring an increase in energy, but the matter was far from pointless. Heaven and earth were too strong to improve with that weak power. Our opponents turned out to be stronger than we had predicted, Caesar responded while breaking his kneeling position and standing up to perform a bow. However, they are too weak to pose a threat against your might. They have always been too weak for that, the figure responded. Still, this doesn't make them less annoying. Noah and the other leaders gathered above the landmass during that conversation. They all wore cold expressions, but King Elbaz eventually broke that silence. Did you manage to hurt Caesar? King Elba asked. Who knows? Noah sighed. That guy is so problematic. I almost killed Decumia, the foolery squealed. We almost killed her, Wilfred corrected. Heaven and earth came in clutch. They really did, Sepunia cursed. You had the guts to interrupt my battle, Divine Demon scolded. That's how a true demon should act, isn't it? Sepunia giggled. No wonder Xavier likes you, Divine Demon laughed. Let's avoid this now, Noah ordered. Who can fight? Silence inevitably fell among the group. For the most part, everyone had kept track of each other, so it wasn't hard to figure out who could face heaven and earth. Yet no one seemed willing to announce the opposite. I made this breakthrough through my imagination, Sepunia eventually spoke. It's far from stable. I can fight, Maribel announced. Same here, Emperor said while pointing at Queen and Vesuvia to include them in that statement. I've never been so strong, the foolery shouted. You can count on me, Wilfred exclaimed. I won't back down either, the odd dragon growled. Don't even think about leaving me behind, June snorted. I can help, Great Builder commented. You are exhausted, Supreme Thief pointed out. You are too stupid to fight on your own, Great Builder scolded. Who saved your ass before? Supreme Thief complained. I did, Alexander joined the conversation. Enough, Noah growled before the trio could say something else. I'll decide who's in or out. Many wanted to complain and come up with their usual jokes, but everyone remained silent. Their opponent was too strong to waste time discussing. Maribel, Sepunia, the dragon, Great Builder, Noah called, and Elbaz are out. Go help Cursed Reality and Pelio. Wait a moment, King Elbaz declared. You won't decide where I die, Great Builder stated. I can use my life to buy you some time, Maribel commented. My companions are fighting, the odd dragon complained. I won't remain behind. Only Sepunia remained silent since her current power was unstable. She wouldn't feel confident unless she spent time learning how to use it. It's useless to deploy you, Noah explained. You will be in the way. Heaven and earth can kill you without wasting time at all. The harsh words were on point, but King Elbaz and Great Builder didn't find them fair. After all, they had proved themselves in the previous battles. Great Builder, Noah spoke before his companions could argue. You have already helped, haven't you? Go back and help preserve as many lives as you can. Great Builder wanted to say something, but Alexander and Supreme Thief suddenly nodded at him. They were the living proof of Great Builder's efforts, and denying that would only insult them. Elbaz, Noah continued. You need to absorb Divine Architect's stash. Stop complaining and get to a level where you can affect the battle. King Elbaz groaned, but he eventually showed his cards. The broken scanners and Divine Architect's ethereal castle materialized behind him. He had picked them up before grouping with his companions, and he had even started to sort everything out. You are also injured, King Elbaz pointed out, and you failed to achieve your breakthrough. I'll manage, Noah reassured. I probably am the only liquid stage existence in the world who can join this fight. I'll make it quick, King Elbaz sighed. You idiots will only die if I don't come back soon. Go away already, Noah snorted. And don't think for even a second that we missed your performance earlier, the pig exclaimed. As your master, Divine Demon continued, I can only be proud of your acceptance of my teachings. Golden light flashed while Divine Demon was in the middle of his joke. King Elbaz, Great Builder, Sepunia, Maribel, and the odd dragon vanished from the area and teleported near the ethereal array of inscriptions. A series of laughs resounded among the group due to King Elbaz's behavior, but June remained silent. Noah didn't tell her to retreat, but he had also silently said that she had no place in the imminent battle at her current level. You too, Noah eventually continued. I hope your new level isn't just for show. Supreme Thief snorted before unleashing his azure aura. Proper solid stage power came out of his body and filled the void, revealing a superior level compared to his previous state. Alexander also decided to reveal his power. His aura didn't carry any unique energy, but it filled the area with a pressure that only a solid stage existence could wield. The situation became clear even to those who had ignored their battle. Supreme Thief and Alexander had succeeded in stealing the ruler's resolve's power and achieving complete breakthroughs. We are leaving you behind, Supreme Thief joked. Get into position, Noah coldly ordered. They are coming. The entirety of heaven and earth's army stood up and turned to face Noah's group. It almost seemed that those experts would attack them, but none of them moved. Instead, the crackling figure raised its hand and released a series of lightning bolts that shot toward the sky and covered its surface. An immense storm took control of the higher plane, and that was only the beginning of the final battle. It's time to end this, the figure exclaimed. We will turn into dust any being who dares to oppose us. We are heaven and earth, and we will show no mercy. The noises released by the storms intensified, and countless lightning bolts left their surface to converge toward the landmass. Holes and cracks opened on the immense creature, which tried to attack on its own. However, Shafu roared and diverted that violence toward heaven and earth. Shafu swung the landmass, which launched a massive slash. The attack flew at high speed toward the army, but heaven and earth teleported in front of their underlings to interrupt that blow. Your time will come soon, heaven and earth announced before condensing the entirety of the slash into a dark sphere that shattered under their pressure. Countless roars filled the higher plane as the pack of dragons led by the time dragon flew toward heaven and earth. Their mindless rage couldn't be stopped, and the rulers didn't wait for them to arrive. Heaven and earth teleported right in the middle of the pack. Their movement technique was too fast for those creatures' enhanced senses, and what came next ended up being too powerful for them. A series of lightning bolts left the crackling figure and filled its surroundings with a massive storm that forced everyone outside of it to retreat. As for the dragons in its range, they crumbled into dust. The storm consisted of lightning bolts that shot in every direction before splitting into countless sparks. The latter expanded and created an oval area that allowed the many attacks to bounce on its edges. Heaven and earth had created a domain of destruction that had enveloped the entirety of the pack. Lightning bolts flew and ricocheted inside it while piercing anything in their path. Most of the dragons were mere middle and lower tier creatures. King Elbaz and the old rulers had improved their innate defenses to turn them into proper weapons that countered heaven and earth. Yet, those magical beasts couldn't do anything in front of that immense difference of power. The lightning bolts turned the dragons into dust. Only the upper-tier creature managed to last for more than one attack, but that didn't help. The storm didn't launch a single attack. The lightning bolts in its insides seemed to have infinite energy as they kept flying left and right. The time dragon endured the first attack, survived the second, but the third shattered its body. In a matter of seconds, only lightning bolts and dust remained inside the storm. Heaven and earth shone at the center of that domain, but no satisfaction appeared on their humanoid face. The crackling figure waved its hand, and the dust started to flow toward its chest. Heaven and earth absorbed the energy of the entire pack, but that didn't lead to any improvement. The storm shattered to send multiple flares across the higher plane. The lightning bolts fused with the sparks lingering above the sky and intensified the global offensive. Even stronger attacks converged toward the landmass. Shafu did its best to absorb and deflect them, but its power remained limited. Couldn't do too much against quasi-rank 10 techniques. Heaven and earth turned toward the landmass at that point. The gesture revealed their new target, but their crackling body suddenly froze. A series of golden and orange lights shot out from their insides and hindered their movements. Noah, Sword Saint, Alexander, Wilfred, Divine Demon, the Foolery, Supreme Thief, Emperor, Queen, and Vesuvia teleported into the area and encircled the crackling figure. They had planned that outcome, so they had been ready to retaliate. Giant attacks shot out of the experts. They all launched their best techniques in the hope of exploiting that moment of weakness, but heaven and earth turned out to be too strong. The crackling figure burst with massive energy that shot in every direction and fended off the incoming attacks. The offensive even removed the orange and golden infections from heaven and earth's body, freeing them of that hindrance. "Did you think a mere magical beast could have affected us?" Heaven and earth asked, and their voice launched precise sound waves that flew toward their opponents. Noah couldn't focus on his companions in that situation. The sound wave carried a monstrous roar that threatened to break his mind, but a torrent of potential flowed toward Duanlong and allowed it to deal with the attack. Immense energy filled Noah's body. A power that he should have never absorbed flowed through his veins and centers of power, pushing them toward their structural limits. Noah couldn't help but voice a deafening roar, and black flames accompanied his cry. A sea expanded before his mouth, but that fire condensed and rotated as soon as he pointed his blades forward. Destruction, hunger, and greed fused as Noah used the absorbed energy to launch an incredible offensive. Cracks opened on his arms and hands due to the immense pressure that fell on them. He was using heaven and earth's power, and his body could barely withstand that. His companions dealt with the sound waves in different ways, but only Divine Demon, Alexander, Sword Saint, and Supreme Thief managed to send back attacks on their own. Emperor required Queen's help to help in that offensive. Heaven and earth prepared to send another shockwave, but a series of abilities clashed with some of the incoming attacks before they could do anything. Purple tendrils appeared in front of Alexander's dense fire and Supreme Thief's azure flare. The ability forced the two attacks to change direction and clash with each other. The impact created an immense explosion, but heaven and earth's innate pressure prevented it from reaching their crackling figure. Plants of different sizes and forms grew on the other side of the battlefield, hindering the path of Divine Demon, Emperor, and Sword Saint's threatening attacks. The vegetation shattered under that offensive, but nothing reached heaven and earth. The two defensive techniques ignored Noah's attack, but that didn't help his situation. His piercing slash unleashed everything it carried on the crackling figure, but it failed to shatter the lightning bolts that made its body. The straight slash and the flames around it shattered as soon as they touched heaven and earth. They appeared unworthy of living so close to that superior existence. "Did you forget about us?" Xianxia laughed as she materialized next to heaven and earth. "Heaven and earth can deal with your tactics," Marcella stated. "But wasting time is pointless. Is he coming down as well?" Noah asked as dark matter came out of his injuries and closed them. Xianxia and Marcella glanced at Caesar. The latter had remained near the sky, behind the storms, and he seemed to have no intention of joining the fight. He showed a smile, but he didn't bother to answer. "Caesar served us well." Heaven and earth ended up responding. "His task is almost over. We only need to reap what he sowed now." "The mighty heaven and earth relying on someone else's fate," Noah mocked. "What a pitiful sight. You have witnessed our power," heaven and earth announced. "You would also give some credit to an existence who resisted us for so long." "You almost sounded like a magical beast," Noah chuckled. "I guess you didn't hate them so much in the end." "How dare you?" Marcella shouted before pointing her arm at Noah. Multiple spiky plants came out of Marcella's hand and grew rapidly toward Noah. Her attack behaved like a spear ready to pierce his chest, but that vegetation withered before it could reach its target. "So much to eat!" The foolery squealed as it landed on the vegetation and unfolded its hunger. "It's so tasty! Give me more!" "Piggy!" Xianxia shouted from the other side of the battlefield. Purple energy gathered around her figure as she tried to teleport, but a wave of blue energy fell on her and destroyed that power. "You deal with chaos, am I right?" Vesuvia asked as she teleported in front of Xianxia. "That's nothing we can't handle," Queen stated as she reached Vesuvia's side. "Isn't the other guy coming?" Xianxia wondered. "Did he launch that attack just to piss me off?" "Probably," Vesuvia giggled. "Don't listen to this vixen," Queen sighed. "And you, hurry up already. You are so cute when you are angry," Vesuvia joked before tapping on the armchair of her throne and creating an ethereal domain that engulfed Decumia. Do you really think that a prison can hold me? Decumia asked as complete darkness filled her senses. That's not a prison, Vesuvia explained. I'm humanity's future, and you are part of it. Decumia expanded her aura, but even her chaos felt lost. She wasn't trapped, but she had no other words to explain her situation. Vesuvia seemed to have sent Decumia into a different void, a part of the universe far away from the higher plane. Yet, Decumia knew that her current situation was the result of a technique. She only had to wait for her chaos to affect it. Of course, the other experts didn't wait for Decumia to break free. Emperor glanced at Vesuvia and Queen before teleporting toward the surviving cultivators who had yet to join the battle. Decumia and Marcella had the guts to act on their own, but their weaker companions didn't share their confidence. Most of them actually felt relieved that heaven and earth had finally stepped forward, but Emperor's arrival brought back the tension. Come, Emperor announced after reaching the army. None of you deserves to hide behind your master's power. No answer came from the army. The various cultivators had Caesar among them, and they could even use the storms as a form of protection. They had no reason to step forward and face Emperor. It's better if you come to me, Emperor exclaimed. Isn't that right, puppet master? He is right, Caesar smiled before turning toward his underlings. We can't have our opponents messing with heaven and earth's plans. Caesar had privileged cultivators all around him, and they couldn't help but show confused expressions at those words. Some even tried to beg Caesar with their eyes, but he didn't want to hear reasons. If you can't help heaven and earth, Caesar continued, they have no reason to keep you alive. The statement explained the situation perfectly. A few unwilling, privileged cultivators straightened their position before all the other experts followed. The entire army turned toward Emperor and left the storms in the next seconds. I can leave the rest to you, right? Emperor shouted. Emperor didn't receive any answer, but that felt normal. He couldn't expect his companions to mind him when they were against the strongest existence in the world. Marcella inspected her surroundings before wearing a frown. She sent more plants forward, but they also withered in no time. Moreover, squeals never stopped accompanying her attacks, which only intensified her annoyance. Truth be told, Marcella was far from okay. She felt very emotional due to the recent events. Sepunia's sudden burst of power would have killed her, but heaven and earth had freed themselves just in time to destroy Divine Demon's attack. Nevertheless, that didn't change the reality of the situation. Marcella would have lost, and she knew that far too well. She couldn't remain calm after going through that experience. Heaven and earth were the only reassuring aspect of that situation, but that didn't help Marcella. She was aware of the bigger picture and knew part of Caesar's predictions, but that only triggered bigger worries. After all, something had already changed. This plant is tasty, the foolery shouted. Ooh, what's that flower? Let me eat it. The foolery's cries forced Marcella to ignore her worries and focus on the battle. The pig probably was one of her greatest counters, but that didn't make her powerless against it. I'll give you as much as you want, Marcella calmly stated as dozens of roots pierced her figure and gave birth to an immense array of magical plants. The foolery couldn't help but halt its reckless offensive to stare at that magnificent technique. The pig obviously didn't care about the vast diversity of plants. Its attention mainly was on the immense amount of energy it could eat. It's a banquet. The foolery gulped before diving into the middle of the vegetation to radiate its hunger. Marcella's vast technique kept the foolery busy and allowed her to focus on other opponents. She couldn't deal with Divine Demon when numbers weren't on her side, but that didn't prevent her from finding suitable targets. A series of roots, trunks, branches, and flowers stretched out of the array of magical plants and flew toward Wilfred. Noah also saw vegetation flying toward him, and the event made him livid. Noah was barely paying attention to Marcella. In his mind, some of his companions would take care of her. However, she had decided to target him over a few of his allies. Do you think I'm not qualified to fight your leader? Noah roared as waves of dark matter came out of his figure. The vegetation flying toward Noah pierced the dark matter, but something inside it stopped its advance. Soon, hundreds of six-armed dragons wielding swords left the black rivers and launched themselves against the magical plants. The dragons' offensive was beyond reckless. They didn't care about the injuries that the plants inflicted. They only wanted to cut and destroy, and they didn't mind exploding once their stability reached a critical point. The last true dragon just died. Noah roared again before placing his swords on his forehead and filling his centers of power with potential. "I'm not in the mood to deal with underlings." Marcella couldn't believe her senses. Noah's roar carried something deeper than hatred and anger. His fury brought forward something hidden in the depths of his bloodline, which fused with his unfolded consciousness. Marcella's survival instinct screamed when Noah's mental waves landed on her. She could summon unique plants to fend them off, but she was one step too late. A rain made of immense slashes materialized through the entirety of the vegetation and around Marcella. Those attacks didn't hesitate to fall on their targets to create a destructive domain that released a dragon's roar. The six-armed dragons echoed that roar before diving into the destructive domain. The intense sharpness that filled the area destroyed most of those creatures, but they happily died as they unleashed their power on the vegetation. Marcella saw the entirety of her vegetation falling apart. The same technique that had kept Divine Demon at bay appeared useless against Noah. His ability carried too much destruction, but that wasn't the main issue. Noah had put his superiority into the attack, and Marcella's plants seemed to bow toward it. What kind of being is he? Marcella shouted in her mind before giving birth to flowers that shielded her from the slashes falling on her figure. The flowers shattered, but Marcella managed to remain safe. A few injuries opened on her body due to the intense destruction in the area, but her immense energy reserves dealt with them quickly. Still, things didn't end there for Marcella. A big figure suddenly appeared in front of her and sucked her body dry of energy. Her world immediately sent more fuel, but the issue remained. "Noah is quite angry," the foolery announced while tilting its head to stare at Marcella. Multiple injuries had opened on the foolery, and smoke came out of them. Marcella realized that the pig had also suffered due to Noah's offensive, but the creature didn't seem to mind it. "I guess I can't play with you," the foolery sighed. "Besides, I'm also quite angry." Marcella's eyes widened when she sensed her energy leaving her body once again. The process was even faster now, and the foolery used that chance to bite on her. Still, magical plants came out of Marcella and protected her from the foolery's threatening teeth. She was still losing energy, but she had enough of it to create her vegetation. "Do you think I need to close my mouth to eat you?" the foolery exclaimed even if it couldn't move its mouth, and a chunk of Marcella's chest suddenly vanished. She could even see the bite marks on her new injuries. Noah ignored Marcella right after his attack. A sense of weakness filled his entire being, but the destruction of the immense array of magical plants forced his world to produce more potential. The weakness vanished quickly, and Noah barely minded that phase. He had long since grown used to that process. The entire final battle had been nothing more than a cycle of exhaustion and power for him. Noah's eyes quickly fell on heaven and earth. The crackling figure had ignored the encirclement and had focused on the landmass. Power was also accumulating in its palms, but its opponents didn't let it go so easily. Sword Saint, Alexander, Divine Demon, Wilfred, and Supreme Thief had launched massive attacks toward heaven and earth while Noah dealt with the magical plants. Techniques that would make any rank 9 cultivator escape in fear converged toward the crackling figure, but the latter barely minded them. A shockwave came out of the crackling figure and split into multiple lightning bolts that flew toward the incoming attacks. Divine Demon and the others had done their best, but heaven and earth's offensive was overwhelming. Their abilities stood no chance. Divine Demon and the others saw the lightning bolts piercing their attacks and continuing to fly toward them. They all had to resort to evasive maneuvers to dodge the incoming offensive, but the latter didn't stop moving even after missing its targets. The lightning bolts flew past the encirclement until they reached different areas of the sky to fuse with the storms. Loud cracking noises resounded after the event, and more attacks shot toward the powerless landmass at the center of the higher plane. Heaven and earth began to turn ethereal at that point, but their fabric suddenly solidified again. They raised their right arm and a black torrent fell on it. "You are a fool!" Heaven and earth exclaimed before their entire body shook to send a powerful shockwave toward the black torrent. The black energy instantly shattered. The destruction spread through the entire torrent, revealing Noah pressing his blades on Heaven and Earth's arm. The thundering noises released by Heaven and Earth's body intensified while Noah tried to pierce their arm. The destruction carried by the crackling skin began to affect the swords, and cracks even opened on them. Noah had to face the truth at that point. Everything slowed down in his eyes and allowed him to inspect the rapid destruction taking control of his swords. Heaven and earth didn't suffer any damage even after enduring a melee blow fueled by as much potential Noah could gather. Their crackling skin was too firm, and the impact on their body allowed Noah to gain a vague understanding of the power flowing inside it. Deep fear filled Noah's mind. He tried to suppress that feeling, but his instincts overruled his will. His very world was telling him that he couldn't hurt heaven and earth, and he couldn't ignore that warning. "We'll deal with you soon," Heaven and earth announced as a buzz ran through their voice. "Stay put for now." Noah instinctively absorbed his blades inside his world and crossed his arms. Dark matter came out of his figure, and potential flowed into his body to enhance its defensive properties. Another shockwave shot out of heaven and earth at that point. The attack wasn't wide like the previous. It focused on Noah and destroyed most of his defenses while pushing him away. Entire patches of Noah's body vanished as soon as the dark matter crumbled. Some lightning bolts failed to reach him, but the few sparks that landed on him were enough to leave serious injuries. Duanlong worked at the best of its capabilities to reduce the attack's offensive power, and the same went for Noah's aspects. The entirety of his world focused on enduring heaven and earth's offensive, but he still had to fly until the edges of the higher plane to disperse its power. Once the attack lost its energy, Noah found himself far away from the encirclement. The storms raged behind him, and his body showed deep holes in multiple spots. Yet, his eyes never left the crackling figure in the distance. Did they just spare me? Noah couldn't help but wonder when he became aware of his condition. His chest, abdomen, arms, and legs had deep holes, and the edges of those injuries retained heaven and earth's destructive power. Noah could even feel sparks trying to make their way through his body, but that wasn't too much to handle for his incredible resilience. Noah felt sure that heaven and earth could have been far harsher in their offensive. He would have probably still managed to preserve his life, but that preferential treatment made no sense. A strange but familiar feeling eventually landed on Noah's consciousness. He turned toward the source of that sensation, and Emperor's battle unfolded in his vision. Emperor was going all out, unleashing his overbearing power on any expert who dared to approach or attack him. His life wasn't in danger, but he couldn't move freely. The numerical disadvantage even forced him into a defensive stance. Nevertheless, Noah's reptilian eyes went past the battlefield to gaze at a smiling figure hovering behind the storms. Caesar was looking at him while wearing an expression that explained more than enough, and Noah couldn't help but replace the entirety of his feelings with anger. "Are they treating me like some sort of sacrificial pawn?" Noah roared in his mind as his world exploded with power, but he quickly calmed down. Noah could understand heaven and earth's behavior. Caesar had basically explained that in the past too. The rulers needed stepping stones, so killing Noah in his current state would be a waste. "They are waiting for me to reach the peak," Noah thought, but that conclusion didn't bring peace. It felt beyond demeaning to have his final opponent treat him like nothing more than cattle. That approach was a proper insult toward Noah. It was as if he wasn't worthy of proper attacks. The anger slowly condensed and fused with many other feelings. A cold smile appeared on Noah's face, and a tinge of craziness filled his eyes. The demonic sword and the cursed sword reappeared in his hands as dark matter patched them up. He had made up his mind about the situation. "I just need to force them to take me seriously," Noah concluded, and a roar left his mouth before echoing through the entirety of the higher plane. Heaven and earth didn't stay still while Noah was immersed in his thoughts. Their other opponents had restored the encirclement and had almost finished preparing new attacks. Yet heaven and earth had other plans. The crackling figure teleported to reappear above Shafu and the landmass. The movement technique was predictable, but it remained too fast for Noah's companions. Everyone started to fly toward heaven and earth, but the latter used that time to raise their hands and accumulate energy. The storms grew wild and sent even more lightning bolts toward the landmass. The rulers seemed set on destroying that giant creature in one blow. An explosion resounded on heaven and earth's back before they could complete their attack. The sheer violence of the event made the void shake, but the crackling figure remained in one piece. It only lost one spark. "You really want to die?" Heaven and earth commented without bothering to turn toward the fiendish figure on their back. "Yes." Noah laughed as growls mixed with his voice. "Kill me already. That was your best attack," heaven and earth commented. "Such pristine destruction. Such intense rage. You got so far, but you can barely scratch the surface of our being." Noah laughed. His expression showed nothing more than cold madness, but his mind was calm. That peace allowed him to confirm that heaven and earth were right. His swords couldn't pierce the lightning bolts no matter how much he pushed and tilted. "We must have hurt your pride." Heaven and earth continued while Noah struggled to push his blades deeper into their body. "Good. An ant should know its place." The lightning bolts seemed to react to heaven and earth's mental state. They grew stronger and louder according to their intentions. The cursed sword and demonic sword were barely hanging on while being so close to the lightning bolts. Noah had to constantly replace the dark matter around his blades to prevent them from suffering damage. However, his efforts became useless once heaven and earth grew serious. Sparks left the lightning bolts that made heaven and earth's body and stretched through the protective dark matter. The defensive layer shattered in no time, and damage soon expanded on the blades. The cursed sword and the demonic sword were sentient weapons. They felt pain when those sparks ran through their structures and left large cracks behind them. However, the two blades didn't give heaven and earth any satisfaction. They didn't cry in pain. The rules could only hear a defying roar and a loud, high-pitched noise coming out of them. Heaven and earth seemed confused about that development. They turned their head to glance at Noah, but they didn't notice anything strange. Yet, everything changed when Noah exploded with even more power than before. "Do you have any idea how much potential I get from hurting you?" Noah growled. Heaven and earth finally realized what was happening. The spark Noah had previously cut away was insignificant for the rulers, but Noah was a mere liquid stage expert. The sole fact that he could make a dent on a quasi-rank 10 being deepened his very world. New potential flowed through the two blades, allowing them to fend off the sparks. Dark matter filled the cracks while they expressed even more power. Noah's physical strength also reached higher levels and made him push the swords slightly past the crackling figure's surface. The new damage was slightly more than nothing. Noah had merely forced his blades into already unstable areas of heaven and earth's body. Yet, two sparks left the crackling figure, and more power filled Noah's world after the event. Noah didn't hesitate to deploy that potential. Part of it went to his mind to fuel violent thoughts, while the rest went to his centers of power, weapons, and companions. Duanlong did its best to absorb superficial layers of energy from the crackling figure. Part of the dark matter in Noah's fiendish armor transformed into violent gales that crashed on heaven and earth. Night even added its power to the blades to open a path through the lightning bolts. Meanwhile, Noah's destruction, pride, greed, hunger, sharpness, and anger reached incredible levels of power and added different natures to his attack. He didn't want the slash to be a mere expression of his physical prowess. He needed to add depth to his offensive. Heaven and earth budged. The force pushing on their back made them bend forward slightly, but the event didn't actually change the current balance. Nevertheless, the sole fact that Noah had improved in a matter of 2 exchanges revealed a new truth. Unleashing everything he had while remaining on heaven and earth could kill him, but it could also accelerate his growth. Heaven and earth didn't want Noah to die just yet, and, most importantly, they couldn't allow him to use them as a training dummy. The rulers had to take care of other matters first, and they weren't willing to lose face in the meantime. For sparks left heaven and earth, but the edges of Noah's ethereal blackness expanded far more than he expected. He had managed to make the rulers move. He had forced his will on a superior existence, and his world reacted to that. Potential beyond Noah's wildest expectations filled his world before flowing into his centers of power. He felt stronger than ever, and even his incredible body started to struggle to keep up. He had long since surpassed the limits of the liquid stage, but he was now reaching a far higher level. Still, a thick lightning bolt shot out of heaven and earth's back and interrupted Noah's offensive. He had to divert most of his new power into his defensive measures and resilience, but he couldn't stop the attack from sending him flying away. Heaven and earth watched Noah being pushed toward the storm for a few seconds before moving their focus back on the landmass. Lightning bolts gathered on their palms and condensed to create crackling white spheres that illuminated their surroundings. Most of the higher plane turned white due to the immense power radiated by heaven and earth's spheres. It was unclear how much damage the rulers could inflict with those attacks, but everyone understood that letting them act freely was too dangerous. Divine Demon and the others struggled to make their way through the blinding radiance. The sheer pressure radiated by the spheres was too heavy for them. Yet they eventually gave up on crossing the light without suffering injuries. Alexander, Divine Demon, Sword Saint, Wilfred, and Supreme Thief reached the rulers, but no one could see them among that blinding light. Only heaven and earth could notice the many injuries on their bodies, and they made sure to open even more of them. Heaven and earth let go of one of the spheres, which exploded right after leaving their palm. The energy inside the item fused with the blinding radiance and added electric properties that the various experts couldn't hope to oppose. A series of multicolored lights flashed among the blinding domain before the white glow vanished completely. The void regained its natural color, revealing 5 fuming figures flying toward different areas of the storms. The battle appeared utterly one-sided. The best experts in Noah's organization couldn't do anything against heaven and earth, but that was quite normal. Actually, it was beyond surprising how mere rank 9 experts had survived so many attacks launched by a quasi-rank 10 existence. Heaven and earth were partially to blame for that, but they had never planned to let their opponents retain so much strength. It was clear that Noah's core team wasn't only above heaven and earth's expectations. It was also improving during those one-sided exchanges. The rulers could conclude that they wouldn't be able to act so freely forever, but they wouldn't mind that as long as they completed their preparations. Heaven and earth's second sphere had condensed its radiance inside its structure. Its behavior resembled a bomb that the rulers launched toward the landmass as soon as the area was clear. The sphere descended at high speed, and Shafu felt powerless at that scene. It tried to change the trajectory of the item, but its influence couldn't affect it at all. Still, the sphere slowed down anyway, and chunks of its power even left its structure to fly in a seemingly random direction. Soon, more and more rivers of energy formed until the bomb transformed into a messy mass of lightning bolts. The lightning bolts weren't dense enough to resist that external influence. They quickly shattered and fused with the rivers to fly in a single direction. Their colors even started to change and turned completely orange right before landing on June's chest. Heaven and earth had mostly ignored June. They were aware of her peculiar power, but she was simply too weak to participate in that final battle. The attack launched toward the landmass had also been too powerful for a single rank 9 existence. Heaven and earth didn't expect June to be able to affect it, but that outcome didn't worry them too much either. The battle stopped while June absorbed all the lightning bolts in heaven and earth's offensive. Holes opened on her body, and flares came out of them due to the overwhelming amount of energy she was stuffing into her perfect circuit. Everyone could see that June couldn't handle so much power. Her flesh and world had innate resistance toward heaven and earth's lightning bolts, but she had clear limits, and the process had already pushed her past them. The move was nothing but suicidal. June couldn't hope to survive the process, but even heaven and earth couldn't predict the limits of her maniacal behavior. June ignored the many injuries and forced heaven and earth's energy to improve her body. Most of her flesh didn't survive the process, but a few chunks reached new levels of power and strived toward a complete evolution. The evolution was far from painless, and June turned into a gory figure with only a few patches of skin left on her. Even most of her muscles had shattered during her attempt to use that superior energy to improve, but she appeared fine with the damage. June diverted part of her attention toward her flesh while the absorption continued. The few patches of skin that had survived the process had turned into materials that could endure higher levels of power, and she didn't hesitate to rely on them. The perfect circuit generated energy that went far beyond June's normal limits, but her new flesh endured it perfectly. Other parts of her body weren't so lucky, but she didn't care about them. The new energy shattered and added power to her influence, allowing her to stretch it until the closest area of the sky. June had already affected the dense sphere, so forcing the storms to fly toward her turned out to be pretty easy. Lightning bolts left the storms and shot toward June. The attacks crashed on her body and joined the torrent of energy that she had previously absorbed. The process resumed at that point. June forced the absorbed energy to improve her body before using the few remaining patches of flesh to expand her influence even further. June's plan became clear to everyone. She wanted to affect the entirety of the storms with her influence. Removing the lightning bolts before the sky wouldn't provide any tactical advantage, but it might provide her with what she needed to advance. Understanding the plan didn't change the nature of June's actions. Heaven and Earth still believed that she was killing herself. Seizing a small chunk of the storms had already almost destroyed her body. It sounded impossible to absorb all of them. However, Heaven and Earth had already confirmed that the entirety of Noah's group was surpassing their expectations. It didn't matter how unlikely an event might be. June had a chance to succeed, and the rulers couldn't let her do as she wished. Enough with ants hindering our plans, Heaven and Earth announced before pointing two fingers at June. June's situation was so frail that a single unexpected wave of energy could destabilize the balance she was struggling to preserve. Her body even contained too much power, so a negative influence would surely lead to an explosion. Still, as energy gathered on Heaven and Earth's fingertips, a torrent of black energy teleported above them and slammed on their head. The contact with the lightning bolts destroyed most of the torrent, revealing Noah donned in his fiendish armor. The tips of his blades tried to pierce Heaven and Earth's head, but they failed to go past the superficial lightning bolts. However, the demonic sword and the cursed sword had slightly pierced Heaven and Earth, so potential filled Noah's world. The power-up gave new strength to his thrusting motion and pushed the crackling figure slightly downward. The crackling noises released by Heaven and Earth grew louder, but Noah didn't let go even as sparks left his opponent and pierced his body. Yet, that slight push didn't distract the rulers from their main target. Heaven and Earth's fingertips brightened, but an unstoppable force suddenly landed on their hand and pushed it slightly away. The rulers had to realign their arm with June, but the figure that materialized at their side stopped them. "I can't hold them for too long," Wilfred announced as he grabbed Heaven and Earth's arm and pulled it while giving fuel to everything he had. The muscles on Wilfred's arms bulged until they reached an unreasonable size. Still, his hands and forearms suffered by being so close to Heaven and Earth. The sparks that left their body pierced Wilfred's skin easily and left severe injuries. Heaven and Earth initially tried to point their arm back at June, but they soon discovered that Wilfred wouldn't move. The sheer physical strength expressed by his pull was almost too much even for the rulers. "You'll burn if you keep at it," Heaven and Earth said before pointing their free hand at Wilfred. "Why don't you burn first?" Alexander's voice resounded in the area before he teleported to Heaven and Earth's left side. Alexander unleashed an oppressing aura before condensing it in his right palm. The expert pressed his hand on Heaven and Earth's shoulder, and liquid flames seeped into their body. The scarlet liquid flames worked like an infection that tried to hinder Heaven and Earth's control over their free arm. Of course, that condition was less than temporary. The rulers only had to intensify the power of their lightning bolts to free themselves. "I feel your resolve," Supreme Thief exclaimed as he materialized before Heaven and Earth. "Why don't you give it to me?" Supreme Thief's figure transformed into an azure vortex that destabilized Heaven and Earth's lightning bolts. Energy left their body without affecting their overall form, but something quickly became evident. The rulers were losing power. Heaven and earth seemed about to speak, but a torrent of silver energy suddenly fell on their face. Sword Saint stood on the other side of the attack and thrust it forward, but his efforts only managed to destabilize the ruler's fabric a bit more. "A demon is no ant," Divine Demon declared while materializing above Noah and pointing a finger downward. A waterfall of blood-red energy dived toward Noah and the others without affecting them in the slightest. Yet, when the attack reached heaven and earth, it fused with their lightning bolts and slowed down their motion. Heaven and earth felt to have lost control of their body in that situation, and the matter only worsened. Noah, Sword Saint, Supreme Thief, Divine Demon, Alexander, and Wilfred's teamwork appeared perfect. Their struggles perfectly fused and increased the amount of damage they could inflict. That was even more evident with Noah. His swords became able to dive deeper into heaven and earth's head, which filled him with new power and allowed him to add more strength to the attack. The cycle of exhaustion and extreme power resumed before reaching an insane speed. Noah lost track of how many times he was on the verge of fainting. His whole focus was on matching the refilling of his world with new thrusts, and that process slowly led to the desired effects. A crack opened on heaven and earth's head. The fissure expanded from Noah's swords and stretched toward the center of the other attacks. The group seemed about to break that avatar, but the rulers were ready to retaliate. "Don't back down," Noah roared as heaven and earth brightened. Danger filled Noah's senses, but something strange joined that feeling as white light filled his vision. His companions shared those sensations, and they all decided to perform evasive maneuvers to leave the area. "You won't get away," heaven and earth shouted, but a deep growl reached them before they could focus on their escaping opponents. Then, an immense slash engulfed their figure. Shafu roared, and the landmass growled as the massive slash engulfed heaven and earth. The attack pushed the crackling figure away as it flew toward the sky. The slash crashed on the storms and pierced them without meeting any resistance. That massive amount of energy crashed on the sky afterward, and it remained there until it depleted the entirety of its fuel. Once the slash dispersed, the spectators in the higher plane could see that the sky didn't suffer any damage. Yet, the crackling figure had also disappeared. Noah didn't believe for even a second that the battle was over. The sky still shone, and the storms continued to rage. Heaven and earth's energy reserves were probably too big to calculate, so that simple attack couldn't have defeated them. Nevertheless, nothing happened after the slash dispersed. The higher plane tried to fall silent, but Shafu and the landmass prevented that. The dragon thrust the massive blade, and a piercing attack flew toward the exposed spot of the sky. Noah ignored the matter for the time being. He couldn't do much for the landmass, and he felt actually pleased that the sky was keeping it busy. June remained immersed in her suicidal procedure, and her influence grew with every completed cycle. More chunks of the storms were falling prey to her power, but her condition kept worsening. Noah teleported next to June but decided to remain silent. A second layer of dark matter flew over his reptilian eyes to prevent his innate pressure from affecting the procedure while he inspected his lover. June was a gory mess. Only minute chunks of skin had survived, and her muscles weren't any better. Her skeleton was in the open, and the same went for her organs. Noah could see how the damage had spread throughout June's figure. She was sacrificing her flesh to give birth to a small amount of superior fabric, and Noah didn't know if there would be enough of her left once the procedure was over. Calculations happened in Noah's mind as he studied June. He hoped that his violent thoughts could come up with ideas to help his lover, but nothing could work in that situation. June was too distant from Noah's knowledge. He knew her world better than anyone else, but that didn't make him able to patch it up. He lacked understanding in those unique fields. "Stop staring at me," June snorted, but her voice carried tremors that Noah inevitably noticed. "Are you going to die?" Noah asked. "Not before reaching the peak," June declared. "Make sure not to die even at that point," Noah ordered. "The universe is too big to limit ourselves to the 9th rank. I'll focus on surpassing you for now." June smirked before expanding her influence once again. Lightning bolts left the storms and flew toward June. Multiple rivers of energy had already formed around her, but she wasn't even halfway through the process. Noah shot another glance at June before teleporting away. The situation didn't allow him to be concerned. All his thoughts had to focus on winning the battle. Divine Demon, Sword Saint, Supreme Thief, Alexander, and Wilfred had gathered in a random spot of the void during that break, and Noah reached them. The experts didn't say anything about his short trip toward June, and he pretended not to notice the many injuries on their bodies. Everyone had suffered during the previous exchanges. Noah, Alexander, and Wilfred had large holes on their bodies, and some even pierced them from side to side. Divine Demon, Sword Saint, and Supreme Thief were worse off due to their weaker bodies, but their healing techniques were already at work. "What do you think?" Alexander broke the silence. Everyone was staring at the exposed area of the sky, but no one could predict what would happen. "The sky is too tough," Noah responded while the landmass launched another attack that failed to scratch the white layer. "Heaven and earth can probably hide inside it and create a worldwide tribulation to finish us off. Only cowards would do that," Divine Demon pointed out. "I can come up with something to lure them out," Supreme Thief announced. "We should find a sword that can pierce the sky," Sword Saint exclaimed. "We are ignoring the sword maniac, right?" Wilfred asked. "I have some interesting sword paths," Supreme Thief revealed. "I can make sharp stuff," Alexander added. "Heaven and earth are the sky," Noah grunted. "We kill them, and the sky falls. Killing is definitely better," Divine Demon declared. "What if they hide?" Alexander wondered. "They won't," Noah stated as his eyes fell on the smiling Caesar in the distance. "They have to use us as stepping stones. That means defeating us thoroughly. So, since their previous effort failed," Supreme Thief guessed. "Yes," Noah continued. "They will probably come up with an avatar that can deal with us. Let's kill the next one quickly," Divine Demon uttered. "I don't want to waste time dealing with weak versions. Isn't it better to go step by step and improve along the way?" Wilfred wondered. "I think we are better off going all out once and for all," Noah replied. "Nice thinking, my heir," Divine Demon laughed. Noah didn't answer. He honestly didn't know which plan would favor his organization. He could only trust his instincts, and they were telling him to go wild. "I can force heaven and earth to bring forth their best avatar," Supreme Thief claimed. "You just want to steal their weaker creations," Alexander pointed out. Supreme Thief wanted to contradict Alexander, but the sky suddenly lit up and forced the experts to disregard their squabble. Noah and the others kept their consciousness unfolded to be ready for any attack, but heaven and earth didn't bother hiding. A tall, humanoid figure became visible behind the exposed area of the sky. Details grew clearer as the creature approached the white surface and crossed it to enter the higher plane. Bright white crystals shone throughout the humanoid figure. The avatar seemed made of those blinding minerals, but Noah and the others could sense that there was much more hidden under and inside them. Dense lightning bolts ran inside the crystals, and a rhythmic crackling noise resounded under them. The avatar seemed to have a loud core. It had a heart that Noah and the others couldn't study. The avatar's power wasn't too different from before. It was a slightly superior quasi-rank 10 item, but there was something far deeper in the current version. They brought their meanings with them, Noah thought. The avatar hovered in front of the sky for a few seconds before pointing its face toward Noah's group. Its mouth opened, and sparks accompanied the words that came out of it. "Do not worry," heaven and earth said in a buzzing tone that resounded throughout the higher plane. "We are done playing around. This form embodies our true power." "Were you tired of losing?" Noah mocked. "There is no need to fake confidence," heaven and earth announced. "It's perfectly normal to be in awe of our might." A suffocating pressure came out of the avatar and filled the higher plane. Noah and the others felt an unstoppable force landing on their bodies and pushing them down. Heaven and earth wanted them to kneel. The pressure wasn't only heavy. Its seemingly unstoppable power came from the deep meanings flowing inside it. Noah and Alexander had an easier time understanding those meanings. They were extremely powerful specimens that stood at the peak of their respective fields, so they could recognize the similarities in that influence. Heaven and Earth weren't trying to suppress Noah's group. They were merely expressing the entirety of their power, which carried the sea of worlds accumulated during their long lives. That stable mass of meanings naturally gave birth to a superior existence, something that went beyond the limits of the species. Heaven and Earth were far past magical beasts, humans, and hybrids. They were a being that had long since abandoned those weak labels. Noah didn't forget about his time as a human. He recalled his envy and interest in the magical beasts and the process that had eventually brought him to his current state. Still, a long time had passed since Noah stood before a creature able to surpass his innate advantages. That period had even led him to believe that he was one of the most powerful types of beings in the world. But heaven and earth proved him wrong. Noah struggled to view the crystal figure as a proper living being, but he couldn't ignore its power. Heaven and earth didn't care about that detail when they built the avatar. They had only wanted something that could contain their immense accumulation of meanings, and the result was incredible. The crystal figure stood at the peak of numerous fields, and Noah had to admit that he didn't know many of them. Heaven and earth had built something extremely close to perfection, and its mere presence seemed too heavy for the inferior beings in the higher plane. Of course, that superiority alone couldn't make Noah surrender. It only pushed him to show what he had learnt during his time at the peak of the food chain. "I've played this game far more than you," Noah thought before sending potential to his body and pride. Veins bulged throughout Noah's body as he forced his figure to remain straight. His neck seemed on the verge of exploding when he lifted his head and opened his mouth. A roar that spread into every corner of the higher plane came out of Noah's mouth and enveloped his underlings into an ethereal protective membrane. His pride filled the world, and his organization drew power from that intense meaning. The pressure on Alexander and the others suddenly lost power. The team could move freely again, and they soon noticed that the rest of their companions were experiencing the same reassuring outcome. Many underlings didn't understand what had happened, but Noah's core team was different. Alexander and the others only needed to glance at their surroundings to see that heaven and earth's pressure was still there. Their minds had simply become immune to it. "You have always disdained the magical beasts," Noah roared while his companions straightened their position. "You can't even begin to fight me in this field." "We weren't trying to fight anyone," Heaven and Earth explained. "Don't pretend to know the intentions of a superior being. You never learnt how to deal with defeat." Noah laughed, and his companions couldn't help but reveal smirks. "Defeat," Heaven and Earth repeated. "You think that your current power is a victory over us. You don't even understand the meaning of that word." Heaven and Earth lifted an arm to point it at the enemy group. Noah and the others prepared themselves for the imminent attack, but their surroundings turned white before they could summon their energy. A pillar that connected two opposite spots of the sky shot out of heaven and earth and engulfed Noah's group. Innate defenses activated as the white energy ravaged everything it could, but they failed to protect the experts. Divine Demon was the first to come out of the pillar. His fuming figure hid the charred holes on his body and other severe injuries. He had lost his left arm and part of his lower body, and his world had also suffered some damage. Noah left right after Divine Demon. He didn't lose any limbs, but his body was a charred mess. Moreover, his world shook to no end and destabilized his centers of power. He had an easier time protecting the ethereal blackness, but he couldn't control himself properly now. The others soon followed, and they all showed a wide array of severe injuries. Still, none of them cared about their physical wounds. Heaven and Earth's sudden attack had touched their worlds, and they had to focus on patching them up or stabilizing them. Only Sword Saint retained some degree of control over his power. His world was atypical, so it could endure the abrupt offensive, allowing him to realize that heaven and earth didn't stay still. Heaven and earth could use that chance to inflict a major loss on Noah's group. They probably had the power to kill a few experts in a single blow, but they disregarded the team to fly toward the landmass. Shafu and the landmass had also benefited from Noah's pride. The temporary suppression had made both of them livid, so they didn't hesitate to launch a massive slash toward heaven and earth when they saw their sprint. The landmass was still getting used to its power, and the same went with Shafu. They shared an instinctive understanding that improved their teamwork, but they had yet to learn how to cooperate. Each subsequent attack was stronger than the previous due to that learning curve. The slash that flew toward the crystal figure wasn't only immense. The amount of power it contained seemed capable of filling the entirety of the higher plane, and the meanings flowing inside it were also far deeper. The crystal figure didn't stop advancing while the slash flew in its direction. Heaven and earth faced the attack head-on, and the clash disintegrated that giant mass of black energy. The scene was almost unreal. The landmass had launched one of the best attacks the higher plane had ever witnessed, but heaven and earth had destroyed it without effort. A mere clash with their crystal figure had turned the slash into dust. The rulers didn't even slow down during the process. Shafu swung the landmass again, but heaven and earth landed on that immense black surface before the dragon could complete the attack. Their sheer presence in the area interrupted the offensive and prevented Shafu from moving its weapon. The landmass infinite hunger activated as soon as the crystal figure touched its surface. The immense creature tried to devour heaven and earth, but its corrosive abilities failed to affect their body. Heaven and earth didn't waste time. They raised one leg before stomping it on the landmass. The impact generated a shockwave that spread through the entire world and filled the void with storms, but that was only the aftermath of the attack. The stomp released countless white rivers that dived into the landmass and made their way through its structure. Giant web-like cracks expanded through the massive creature and drew images that seemed to depict lightning bolts. The landmass growled in pain as that destructive energy expanded inside its body. Its innate defenses couldn't do anything to stop it, and heaven and earth had released enough power to kill its opponent in a single blow. However, the white energy suddenly stopped expanding in random directions and came out of the landmass to converge toward its tip. June stood there, kneeling on the black surface with a hand pressed on the creature, and the crackling rivers quickly crashed on her. Strangely enough, the rivers of white energy didn't cause any explosions. They landed on June before seeping through her maimed figure and disappearing. No one could sense that powerful attack anymore, and heaven and earth also appeared lost. Their might had significantly increased after entering their new body, but June had managed to affect their technique anyway. Still, everyone expected a single outcome from that surprising event. Heaven and earth had hurt the entirety of Noah's team with a casual attack, so their second technique wasn't something a single rank 9 expert could endure, especially one in the liquid stage. However, a chaotic and violent aura came out of June and explained part of the situation. Solid stage power filled the tip of the landmass and spread in every direction before transforming into flares that shot toward the sky. The flares landed on the storms before exploding into ethereal clouds. That influence enveloped the many lightning bolts, forcing them to leave the sky and fly toward June. Torrents of lightning bolts fell from every corner of the higher plane and flew toward June. She stood up as those attacks fused with her body and disappeared. The event was beyond strange. June didn't experience any power-up, but the energy of the lightning bolts disappeared anyway. She was clearly absorbing that power, but no one could understand what she was doing with it. Eventually, dense sparks came out of June's injuries and entered the few remaining chunks of flesh to activate their healing properties. New skin, muscles, bones, and tissues grew from those maimed edges to rebuild her body. The rebuilding process didn't only give June a body worthy of her new level. The quality of her flesh reached a far superior quality in fields that the spectators couldn't identify. Noah could see that her skin didn't aim to match his sturdiness, but it still strived to grow stronger than him in some aspects. Heaven and earth had the chance to launch more attacks, but they waited to study the event. June attracted all the storms and lightning bolts in the higher plane to absorb them into her body, and the process ended once no injury remained on her figure. June's aura waned at that point. She remained in the solid stage, but her influence returned inside her body. She wasn't affecting the world anymore, and the contact with the landmass was even hurting her. "What did you achieve?" Heaven and earth asked. "You can't hope to deflect all our attacks." "I can always try," June teased. Heaven and earth glanced at the landmass. Their previous attack had left deep injuries in that immense creature, but the latter shared the hybrid's insane resilience. Healing abilities had even activated to close some of the most severe wounds. The damage involved the center of the landmass. It didn't affect its sharp edges, so it was safe to assume that Shafu could still use it to attack. Heaven and Earth would have to prioritize those areas to eliminate that annoying creature, but they decided to test June first. Heaven and Earth waved their hand, and a pillar came out of them. The attack resembled what they had launched toward Noah's team, but it was far denser at that time. The white light condensed into a mere bright line during its fast flight. June couldn't hope to dodge the attack, which landed at the center of her chest, less than a second after Heaven and Earth's gesture. The attack could probably pierce anything in the world. Heaven and Earth didn't add any unique nature to their offensive, but the sheer amount of energy inside it made its might clear. In theory, June couldn't hope to block the attack. She could survive, but her world was bound to suffer damage. Yet nothing remotely similar happened. June didn't have the time to summon any technique, but she had no intention to act anyway. The bright line landed on her chest and pushed her away, but the corrosive properties of the landmass helped her disperse that momentum sooner than expected. When June stopped, she straightened her figure again to show the outcome of the attack. Everyone had seen the bright line hitting her, but no one could find traces of that event on her body. She was perfectly fine. The event was shocking, but Heaven and Earth didn't show any emotion. They inspected June for a few seconds until a word eventually left their mouth. Immunity. That has always been the final goal of my evolution, June declared. I finally perfected this body. I don't have to hold back anymore. June lifted a hand above her head, and sparks came out of her palm. That energy transformed into lightning bolts that expanded and condensed until they took the shape of a long orange spear. A loud came out of June's body and echoed through most of the higher plane. The noise carried pulling properties that forced energy, experts, and much more to take a step toward her. The pulling force didn't affect Heaven and Earth, but they didn't miss how the entirety of the landmass shook due to that influence. Still, their attention remained on June since she didn't hesitate to throw her spear. The orange weapon seemed to explode as soon as it left June's hand. The spear transformed into a bullet that left a bright trail through its trajectory. The attack was fast, but it remained too slow for Heaven and Earth. The rulers raised their hand to stop the bullet, but the latter revealed its true form when June's heartbeat resounded again. The bullet experienced a surge of energy that turned it into an orange torrent far bigger than the crystal figure. The attack engulfed Heaven and Earth and dug away part of the landmass surface during its flight toward the other side of the higher plane. The similarities with Heaven and Earth's first attack were impossible to miss. June had basically replicated their technique, but she had added the deep meanings of her world to it. The torrent didn't deplete energy during the flight. It actually grew stronger. A proper river appeared in the almost empty higher plane. The world had the landmass, Shafu, and the vast array of golden inscriptions, but an orange torrent had joined them now. The river didn't disperse even after landing on the sky. Instead, it generated more energy during its flow, giving birth to a proper sea above the white layer. The orange sea revealed the nature of June's attacks. Sparks flowed over its surface and multiplied as more power appeared inside them. A stranger would find the scene impossible to explain, but everyone knew June's world. She had learnt to expand the properties of her perfect circuit to her very energy. The incredible scene filled the weaker experts in Noah's organization with hope, but it didn't affect the core team. Noah and the others were pleased that June could finally fight, but they knew that the attack couldn't defeat Heaven and Earth. As predicted, 2 white slashes cut through the sea and the entirety of the river while releasing whooshing noises. June had to turn herself into a lightning bolt to escape those attacks, but her landing at Noah's side revealed how her evasive maneuver didn't save her completely. June carried a cross-shaped injury on her right shoulder when she materialized next to Noah. Sparks came out of the wound, but they failed to fix it. June had to settle with covering it with her power. Meanwhile, the entire river crumbled into dust and revealed the intact crystal figure. Heaven and Earth didn't suffer any injury, and the white light in their palms now carried a far more dangerous power. You became immune to a single one of our worlds, Heaven and Earth stated, and we have always known how to counter it. Well, Wilfred exclaimed, we weren't expecting this to be easy. Do you have a plan? Alexander asked. Thinking isn't my job, Wilfred responded. I just attack. Same here, June announced. I like that part too, Divine Demon added. A sword follows its own path, Sword Saint stated. You could have simply agreed with them, Supreme Thief snorted. No need to sound wise. You don't have a plan either, Alexander pointed out. I don't need a plan, Supreme Thief declared. I only need to show them who's best. That doesn't sound too bad, Alexander admitted before glancing at Noah. Yeah, Noah sighed. Let's do that. Noah released his dark matter and created the dark world under him. Multiple workshops activated and built an army of 6-armed dragons with blades instead of claws. We should coordinate, Alexander suggested. I was feeling mud, Supreme Thief responded. You really want to rob them even now? Alexander cursed before heaving a helpless sigh. I can work with that. I'll handle some of their attacks, June uttered. Don't bother dodging if they use neutral energy. I'll cut them, Sword Saint declared. I'll teach them how to be a demon, Divine Demon added. We have a plan, Noah concluded. I'll go first. Noah's statement surprised his companions, but he knew that they wouldn't remain too far behind. Potential flowed into his understanding of space and time as he filled a good chunk of the higher plane with dark matter and disappeared inside it. The dark matter was too violent to be a sea. Noah had created multiple wave-like structures that shot toward heaven and earth while hiding his presence and the army of dragons. The diversion didn't faze heaven and earth. The crystal figure raised a hand, and a sound wave came out. The attack had a circular shape that expanded toward the waves of dark matter and created instabilities in their structure. The dark matter couldn't hope to survive the attack. The waves turned into dust, but nothing came out of them. Noah and the army had completely disappeared. Heaven and earth didn't say anything while they lifted their arm. A series of rumbling gales came out of their hand and ravaged their surroundings without focusing on any specific area. The gales eventually hit something, and heaven and earth didn't hesitate to look in that direction. Beams shot out of their eyes and pierced their target, generating explosions in the process. White energy expanded from the areas traveled by the beams. Spherical structures grew and pushed the gales away, but the latter didn't disappear. Heaven and earth forced them to condense in their palm, where they created a tiny hurricane. Nothing came out of the spherical structures, but heaven and earth weren't done. A sharp, high-pitched noise resounded from their body and created a pale domain around them that covered half of the higher plane. The domain appeared stable until a small area above heaven and earth trembled. The rulers threw their tiny hurricane there at that point, and the attack expanded to envelop everything in its violent winds. A painful cry left the hurricane but failed to distract heaven and earth. Still, the rulers couldn't help but focus on the winds afterward. Some gales were turning black for no apparent reason. The hurricane wasn't the only target of that strange technique. Multiple black spots appeared in random places of the pale domain and started to expand. Noah's influence began to take over the area, but heaven and earth didn't let that continue for too long. Heaven and earth opened their mouth to release a humming noise. The attack forced the pale domain and the hurricane to freeze, which halted the expansion of the black areas. Everything crumbled right afterward. A rain of shards containing enough power to fill most of the higher plane fell into the void, and hundreds of black figures materialized among them. 6-armed dragons and fiendish avatars appeared around heaven and earth and voiced roars before shooting toward them. The rulers were at the center of a tight encirclement, but that offensive didn't worry them at all. Thousands of tiny spikes seeped out of the crystal figure and shot forward. Every weapon carried an insane amount of power, and the army couldn't do anything against it. The spikes easily pierced the dragons and the fiendish avatars, forcing them to self-destruct to unleash their energy. Complete blackness filled heaven and earth's surroundings, but their face remained calm as they inspected the darkness. Heaven and earth eventually sprinted ahead and pierced the blackness to reach the single survivor of their previous offensive. A maimed 6-armed dragon had tried to hide among the energy released by its companions, and the rulers didn't miss that. You reached the final battle only to play tricks on us, Heaven and earth mocked before tapping their fingers on the dragon's head. That mere touch turned the dragon into dust. Heaven and earth also launched a beam to pierce the humanoid figure that had come out of it. Yet their expression flickered at that point. The beams dug a hole into the fiendish figure, but no blood came out. Noah wasn't there. Instead, the avatar exploded to fill the area with fuming blades that shot in every direction. Heaven and earth didn't bother protecting themselves from the attack. The swords generated clanging noises when they landed on the crystals, but they failed to inflict any damage. Nevertheless, one of the swords that flew above heaven and earth's head suddenly released dark matter and created a portal-like structure. Snor's massive head came out of it and spat a waterfall of destructive energy. Heaven and earth endured the waterfall, but the sheer power of their body soon took care of it. Sparks came out of their crystals whenever the destructive energy touched them, and those innate defenses eventually spread through the entirety of the technique. The torrent shattered, but a series of black lines materialized in its place and converged toward heaven and earth. The crystals didn't suffer any damage during the offensive, allowing the rulers to lift their arm to deal with the new threat. A figure materialized and swung its blades, only for them to end up on heaven and earth's palm. Noah put as much strength as possible into the attack, but he couldn't do anything. The crystal figure was simply too strong. "You have improved," heaven and earth commented. "Your understanding can almost affect the void, but we were there long before you." A loud shockwave expanded from heaven and earth's back at that point, and a second soon followed. Wilfred eventually teleported behind the rulers and thrust his palms forward to slam them on the crystals. The impact with heaven and earth's body almost made Noah feel dizzy. The sheer strength unleashed by Wilfred was incredible, but the rulers didn't move. "There's more," heaven and earth announced before two figures materialized at their sides. Alexander voiced a low cry as a mud-like liquid came out of his mouth and filled the area. The attack didn't affect Noah and Wilfred, but heaven and earth could feel its hindering properties trying to influence their body. Supreme Thief also used mud, but his attack gave birth to a giant humanoid figure that fell on heaven and earth and fused with Alexander's attack. The creature used the mud in the area to restrain heaven and earth and search for weak spots in their body, but the process instantly failed. The crystal figure didn't have weaknesses. Still, Supreme Thief stepped through the mud anyway to touch heaven and earth with his bare hands. His whole figure shone with azure light as he immersed himself in the meaning running through the crystals, and his curiosity soon skyrocketed. "You have so much worth stealing," Supreme Thief laughed. "Make way," June shouted before unleashing an orange torrent on the area. Divine Demon and Sword Saint didn't hold back either. They launched massive attacks on the sea of mud. 3 pillars carrying different shades converged on the same area, generating a deafening explosion during their clash. Noah and the others near heaven and earth had retreated as soon as June launched her attack. Yet, the explosion generated by the clash among the 3 pillars reached them before they could get far enough. A spherical shockwave expanded through half of the higher plane and split the team, but the experts soon gathered again. Meanwhile, the energy released by Divine Demon, Sword Saint, and June dispersed to reveal the outcome of the offensive. Heaven and earth appeared in the open and showed the utter lack of injuries on their body. The crystals didn't even carry stains, let alone dents. Nothing Noah and the others had done pierced that material. Noah glanced at his blades before inspecting the companions hidden inside his world. Cracks had opened on the demonic sword and cursed sword, affecting the sharpness of their edges. That damage didn't diminish their power, but it was a clear sign of heaven and earth's might. Something similar had happened to Snore and Night. The 2 creatures had suffered a backlash after attacking heaven and earth. The sole fact that they had shown their presence on the battlefield had hurt them. Of course, Snore and Night were sturdy enough to keep fighting. Noah's body was a mess, but his insane resilience was preserving his might. The same applied to the blades since they could rely on the dark matter. Overall, Noah could still express his full power, and his friends weren't any different. Dealing with heaven and earth was hurting them, but they could fight without holding anything back. However, that didn't change the problematic nature of the situation. Heaven and Earth's offensive was troublesome, but the experts could handle it together. As long as they were careful, the rulers wouldn't have a chance to kill them in a single blow. The problems stood in other fields. Heaven and Earth had endured multiple attacks that carried the full power of Noah's core team without flinching. That alone proved how sturdy their body was. Moreover, Noah and the others had never stopped suffering injuries during the offensive. Their current condition didn't affect their battle prowess, but that moment would inevitably arrive if things didn't change. Noah relied on his violent thoughts to devise plans, but his mind couldn't reach any conclusion even after feeding on his potential. He felt confident in his destructive power, but Heaven and Earth would never let him accumulate enough of that aspect, which was the core of the issue. Defeating Heaven and Earth with a few powerful attacks was the only possible path to victory. Noah's group wouldn't survive a prolonged battle. However, that conclusion revealed another major issue. The current team lacked the strength to hurt the rulers. "We need more firepower," Noah concluded while Heaven and Earth took a step forward and materialized in front of the group. "Are you done already?" Heaven and Earth asked before pointing a hand at Wilfred. A giant piercing slash suddenly crashed on the crystal figure, but the latter was sturdy enough to endure the blow without moving. The clash forced that immense power to expand in different directions, and the group used it to fuel their evasive maneuvers. Heaven and Earth turned to look at the source of the attack. Shafu and the landmass had resumed their offensive, and a second slash was already on its way. The crystal figure didn't bother to dodge the incoming slash. Heaven and Earth flew right through it, destroying the entirety of the attack in the process. Shafu tried to swing the landmass forward again, but Heaven and Earth landed on it before that could happen. The impact even pushed that immense creature downward, and the event carried so much power that the whole black structure bent. A painful growl came out of every corner of the landmass, and corrosive power accompanied that cry. Black smoke seeped out of the dark surface before transforming into a series of blades that flew toward the crystal figure. Heaven and Earth had no interest in the incoming blades. They stomped their foot on the landmass, unleashing a series of circular attacks that seeped deep into the structure. Due to the previous attack, the landmass already carried a deep, web-like hole, and the stomp enlarged it other than adding even more damage. The creature's insides churned as earthquakes spread throughout its structure and destabilized its fabric. Giant chunks of the landmass fell from the main structure and disappeared into the void as the circular attacks continued to expand in its insides. It seemed that the attack would destroy the creature, but the latter suddenly disappeared. Heaven and Earth looked at the empty spot under them before turning toward Shafu. The dragon had started to fly away after absorbing the landmass, but its speed was nothing special for the rulers. "Fine," Heaven and Earth said. "We'll kill you first." A rumbling orange torrent fell on Heaven and Earth before they could chase after Shafu. June gave birth to a new bright river, but that structure instantly shattered. The crystal figure turned the river into dust with the single step it took to reach Shafu. Heaven and Earth performed a sharp dive, but a large amount of potential filled the dragon before it threw its influence at its opponent. A foreign force tried to push Heaven and Earth away from their trajectory, but that effort turned out to be pointless. The crystal figure barely slowed down before reaching Shafu's left wing and turning it into dust with a single touch of its foot. Shafu was performing an evasive maneuver, but the crystal figure's trajectory remained pointed at the center of its body. The dragon couldn't even dream of stopping it on its own. But it wasn't alone. Silver light flashed under Heaven and Earth. Sword Saint wielded an ethereal blade with both hands as he tried to stop the crystal figure and cut its feet off. The crystals remained intact, but Heaven and Earth had to stop their descent for a second. They only needed a gesture to get rid of Sword Saint, but Supreme Thief materialized above them before they could focus on his companion. An azure sphere formed in front of Supreme Thief's fingertips before a piercing ray shot out of it. He relied on an empowered version of the ruler's resolve ability for his attack, and his decision seemed to pay off. The ray fell on Heaven and Earth's head before transforming into a membrane that enveloped their body. The azure energy hindered their movements for one more second, allowing Divine Demon to materialize in front of them. Let's go with this, Divine Demon exclaimed while drawing a blood-red circle on the azure membrane. The circle's radiance intensified until its color gained paler shades. The technique eventually reached a critical point and unleashed its power on heaven and earth's chest, generating a clanging noise that flew deep into the void. Heaven and earth tried to launch a quick shockwave to get rid of their opponents, but that attack crumbled and turned into multiple lightning bolts that flew toward June. Part of the attack survived, but the three experts could endure it easily. Meanwhile, June and Wilfred reached the scene to add abilities to that offensive. Only Alexander and Noah remained behind. Alexander had understood something, so he waited for Noah to give further directives. "Pig!" Noah roared without moving his eyes away from the crystal figure. "Stop wasting time and come here." The Foolery and Marcella had been busy with their seemingly infinite exchange while Noah and the others fought heaven and earth. Marcella's energy reserves were boundless, but the pig could say the same for its hunger. Yet, Noah's call forced the Foolery to ignore the many tasty magical plants in its view and fly toward its companions. Marcella obviously didn't like that, but the vegetation she sent after the pig couldn't contain it even after wrapping itself around its body. "You finally acknowledge my might." The pig squealed once it reached Noah, but he grabbed its head and threw it toward heaven and earth before it could spout more nonsense. "Do you need me to handle Marcella?" Alexander asked. "No," Noah reassured. "I have something else. That idiot is about to come out." Alexander had a vague idea of what Noah had in mind, but he didn't let his curiosity affect him. Noah's answer was a silent order, so Alexander didn't hesitate to fly after the Foolery to join it in its offensive. The Foolery squealed as it accelerated toward heaven and earth. The crystal figure was in the middle of a joint assault, but it remained in control of the situation. Actually, the experts around it were the only ones suffering injuries. The pig ignored any instinctive tactic that its companions had come up with and charged ahead. Divine Demon laughed as he stepped on his left to leave a path for his companion, and the Foolery immediately filled that spot. The Foolery headbutt heaven and earth, but the attack only shattered the skin on its forehead. Still, the pig ignored the injury and unfolded its hunger to affect the immense energy flowing through the crystals. The hunger didn't affect heaven and earth. The Foolery couldn't even eat the sparse energy lingering over the crystal figure. That fuel was too deep to fall under the influence of such a weak domain. "You won't stop me from eating you," the Foolery shouted before opening its mouth to bite on the crystals. The pig's teeth almost broke, and lingering sparks seeped through them to flow into its body. Its internal organs suffered while its mouth remained wrapped on heaven and earth, but that wasn't enough to make it give up. "Who said that you are too powerful for me?" The pig squealed, and its idiocy fused with its hunger to create a sucking force that seeped through the crystals. "We do," heaven and earth replied, and the sucking force vanished before seizing anything. The rulers had easily stopped the Foolery, but that outcome was entirely predictable. Heaven and earth had long since grown tired of that siege. Shafu had even gotten quite far away in the meantime, and the rulers had no intention of letting it go. Still, Alexander's arrival delayed heaven and earth's assault once again. Alexander studied the joint assault for a bit before joining his hands to gather power between his palms. A deep and heavy aura enveloped Alexander while he summoned his technique. Multiple innate abilities fused and flowed toward his hands to give birth to something the world had never seen. When Alexander separated his hands, small lumps of purple flames came out in the open. Those tiny techniques flew left and right without leaving Alexander's surroundings, but they shot toward heaven and earth as soon as he pointed at them. The flames were small enough to land on some of heaven and earth's exposed spots, but they turned liquid as soon as they touched the crystals. The sparks tried to destroy them, but they appeared resistant to those attacks, which gave them time to apply their effects. The purple puddles transformed into sticky spots that glued themselves to the crystals while sending energy inside them. Alexander was sending energy to heaven and earth, but the latter couldn't subdue it. The purple energy transformed once again once it entered the crystals. It turned into a gas-like substance that tried to destabilize the many meanings amassed by heaven and earth. The attempt obviously failed for the most part. Alexander had summoned as many suitable abilities as he could think of, but they weren't anything special compared to what heaven and earth contained. However, the purple gas managed to affect random aspects of some meanings. That result wasn't significant enough to inflict damage, but it remained more than the team had accomplished until now. Heaven and earth saw the event as an insult toward their superiority, but their opponents retained the initiative. Alexander had opened a path, and Supreme Thief didn't hesitate to step on it. Supreme Thief landed on heaven and earth's shoulders and placed his hands on their head. His figure turned into a blinding azure avatar as he focused the entirety of his world on a single task, and something surprising eventually happened. Heaven and earth lifted their head in time to see Supreme Thief drawing a single white dot out of the crystals. The stolen item contained immense energy, but it was incredibly unstable. Moreover, it was too powerful for Supreme Thief's world. Nevertheless, Supreme Thief didn't try to absorb those stolen meanings. He pushed his hands down as soon as the instabilities reached a critical point, and the white dot exploded into a storm of white and azure energy. The power of the attack surpassed anything the group had launched before. Supreme Thief didn't use his energy or understanding to cast that technique. He had simply stolen something from heaven and earth before sending it back at them. The stolen energy contained random chunks of meaning, so it didn't create a proper attack. The unleashed power was chaotic and violent, and it even expressed different natures. Yet it was strong enough to affect heaven and earth. After all, it had come from them in the first place. Supreme Thief laughed when he saw the violent attack pushing down heaven and earth, but his companions didn't share his happiness. They had been right next to the crystal figure, so the technique hit them too. "Can't you warn us first?" June cursed as she and the others sprinted out of the attack. "You hit my blade," Sword Saint scolded. "I couldn't eat anything," the foolery complained. "That's how a demon should act." Divine Demon laughed. "I don't know how many of this we can handle," Wilfred pointed out. "We don't deserve to live then." Divine Demon laughed even harder. Marcella saw the exchange happening from her distant spot. Everything had unfolded too quickly, so she had remained still to watch the scene. Yet, once heaven and earth failed to handle the offensive, Marcella snapped back to reality and charged ahead. She didn't know how much she could do against so many opponents, but she felt sure that the rulers would benefit from her presence. Still, an enormous silver item materialized on Marcella's path before she could reach heaven and earth. The privileged cultivator immediately recognized that chrysalis, so she did everything she could to fly past it, but her efforts didn't lead anywhere. Silver ice covered the entire area and expanded until a quarter of the higher plane transformed into a frozen landscape. Marcella saw all the available paths closing before her eyes, and her consciousness also failed to pierce that silver material. Marcella didn't give up so soon. Countless spiky plants grew around her and shot toward the ice. Many of her attacks succeeded in piercing that silver layer, but she only found more frozen areas past that. A cracking noise eventually reached Marcella's ears and forced her to look at the silver item. Fissures opened on its surface and expanded to reveal an intense green color. The process continued until a loud hiss filled the area. The cracked item froze and retreated to fuse with the giant figure contained in its insides. A massive green snake appeared in the open and stretched its immense body before lifting its head to express its anger. "Defying demon," the eternal snake hissed. "I've come back to kill you." The eternal snake expressed the results of its hibernation through its hiss. Marcella could partially evaluate the nature of its new power, but what she failed to understand left her confused. The creature was still a rank 9 magical beast in the upper tier. Its species had undergone some changes, but there were limits to how much it could improve. Marcella had seen magical beasts overcoming their innate limits through transformations and modifications, which often involved a radical evolution of their species. For example, the foolery had to become a hybrid, and the dragons had to turn themselves into mindless weapons. Even Noah had to go through a similar process multiple times during his life. He had started as a human and had walked the hybrid path for many years until he had eventually surpassed that entire field. However, the eternal snake didn't do any of that. It had remained a magical beast, and most of its core still shared many similarities with its original species. Of course, Marcella didn't underestimate the hibernation. The current version of the Eternal Snake was the result of numerous empowerments, but she didn't know where that power had gone. Defying demon, the snake continued to call. I can smell you. Come out and fight me. The snake didn't receive any answer, and even Marcella hesitated to interact with it. She was conflicted about the current situation, and fear had nothing to do with that. The previous battles had forced Marcella to reevaluate her power, but she remained utterly confident before a magical beast. Yet, she knew that the Eternal Snake was an annoying opponent. Its resilience would only lead to a prolonged battle. Marcella wanted to help heaven and earth, so fighting a magical beast sounded like a waste of time in her mind. Still, she couldn't move freely due to the ice, which forced her attention to remain on the Eternal Snake. Fighting would generally be the only option, but Marcella saw a different path in the Eternal Snake's anger. Heaven and earth would never accept a magical beast as an ally, but Marcella only needed it to remove the ice. If she could trick the creature, she wouldn't need to waste any time. Defying demon, the Eternal Snake hissed again, but the appearance of green light in its surroundings temporarily halted its rage. Defying demon is on the other side of your ice, Marcella revealed while materializing near the snake. You only need to withdraw your technique to reach him. And who would you be? The Eternal Snake asked. I'm an enemy of Defying Demon, Marcella explained while forcing herself to perform a half bow. Why don't we make a deal? I won't interfere with your battle if you open a path. An enemy. The Eternal Snake hissed before moving its reptilian eyes over its surroundings. A strange aura came out of the giant chunk of ice during the inspection. The Eternal Snake used its innate ability to enhance its senses, and a vague understanding of the situation quickly filled its mind. The Eternal Snake had left Noah and the others before the final battle, but the scene that unfolded in its senses made everything clear. The creature didn't only skip the start of that struggle. It had awakened right at its end. The faint hesitation on the Eternal Snake's face stirred Marcella's worries. She couldn't let the creature change its mind. She had to fuel its anger to achieve her goals. Defying Demon decided to free you only at the last second, Marcella announced. He probably had no intention to use you at all. It must not feel great to be a decoy. The Eternal Snake pretended that Marcella didn't say anything while its inspection continued. The empty higher plane filled with nothing but a few battles saddened the creature. That wasn't a world worth inhabiting anymore. Where are the other magical beasts? The Eternal Snake asked. Why is none of them fighting? Defying Demon used them as cannon fodder to fend off our initial assault, Marcella explained. The few surviving creatures should be hidden inside ethereal inscriptions. I can bring you there if you wish. No magical beast is fighting heaven and earth. The Eternal Snake sighed before voicing a low hiss. Unforgivable. What? Marcella gasped before the snake's massive tail cracked at her. The attack was fast enough to take Marcella by surprise, but she still managed to summon a few plants to protect herself. However, the sheer physical prowess expressed by the Eternal Snake pierced her vegetation and flung her away. Plants! The Eternal Snake hissed in anger. How did plants remain in this battle when the magical beasts left it? Marcella dispersed her momentum only to find the Eternal Snake staring at her from a distance. She instinctively summoned her vegetation to reveal her power and prove herself worthy of that battlefield. But the scene only made the creature angrier. Cultivators, the Eternal Snake scoffed. Even someone using plants underestimates me. This ends today. Wait! Marcella hurriedly exclaimed in front of the Eternal Snake's sudden calm. I'll let you fight me once everything is over. Let's take care of Defying Demon first. You'll let me? The Eternal Snake repeated as its calm shattered and anger came out of its figure again. Do you think you can stop me? Marcella could only heave a sigh at those words. Her plan had failed, but she promptly moved to the next one. Energy flowed into her vegetation to generate new magical plants meant to counter what she knew about the Eternal Snake. The Eternal Snake was too angry to waste time in words. It stretched its body to slam its tail on the thick ice and used the impact to push itself forward. The sprint was quite exceptional for a magical beast, but Marcella was one of the best privileged cultivators in the entire sky. She could follow the charge, and her plants even happened to be faster than the eternal snake. Sharp flowers and branches that carried bright tips shot toward the charging creature, but clanging noises resounded when they landed on it. Nothing pierced the green scales, and a considerable chunk of the vegetation shattered when the eternal snake fell on it. The eternal snake spat a silver torrent that froze anything it touched. The broken vegetation transformed into an icy landmass, but Marcella severed herself from it before the ability could reach her. Marcella teleported above the snake and recreated the array of magical plants while adjusting them to her opponent's new sturdiness. Flowers with burning petals grew all around them and closed to create fuming spears that shot forward and fused into a single structure. The attack was too fast for the eternal snake. The fuming structure pierced its body before generating branches that expanded through its insides. A proper array of magical plants grew and pierced the snake from the inside. Roots and branches came out of the scales before diving back into its body to add vegetation to that technique. Marcella believed that killing the eternal snake quickly was impossible, but she could still immobilize it. Dealing with the creature couldn't be easier than piercing the ice separating her from the battle, so she opted for the second approach. Nevertheless, the eternal snake pulled itself away from the technique, uncaring of the scales, muscles, and organs that the plants inside it destroyed. More than half of its body turned into a gory rain during its reckless gesture, but the magical beast didn't care at all. The eternal snake launched its open mouth toward Marcella, but she teleported away and replicated her previous attack. The creature had started to use the ice in the area to heal itself, but vast arrays of magical plants soon filled its body again. Marcella didn't think much of the eternal snake after witnessing those exchanges. The creature's resilience was immense, but it had to freeze something to activate the healing process. She could prevent that by simply retracting her plants after inflicting wounds. After a few exchanges, the eternal snake turned into nothing more than a gory mess of broken skin and falling internal organs. More than 90% of its body had fallen into the void, and Marcella sighed at that sight. However, the injuries suddenly vanished, and the missing flesh reappeared on the snake. The eternal snake headbutted Marcella as soon as its figure regained its original form. The attack carried insane violence, and Marcella faced it head-on. The impact flung Marcella toward the distant frozen layer. Everything inside her shook after crashing on the ice, but her world remained intact, and roots immediately pierced her skin to recreate her vegetation. The attack had separated Marcella from her previous technique, and the eternal snake quickly added it to its collection of frozen areas. Still, none of that ice separated from those structures to fuse with the creature. After all, it didn't have injuries anymore. Marcella didn't understand what had happened. She knew that her previous attacks had deeply hurt the eternal snake, but that damage had abruptly vanished without any apparent reason. However, Marcella knew enough about the eternal snake's hibernation to link a few dots. The creature had probably gained some form of immortality, which partially explained the previous event. Do you think you can replicate a cultivator's world without abandoning your species? Marcella asked. Magical beasts are so naive. The eternal snake hissed in anger as it slammed its tail on the frozen landmass to sprint forward. Its massive body fused with its incredible speed gave birth to gales that shot in every direction, but Marcella barely cared about them. The creature slammed head-on on the ice only to notice that Marcella had already left. She reappeared above the eternal snake with her vegetation, and another piercing attack shot out of it. Countless plants pierced the green scales and invaded the snake's body. The creature couldn't stop that attack, but it didn't hesitate to rip itself away from that vegetation to assault Marcella again. Marcella improved on her previous offensive. She teleported away and filled the eternal snake with plants again, while also adding a cage of firm roots to her attack. The eternal snake injured itself to escape those plants, but it failed to reach Marcella. The creature slammed on the roots that were enveloping its surroundings, and the latter held strong. They could endure its physical might. The creature obviously didn't like that. The eternal snake saw that hindrance as a personal insult, but even biting the roots didn't help its situation. Your resilience definitely increased, Marcella commented when the snake's injuries suddenly vanished. But your species can't reach the same depths of a cultivator. Marcella sent more power to the roots around the eternal snake to make them give birth to fruits. Seeds came out of them and generated branches that expanded in every direction, transforming the cage into a spiked hell. The eternal snake couldn't stop suffering injuries. Roots stabbed its body and expanded inside it if it remained still, but the same happened when it moved. Marcella had successfully isolated it in a deadly trap. Your healing properties probably lack limits, Marcella announced. But you can't fix your body if my plans occupy those areas. More energy flowed toward the cage and thickened the array of roots. The empty spots inside the areas started to disappear, but that didn't change the eternal snake's situation. The creature had long since become unable to move. The process continued until the entirety of the cage became full of sharp roots. Marcella made sure to close every gap before diverting her attention from the battle. The eternal snake probably was still alive, but she didn't care enough to remain in the area. Marcella turned toward the layer of ice to inspect its fabric. The eternal snake's innate ability was truly sturdy, but she had plants that could pierce it. The process wouldn't be fast, but she had a way to reach the main battle. Roots came out of Marcella's body again to give birth to fuming petals. The heat generated by those flowers intensified as Marcella added more energy and transformed them into multiple spiked structures. The pointy plants shot forward to stab the frozen layer. Silver shards immediately fell from it, but the damage remained relatively insignificant. Still, Marcella remained calm and gave more energy to her attacks to continue the excavation. Mere magical plants couldn't do much against such a tough material, but Marcella's constant flow of energy revitalized their fabric whenever they lost momentum. The fuming spears slowly made their way through the ice. It would take a while, but Marcella knew she could reach the other side. The cage remained stable and added confidence to Marcella's approach. However, the frozen landmasses eventually started to fly toward the spherical array of roots. The landmasses fell on the cage and did their best to freeze the structure, but Marcella had predicted a similar outcome. Her roots were ice-resistant, and the eternal snake's innate ability couldn't ignore that feature. The ice could only expand and envelop the cage at that point. It didn't grow, but it still surrounded the roots, hoping to win over their innate resistance. Marcella didn't just let the eternal snake do as it wished. She sent energy to the cage while remaining focused on her drill-like plants. Reaching the other side was her main goal, so she knew she had to keep the creature trapped. The drilling process continued without meeting any hindrance. Marcella even started to relax after a while. It made sense for a magical beast to be relatively easy to deal with, so she didn't think too much about it. A tunnel came to life as the process continued. Marcella's plan was working, but her survival instincts suddenly screamed in fear. She didn't know the reason behind that reaction, but she trusted her mind enough to listen to its warning. Marcella shot backward and left the tunnel to inspect the frozen layer as a whole. Nothing strange was happening there, so she turned to examine the cage. Her structure was still surrounded by ice, but even that situation didn't change. Nevertheless, great surprise filled Marcella's mind when she turned back toward the frozen layer. Her tunnel had completely disappeared. The ice had regained its original form, wasting her previous efforts. Marcella was stunned, but she didn't lose her cool. After reviewing everything she knew about the eternal snake, she could explain the event. It was safe to assume that its ice shared its resilience. "I must kill it," Marcella concluded. But another surprising scene unfolded in her eyes when she turned. The layer of ice that had enveloped the cage had transformed into a giant reptilian head that bit down on the array of roots. The mouth was big enough to cover the entirety of the structure, and the latter disappeared after entering that frozen attack. Marcella's expression flickered when she lost connection with the cage. In theory, the giant head had an opening at its base, so broken roots would have come out from there, but nothing left the mouth. "Damned cultivator!" The eternal snake hissed in anger as soon as the mouth opened to reveal its intact body. "You are one annoying being," Marcella commented while recreating her vegetation to prepare for the imminent battle. She couldn't find alternatives, so she decided to put everything she had into the fight. "Annoying?" the snake repeated in a human voice. "I'm eternal. Anything frozen by my ability will remain frozen forever. Nothing can erase the traces of my existence." The battle against heaven and earth had continued while the eternal snake kept Marcella busy. But things didn't improve too much. The arrival of the foolery had added a new set of troublesome attacks to the team's offensive. Having a solid-stage hybrid fueled with intense anger toward heaven and earth also deepened the group's advantage, but it failed to bring them on the winning side. A break happened after a few exchanges went by. Noah found himself among the void, far away from his companions and with his mental waves struggling to expand. He was losing control over his centers of power, and his condition was to blame for that. Holes that stretched deep into Noah's insides filled his body, and many cracks joined the picture, turning his figure into a gory mess. His resilience was keeping him strong and ready to fight, but his overall prowess was dwindling. The fiendish armor hid those injuries, but Noah knew he was approaching his limits. His world had also stopped growing due to his past failures. He had unleashed stronger attacks during the previous exchanges, but heaven and earth had gotten used to them and had prevented him from generating more potential. Noah was actively running low on energy, but his condition was far from the worst among his team. His companions had suffered a lot, and Wilfred expressed that trend better than the others. Wilfred also stood alone in the void. The right side of his torso was a bloody mess, and his arm was missing. He had lost it during one of the past exchanges, but his life wasn't in danger. Yet, his physical prowess had greatly diminished due to the injury. Alexander was only slightly better off. His identity as the best hybrid in the world and his understanding of his responsibilities had pushed him to face more dangers than his companions. Whenever heaven and earth revealed an opening, Alexander was there. Whenever heaven and earth launched a seemingly endurable attack, Alexander was there. Whenever June and the others decided to retreat, Alexander was there to slow down heaven and earth. That reckless approach had been sustainable only because Noah had helped as much as possible. He had even taken care of replacing Alexander multiple times. It was his role as one of the sturdiest beings in the world to face the most dangerous situations. Supreme Thief and Sword Saint had suffered similar injuries but for different reasons. Their condition was terrible, but they appeared able to endure those wounds better than some of their companions. Sword Saint had moved to the front lines as the exchanges continued. His maniacal need to find a blade that could cut heaven and earth had pushed him into dangerous positions, but his behavior carried much more than that. Sword Saint knew that his world was unique. He could endure deeper injuries without putting his potential in danger. The sword path would refill those missing parts during the breaks, so he happily relied on harmful attacks hoping to achieve some results. Nevertheless, heaven and earth's knowledge was immense. They quickly found a way to deal with Sword Saint's peculiar world. His existence was partially outside their reach, but the same didn't apply to his body. Sword Saint had worm-like lightning bolts running under his skin. That technique hindered his ability to move freely, which affected the execution of his arts. He couldn't perform perfect slashes if his body didn't move accordingly. Heaven and earth had used the same method to reduce Supreme Thief's power. Supreme Thief was the expert with the highest chance of hurting the crystals since he drew energy directly from his opponents, but that process required a connection. Heaven and earth could easily use that against him. Divine Demon, the Foolery, and June were the very opposite of Wilfred and Alexander. The three didn't appear affected by the exchanges, even if their condition didn't always hint at that. The Foolery was a mess of charred skin and fuming flesh, especially near its mouth. It had suffered as many injuries as Alexander and Noah, but its world was keeping it at its peak. Its idiocy was the greatest fuel in the world in that battle. Divine Demon was perfectly fine, but Noah had been with the expert long enough to understand that he was only pretending. Divine Demon's figure didn't show any injury, but his world had greatly suffered. His energy reserves were still okay, but he couldn't come up with techniques worthy of that battle. As for June, it seemed that the battle didn't affect her at all. Her body carried many injuries, but they were nothing more than superficial dents that couldn't reach her world. June's condition made sense due to her innate advantage in the battle. Heaven and Earth tried to diversify their offensive, but June could always sense when their attacks carried something she could negate. Moreover, June's body had finally become immune to her own power. That didn't make her immortal, but it significantly increased her resistance. She could let her perfect circuit go wild without worrying about her condition. The situation wasn't as bad as it looked. The group's sheer prowess had multiplied with the foolery, and they were also turning themselves into a real threat to heaven and earth. The problem was that they weren't the only ones doing that. June, Noah, Divine Demon, Supreme Thief, and Alexander were starting to achieve some results, but heaven and earth were also coming up with better attacks and counters. Moreover, the team had yet to pierce the crystals, while the rulers were inflicting damage during every exchange. We will really die at this pace, Noah thought as he glanced at the many cracks on his swords. Oh well. Noah shot forward, and his action started another joint assault. Divine Demon and the others didn't hesitate to fly toward heaven and earth, but a barrage of piercing beams welcomed them. The group flew through the barrage, uncaring of the beams that pierced their bodies. Some teleported, other activated techniques, and the outcome ended up resembling the previous exchanges. All the experts landed on heaven and earth to unleash their best attacks. You stole the wrong one this time, heaven and earth mocked when Supreme Thief pulled his hand away from their head. Unstable energy raged in Supreme Thief's palm. He tried to launch it downward, but an explosion happened and filled the whole area with toxic gas. The explosion carried enough power to push the other experts away, but heaven and earth didn't let them go so easily. The crystal figure trembled before teleporting next to Wilfred. The hybrid punched heaven and earth to push himself away, but his left arm exploded as soon as his knuckles touched his opponent. Heaven and earth stretched an arm through the gory mess generated by the explosion, but a threat suddenly appeared above them. The crystal figure raised its free hand, and the immense landmass fell on its palm. Shafu and the landmass cried in unison while putting everything they had in the thrust. The attack carried enough power to push heaven and earth away from the battlefield and slam them on the sky, but the slash stopped at that point. The landmass and Shafu had every intention to squash heaven and earth on the sky, but the presence of a foothold allowed the latter to stop the offensive. The rulers could match the thrust strength with their sheer physical might, and rumbling noises resounded as soon as they closed the hand pressed on the black surface. The gesture launched 5 piercing rivers that dug through the landmass and reached its damaged spots. Giant cracks opened on the creature, and chunks fell out of it. The overall stability of the landmass structure eventually gave in. The previous damage caused by heaven and earth stop expanded until it reached the other side of the creature, splitting it in half and sending that immense boulder into the void. Coldness filled Noah's face, but he didn't feel any surprise. He had always been partially sure that the landmass would have been the first to fall. Still, that acceptance didn't make the scene any happier. The lifeless half of the landmass fell into the void and disappeared among its blackness. A monstrous cry came out of the immense creature, and Shafu fell prey to the anger expressed in that voice. Shafu echoed the landmass anger before pushing the whole structure down again. Heaven and earth stood on the sky as they waited for the attack to land on them. But Noah didn't let that reckless behavior continue. Noah suddenly replaced Shafu. The dragon disappeared from the higher plane and left him on the upper edge of the giant creature. The landmass was still falling due to the momentum accumulated in the previous charge, but Noah grabbed it to stop the attack. The creature fought against that decision, but the damage prevented it from expressing its full power. The veins on Noah's arms bulged as potential flowed into his body, giving him enough strength to send the landmass flying away. The creature voiced another angry cry as the crystal figure grew distant, but Noah didn't hesitate to throw something at it. "Calm down," Noah ordered as Shafu returned to the higher plane and reached the landmass. "I can't have you go crazy too." Shafu growled in acceptance before wrapping its arms around the maimed landmass. The latter wanted to fly back toward heaven and earth and fight, but Shafu started to communicate with it in an attempt to calm it down. Noah's reptilian eyes darted left and right to study the entirety of the landmass. The creature had lost part of its massive figure, but it was still strong, could still express its power. It only had to adapt to its new form. Noah's gaze went on heaven and earth once the inspection ended. The crystal figure didn't seize that opportunity to resume its offensive. It only stood still to wait for Noah to do something. "Your organization is falling apart," heaven and earth taunted. "We underestimated you, but your limits are becoming clear." Noah didn't answer. His world was running dry, but he had enough of it to push himself past his limits. He could even ration it to save some energy for the future exchanges, but that had never been his style. Dark matter came out of Noah's figure and expanded around him. The dark world took form, and his companions appeared in the open. Snore, Night, Duanlong, and the parasite hovered at his sides and waited for his orders. Potential soon followed. Noah summoned the entirety of his energy reserves and emptied his ethereal blackness to empower himself and his companions. Snore and the others even called upon their innate abilities to double down on that power-up. The void bent under the immense pressure generated by Noah and his companions. Part of that blackness even shook as they tried to come to life and help in the battle. The scene was majestic. Noah was expressing the accumulation of his entire life to channel it into a single assault. It really seemed that he wanted to put everything he had into one last attack. But heaven and earth remained wary of eventual tricks. June and the others wanted to help, but they couldn't. The destruction in the area was too intense, and their presence would even threaten the stability of the technique. Their chance would come after Noah launched his attack. But they couldn't do anything now. Dark red light came out of Noah's eyes as his violent thoughts reached insane levels of power. He stopped thinking and let his destruction guide his actions. The entirety of Noah's being transformed into an avatar of destruction. He temporarily embodied his most powerful aspects to give birth to an offensive that could hurt his opponent. Heaven and earth wanted to put an end to that behavior. Their plans involved a far stronger version of Noah to add value to their victory, but the incoming offensive threatened to ruin that. Noah was virtually exhausted right now. He could still call back part of his potential, but his world was currently empty. The ethereal blackness would also remain like that unless he achieved something with his offensive. In short, heaven and earth would lose their opponent if Noah's attack failed. Still, their hands were tied. Interrupting that offensive would only disperse Noah's power, and weakening themselves on purpose wouldn't grant him any potential. "Very well," heaven and earth eventually announced. "We'll grant you this chance." Noah had long since stopped listening to his surroundings. His violent thoughts ruled his actions and made him point his blades downward. The dark world opened to reveal an army of swords, clawed six-armed dragons, and fiendish figures. The unused dark matter flowed toward Snore and the others to reinforce their structures, and they all prepared for their descent. Everything went silent. Noah didn't speak or roar. He took a step forward, and his companions followed. Yet, everything soon disappeared before materializing on heaven and earth. Chaos unfolded at that point. Explosions, sound waves, shock waves, flares, and much more shot in every direction, affecting the very fabric of the void. A dark cloud made of violent storms took control of that chunk of the sky, and its influence on the void made it impossible for the audience to inspect the exchange. The destruction in the area was too thick for mere rank 9 existences. Only Noah and heaven and earth knew what was happening there. The void revealed its true resilience under that weight. Its space-time array bent and broke in some spots, but that damage didn't affect its functioning. Actually, its structure gained its original form in no time, even while the destruction continued to rage. The event answered some of Noah's companions' doubts. He had touched the edges of the superior realm with his offensive, but he couldn't make his influence stick. The universe was still outside of his reach. A humming noise eventually spread through the violent cloud before seeping out of its edges to expand into the higher plane. The storms quieted down, and their energy started to crumble. The offensive's aftermath lost momentum, making it fall into the void. The void also completely stabilized. allowing the audience to inspect the scene that the storms had hidden until now. The clues revealed by the exchange had already pointed toward one specific outcome, but seeing it forced gasps out of some of Noah's companions. Heaven and earth didn't move at all. The attack couldn't make them bend or budge. But they didn't stop there. The crystal figure had one arm lifted above its head to show the gory figure trapped in its grasp. The crystal fingers held Noah's neck in a grasp he couldn't escape. The dark matter had also left his figure, and his swords were nowhere to be seen. The same went for his companions and army. Everything had disappeared. The injuries on Noah's body were so severe that even Alexander would have struggled to survive them. His figure was nothing more than a series of holes held together by short and thin chunks of flesh. His limbs were miraculously still in their place, but they appeared useless in their current state. "It seems our plans were misplaced," Heaven and Earth commented. "Your rebellion is over." Noah was utterly spent. His world was empty, and his resilience worked overtime to keep him alive. He felt unable to move, and his senses also struggled to retain awareness of his surroundings. "You are a disappointment," Heaven and Earth commented as they tightened their grasp. Noah's neck couldn't oppose that pressure. His flesh crumbled as the crystal fingers advanced, and Heaven and Earth didn't stop even after a figure materialized at their side. "You can't speak about my heir like this," Divine Demon announced as he pressed his hands on Heaven and Earth's exposed side. Circular formations came out of Divine Demon's arm and landed on the crystals to create a complicated dark red array. The inscription shone and released a pressure similar to what Noah had accomplished with his previous offensive. But that power soon condensed back into the lines. Smoke left the circular formations as their color paled and brightened. The attack seemed on the verge of digging through the crystals, but Divine Demon knew that the fumes weren't the result of any damage. The formations were burning, the sparks lingering above the crystals, but the process was hurting Divine Demon's technique. The smoke came from the inscriptions. They were the ones falling apart. "You wield the power of the old world," Heaven and Earth commented while their light took over the circular formations. "We are the new one." Smoke stopped coming out of the formations once Heaven and Earth completely overtook them. The inscriptions started spinning, and a torrent of energy soon left their center to crash on Divine Demon. Alexander descended on Heaven and Earth's bent shoulder with a kick that expressed multiple innate abilities focused on enhancing his physical prowess. The impact threatened to shatter the void, but the crystal figure and the sky under it remained still. "We have just endured a far superior attack launched by a far superior being," Heaven and Earth stated. "What makes you think that this technique will do anything?" The foolery materialized behind Alexander and bit on the arm keeping Noah lifted. Its attack didn't do anything, and the arrival of its hunger didn't improve the situation either. "There should be a limit to idiocy," Heaven and Earth uttered as corrosive light came out of their arm and engulfed the two hybrids. Sword Saint descended on Heaven and Earth in the form of a small silver torrent. The attack carried enough power to fill the entire area, but nothing spread in its surroundings. The technique landed on the crystal figure and unleashed everything it had in that single spot. "Your world has the chance to hurt us," Heaven and Earth admitted. "You are the problem." June teleported behind Heaven and Earth and stabbed her crackling spear on their back. The impact unleashed a thunderous noise, but the crystals held strong. "It will take you ages to generate the amount of energy required to hurt us," Heaven and Earth commented while white sparks seeped inside the spear and sent an altered version of its power back to June. Supreme Thief approached Heaven and Earth from below to apply his sucking force to the crystal's insides. However, a crackling noise left the rulers and destabilized the expert. Supreme Thief's ears bled as his technique lost power. "Truly disappointing," Heaven and Earth declared. "We hoped to accelerate our growth by using you, but you have no place on our battlefield." Strange noises started to come out of the center of the crystal figure. A mixture of whooshing, cracking, and clanging sounds echoed past Heaven and Earth and increased the brightness of their body. "Die," Heaven and Earth ordered as immense energy accumulated on their surface and prepared an attack that seemed able to kill anything under the 10th rank. Divine Demon and the others felt the urge to retreat, But their instincts told them that the technique wouldn't leave any escape path open. So, the experts doubled down on their offensive to destabilize the attack. Heaven and Earth ignored those efforts and unleashed their attack, but something massive fell on the area before their energy could expand. An angry growl even accompanied the event, spreading a corrosive effect that destroyed that white power. Shafu roared in pride as it pushed the maimed landmass downward. The latter had replaced its missing half with a mass of corrosive power that expanded the damage to its structure. That offensive was a suicidal move, but it succeeded in bringing the creature's power toward new peaks. Divine Demon and the others couldn't avoid that torrent of corrosive energy, but they gladly accepted that attack since it gave them the chance to retreat. Heaven and Earth held strong for as long as possible, but they couldn't prevent their grasp from growing unstable for a second. Noah seized that chance by mustering everything left inside him and kicking the crystal figure. The kick freed Noah from the grasp and pushed him outside the corrosive energy. His neck turned into a tiny chunk of flesh in the process, but he ignored that damage as he tried to stabilize his body. Meanwhile, the landmass continued to unleash its corrosive power. Shafu and the creature had reached an understanding, which involved going all out even if their bodies were to crumble in the process. The landmass didn't care that pieces of its structure fell into the void due to the attack's drawbacks. It only wanted to make Heaven and Earth pay for their previous insult. Its behavior was extremely primordial and aggressive, but that managed to bring out its full strength. On the other hand, Shafu had to deal with the corrosive flares shooting in its direction without forgetting to push the landmass downward. Long and deep holes opened on its giant body, but that didn't interrupt its offensive. Noah eventually managed to stop his aimless flight through the void, but straightening up his position took the entirety of his concentration. He was exhausted beyond reason, and parts of his consciousness darkened, but he kept his eyes open to inspect the battle. The landmass and Shafu were basically hovering above the sky, and a river of corrosive energy was coming out of them. Heaven and Earth were impossible to locate among those chaotic and violent waves, but the audience could see the flaws in that offensive. Shafu wasn't adding much to the offensive, and the landmass was a simple being at its core. The latter wasn't capable of deep attacks, could only unleash overwhelming power. That offensive could stop Heaven and Earth for a second, but it couldn't hurt them. They were a superior existence. Damaging it required high levels of depth and power, something that Noah's group had failed to reach. As expected, the crystal figure soon became visible among the black torrent due to the white light it released. Heaven and Earth flew toward the landmass quickly, and Shafu felt forced to hide it inside its separate dimension once they got too close. Shafu flew away at that point. It couldn't face Heaven and Earth on its own, but escaping was also a pointless effort. The rulers only needed to raise their hand to enforce a fake space-time array in the area that made the dragon unable to move its body. Noah could only watch as Heaven and Earth approached Shafu. He didn't have enough power to reach his companion and pull it inside his world. He actually had to force himself to stay awake since his body desperately wanted to hibernate to deal with the injuries. "Wow, none of you died." A familiar voice resounded behind Noah at that point. "Surprising. You are late," Noah snorted. King Elbaz wanted to tease Noah a bit longer, but the situation didn't allow him to waste time. Golden light flashed behind Noah as King Elbaz teleported between Shafu and the crystal figure to express his power. A golden sea came out of King Elbaz and filled half of the higher plane, creating a fiery wall that separated Heaven and Earth from Shafu. His new level became clear by then, and the crystal figure even felt the need to stop. Divine Demon snorted, and his companions revealed similar reactions, but they all smiled at the sight of the solid stage aura. King Elbaz had completed his breakthrough and could finally join the final battle. "Forgive them," King Elbaz announced while stepping out of the fiery sea. "They are lost without me." "You have always been lost," Heaven and Earth declared. "Arrogance is my domain," King Elbaz responded while pointing an arm forward and turning the golden sea into a series of rivers that converged into his palm. A mere rank 9 attack couldn't scare Heaven and Earth. They had endured the best offensive the world had to offer multiple times, and they had come out unscathed. King Elbaz couldn't change that on his own. However, the entirety of the energy released by King Elbaz suddenly brightened and went through a deep transformation that pushed its power toward a superior realm. The expert turned the sea into a quasi-rank 10 attack without altering his core, and heaven and earth could only watch as that technique shot toward them. A torrent that seemed able to match heaven and earth's might fell on the crystal figure and pushed it back on the sky. The attack unleashed its power for a while, creating a sea on the white layer, but everything eventually dispersed. Heaven and earth found themselves lying on the white layer. Their crystals didn't suffer any damage, but that didn't change the situation. King Elbaz didn't only push them back on his own. He had even broken their posture. Did you enjoy being the punching back of my weak companions? King Elbaz mocked. Don't worry, I've come to give you a real battle. King Elbaz's figure almost exploded due to the immense shockwave that came out of its center. Flames and flares left his skin to reveal the new power that ran inside him. King Elbaz had activated his fake quasi-rank 10 state, but everyone understood that his technique had improved. The void almost melted due to the intense heat around King Elbaz. He burnt with an intensity that the higher plane had never witnessed. He had reached the peaks that Noah had achieved with his last attack, but that was only his basic form. I heard you wanted me to join you, King Elbaz stated. You aren't worthy. Multiple golden spheres came out of King Elbaz's body and gave birth to different formations that expanded around him. Countless arrays of fiery lines filled the void and covered an entire quarter of the higher plane as various attacks gathered inside them. Heaven and earth barely had the time to stand up before a rain of beams, pillars, and hundreds of other attacks fell on them. The barrage was so thick that flames started to rise from the very sky, even if nothing was burning. King Elbaz was altering the very nature of the area, and heaven and earth were in the middle of that mess. The barrage lasted for a while, but it didn't end naturally. The offensive still had a lot of energy when it transformed into a vortex that slowly revealed heaven and earth's intact body. They gathered all that power in their palm and didn't hesitate to launch it back at its source. King Elbaz snorted as he let the chaotic attack engulf his figure. That raging energy was impossible to control, but King Elbaz was an exception. He let everything fly through him before releasing a series of pulling forces that made it fly back into his body. Don't be too hard on yourself, King Elbaz reassured. You are quite strong, but my power goes beyond that. Being unable to alter it isn't your fault. Heaven and earth didn't answer, but King Elbaz's joke explained his previous feat in words that his companions could understand. The rulers could compress and send back his attack, but they couldn't alter its nature, which had allowed King Elbaz to reabsorb it easily. Xavier! The foolery shouted as it sprinted at full speed toward King Elbaz. The foolery's idiocy came into play during the sprint. The pig basically teleported next to King Elbaz while retaining its incredible momentum. The scene hinted at an imminent crash, but nothing remotely similar happened. A golden membrane appeared around the foolery and dispersed its momentum as soon as it teleported. King Elbaz had countered the pig's idiocy with a single move, but that didn't stop his companion from sticking its tongue out in an attempt to lick him. We are literally fighting the most powerful existence in the world. King Elbaz sighed when he saw a wet patch appearing on his left arm. The tongue didn't touch him, but the foolery had licked him anyway. Being ourselves is the whole point of this fight, the foolery commented as it lifted its head in satisfaction. King Elbaz didn't know what to say. He inspected the area where the foolery had ignored his golden membrane and heaved a helpless sigh. He couldn't reason with the pig, and the latter had even spoken the truth. It was better to remain silent and focus on the battle. All right, King Elbaz cleared his throat. Gather up. No stupid attacks under my watch. The rest of the team teleported next to King Elbaz, and a series of complaints reached his ears. No one liked that behavior, but King Elbaz had predicted that reaction, and he didn't care about it. Specks of golden light left King Elbaz's body and flew toward his companions while his level fell back into the solid stage. The fragments reached the experts and fused with their figures before giving birth to different effects. Alexander, Wilfred, and the foolery saw a torrent of energy invading their bodies and activating their healing properties. Their injuries closed in an instant, and Wilfred's arms even regrew. Supreme Thief and Sword Saint gained pieces of armor with different effects. Supreme Thief's gear mostly aimed to protect his body from any drawback, while Sword Saint's item focused on making him overcome the limits of his body. Divine Demon's spec transformed into a jug of wine accompanied by a cup. The beverage didn't hide any unique technique, but it was good enough to make Divine Demon laugh once he sniffed it. As for June, King Elbaz gave her a remarkable energy boost that could force her perfect circuit to skip many levels. She directly gained access to a form of power that would have usually taken multiple exchanges to obtain, and the sparks that seeped out of her skin expressed her happiness. "I'll coordinate the offensive now," King Elbaz repeated in far kinder words. "The two great idiots are with me. The others must focus on exploiting the openings we create." "What about Noah?" Divine Demon asked. "If he can't come back," King Elbaz announced, "he doesn't deserve a place in this battle." The foolery wanted to complain, especially since everyone except for Noah had gotten something from King Elbaz. Yet, a series of stern gazes fell on the pig and forced it to remain silent. The foolery wasn't completely an idiot, but some aspects of Worlds and the 9th rank still escaped its understanding. Noah's situation was quite complicated. For starters, he was still in the liquid stage, so any form of help would have only slowed down his growth. King Elbaz could have given Noah something to fix his body, but that would have left him with sheer physical strength. King Elbaz could probably do something for Noah's potential at his current level, but that would have only pushed him to replicate the previous pointless exchanges. The final battle was reaching its climax, and everyone knew that. However, the group had yet to inflict a single injury on heaven and earth, and King Elbaz's previous show of power inevitably revealed difficult truths. Heaven and earth had amassed countless worlds in their existence. Their attacks didn't carry much diversity, but their opponents were to blame for that. June and the others simply didn't allow the rulers to do as they wished. Still, believing that a bunch of rank 9 experts had managed to corner such a powerful being was simply unreal. King Elbaz had proved that point with his offensive. The crystal figure hid much more than incredible resilience and infinite power. Heaven and earth were a quasi-rank 10 being. That would typically put them outside the reach of every rank 9 expert, but Noah's group was an exception. Divine Demon and the others could survive multiple exchanges, which was enough to place them above the limits of the 9th rank. King Elbaz's fake quasi-rank 10 state didn't reflect the real version of that level of power. However, his breakthrough into the solid stage had empowered his incredible technique and had brought it closer to expressing what the cultivation journey intended. In theory, King Elbaz would have been enough to hurt heaven and earth. After all, his companions were already getting close to that. Yet, the rulers had endured his attack quite easily, revealing how their power probably went beyond what they showed. King Elbaz had yet to complete his calculations, but something told him that their current firepower wasn't enough. He could help his team touch the levels of power required to hurt heaven and earth, but he needed depth too, and he couldn't handle that field alone. "Let's go," King Elbaz eventually exclaimed while disregarding his hesitation and doubts. The foolery and Divine Demon followed King Elbaz closely, and they soon appeared in front of heaven and earth. Divine Demon waved the hand holding the cup of wine and created a series of circular inscriptions that fused to build a cylindrical structure that accumulated power. The foolery opened and closed its mouth multiple times. It bit the air while its hunger intensified and its existence deepened. The pig even wanted some of its attacks to slam on heaven and earth, but nothing reached them. That outcome surprised the pig. Heaven and earth had yet to do anything, so it couldn't explain why its attacks weren't landing on the crystal figure. King Elbaz solved those doubts with his next move. His figure exploded with fake quasi-rank 10 power as he stretched his arms and moved them in a circular motion. The gesture engulfed the area in a pale gold domain that revealed the power expressed by the pig and Divine Demon. An ethereal version of the bites and a bright red beam appeared in front of the two experts and drew close to King Elbaz. The fiery spear materialized in King Elbaz's grasp as he altered the structure of his companions' attacks and forced them to point forward. He also thrust his weapon, and the gesture sent everything toward heaven and earth. Flames came out of the ethereal bites and golden shades fused with the red beam as they flew forward. Those attacks reached heaven and earth sides and unleashed far more power than expected while revealing special effects. The fiery pillar unleashed by the spear reached heaven and earth's chest at the same time. The three attacks pushed the crystal figure deeper into the sky and forced it to kneel, but its skin survived the blows. The foolery and divine demon suddenly saw energy coming out of their figures. They didn't do anything, but they could sense how that power belonged to them. The two experts inevitably turned toward King Elbaz, who had closed his eyes. His hands had even started to perform mysterious gestures that added ethereal effects to the whole pale gold domain. The energy released by the foolery transformed into multiple ethereal mouths that teleported on heaven and earth. The pig had used its idiocy to create bites that didn't require any physical attack. Divine Demon's energy fused with the cylindrical structure and added complicated inscriptions to its circular formations. Schools that Divine Demon had never witnessed empowered his creation and allowed it to release an even stronger version of his temporary higher energy. Those empowered attacks fused with the previous offensive and immobilized heaven and earth. The latter had already come up with a counter, but that new wave of power made their preparations useless. An outsider would fail to understand what had happened inside the pale gold domain. Anyone could guess that the foolery and Divine Demon had relied on their unreasonable power to create even stronger techniques, but the truth was far different. Divine Demon and the foolery didn't do anything. The pale gold domain had forced their worlds to activate and unleash techniques they didn't consider possible before. "What are you doing?" Divine Demon asked as he hurriedly refilled his cup of wine. "I'm forcing your dumb worlds to blend inside my reality," King Elbaz shortly explained. "I can finally add some reason to your attacks." "Ooh," the foolery gasped. "We are too strong to be left on our own, right?" "I didn't say that," King Elbaz snorted. "You totally did," Divine Demon laughed. "You could have simply asked for our help." "I'm the one helping you," King Elbaz cursed. "Xavier, Xavier." The foolery squealed while rubbing its head on King Elbaz's side, uncaring of the golden flames burning it. "Stop being so shy. We know you have achieved this power to fight with us." "They are breaking free," King Elbaz declared when tremors ran through heaven and earth and began to push back the attacks falling on their figure. "I will dash," King Elbaz began to say, but Divine Demon interrupted him. "Leave it," Divine Demon shouted. "I got the gist of it." Divine Demon waved his free hand, and hundreds of new lines materialized on the cylindrical structure, bringing its power toward new levels. King Elbaz didn't know what to say. Those inscriptions didn't belong to any existing school, and they even had conflicting behaviors, but Divine Demon somehow made them work together. He had actually achieved a level of power that the pale gold domain struggled to identify. "I also got the gist of it," the foolery announced before launching a massive fart that filled the whole domain with an awful scent. King Elbaz didn't understand the reason behind that action, but the foolery soon solved his doubts. The awful scent started to shine with azure light, giving birth to multiple plants. The latter then shattered to turn into pure energy that created thousands of ethereal attacks around heaven and earth. The new power added to the offensive shattered heaven and earth's counterattack and forced them on the sky again. The foolery and Divine Demon had escaped King Elbaz's reason again, but they had achieved great results. King Elbaz could only sigh at that sight. His companions refused to stick to a single plan no matter what he did, but that was fine for now. Everything worked as long as they managed to suppress heaven and earth. Noah could understand what was happening even if his consciousness struggled to remain awake. The pale gold domain radiated meanings that spread into every corner of the higher plane and partially explained its purpose. Noah knew about King Elbaz, the foolery, and Divine Demon, so it didn't take him long to connect the dots. He matured a lot. Noah couldn't help but think when he compared the current King Elbaz to his version in the mortal lands. Maybe he only changed. The old King Elbaz would have never allowed the existence of companions, but his current behavior went far beyond that. King Elbaz had actively accepted that the foolery and Divine Demon thrived in unreasonable fields, so he had developed a technique that could make use of those abilities. The pale gold domain wasn't only an expression of King Elbaz's reality. It also helped him study and understand his companions' techniques. That inspection allowed him to empower those abilities and stuff them into a joint offensive. Divine Demon and the Foolery were so unreasonable that their power often escaped King Elba's technique, but the latter accepted that outcome anyway. Everything was fine as long as the overall offensive reached decent levels. Noah almost laughed when he saw King Elba's compromising with his unreasonable companions. The three had spent entire millennia teasing each other, but that had probably helped in the grand scheme of things. Strangers and random friends couldn't achieve that teamwork. That joint offensive was possible only if the involved experts shared complete trust. The scene was majestic, especially in Noah's vision, since he knew how deeply everyone had grown. Yet, heaven and earth didn't let that power faze them. Actually, a counterattack arrived before King Elba's expectations. Ethereal mouths, crimson beams, and a torrent of fiery golden light crashed on heaven and earth to keep them stuck on the white layer. But those attacks quickly lost power. The three experts weren't to blame for that. The rulers had simply found ways to counter them. The ethereal mouths released clanging noises that pushed them back whenever they closed on the crystals. The scarlet beam forced heaven and earth to summon an half-spherical shield, while the golden pillar transformed into a vortex that converged in their hands. King Elbaz imposed his will on the pale gold domain and made the half-spherical shield disappear, but a new one came out of heaven and earth to block Divine Demon's attack. A wave of power came out of King Elbaz to enhance his will and affect an even deeper part of the domain, but heaven and earth countered that with a simple sound wave that hindered that influence. King Elbaz moved his focus elsewhere at that point. His eyes shone as he pointed them at the crystal figure. A foreign force tried to pierce heaven and earth's body, but nothing King Elbaz did seem to work. King Elbaz changed his approach again. His will went back to the pale gold domain to create an ethereal force that slammed on heaven and earth. His goal was to affect the structural stability of those crystals, but his attack fell way too short. Heaven and earth quickly stood up, and his opponents couldn't do anything to hinder the process. The rulers glanced at the pale gold domain for a few seconds, while multiple attacks failed to reach their crystals until a series of white roots came out of their body. The roots expanded through the scarlet attack and fed off its energy to grow into a bright and tight array. The pale gold domain started to suffer due to heaven and earth's pressure, but new opponents materialized around them during that counterattack. June unleashed a massive and fearsome torrent of energy as soon as her figure materialized. The sheer violence released by her lightning bolts forced heaven and earth to bend forward and support themselves with their hands. Sword Saint didn't hesitate to unleash a piercing attack aimed at the center of heaven and earth's back. His silver blade filled the domain with intense sharpness that threatened to cut his companions, but the crystals endured the blow. Wilfred slammed his massive arms right next to the silver blade's landing spot. His body fell in the middle of Sword Saint's raging sharpness, but he disregarded all the injuries opening on his body to unleash his physical strength. Sword Saint and Wilfred's joint offensive pushed heaven and earth on the sky. Supreme Thief arrived at that point, and he relied on the protection of King Elba's armor to draw a massive amount of energy from the crystal figure before launching it above him. Alexander caught the unstable mass of white energy and trapped it into a pitch-black barrier. His eyes shone with red light as he inspected that power, and a smile soon appeared on his face. "Let's try this," Alexander shouted before his entire body lit up with different colors that summoned multiple innate abilities. Lightning bolts carrying various shades left Alexander's body and dived into the pitch-black barrier to absorb heaven and earth's energy. The attacks transformed into a dog-like silhouette, and Alexander didn't hesitate to slap it once the process ended. The slap added insane momentum to the dog-like silhouette and made the many lightning bolts flying through its insides release thundering noises. Many of those sparks even clashed to generate explosions, but the entirety of their energy came out only when they entered heaven and earth's reach. June and the others had retreated by then. The dog-like silhouette enveloped the crystal figure and unleashed its power, creating a multicolored explosion that expanded through the pale gold domain. Some of the energy in Alexander's attack came directly from heaven and earth, so a few lightning bolts managed to seep through the crystals. However, when the explosion dispersed, everyone saw that the rulers were completely fine. All of you are disappointing, heaven and earth announced while straightening their position. But a wave of corrosive energy enveloped the area and forced them on the sky again. King Elbaz and the others had to retreat to escape the attack's range, and Shafu used that chance to push the landmass closer to the sky. The latter slowly crumbled as it unleashed its power, but its angry growl expressed its lack of interest in that damage. "Rearrange the battle formation, you idiots!" King Elbaz shouted as he went back to the solid stage while creating a larger domain that could endure the corrosive energy at its center. King Elbaz, the Foolery, and Divine Demon remained side by side to unleash a joint offensive. Divine Demon and the Foolery weren't really bothering about that teamwork, but King Elbaz made sure to alter reality in their favor. June, Supreme Thief, Sword Saint, and Wilford occupied distant areas of King Elbaz's domain to launch massive attacks converged on heaven and earth. Their offensive would usually clash and fail to achieve its full power, but King Elbaz handled that part and turned it into a joint technique. Alexander was the only one who didn't take King Elbaz's help for granted. He used multiple innate techniques to study the scene before activating other abilities to fill the gaps in the offensive. The pale gold domain lost its natural shades and even shattered at some point due to the immense power accumulated in its insides. King Elbaz couldn't preserve its integrity, but he could summon a new one once the offensive dispersed. Nevertheless, a series of ethereal attacks ran through the waves of energy before converging toward the experts. Even Shafu saw those branches-like structures stretching toward it and piercing the landmass in the process. Everyone silently decided to retreat, but the incoming attacks were too fast. The ethereal branches pierced the experts in multiple spots before the evasive techniques brought them away. Noah knew that his condition wouldn't improve soon, but he suppressed the urge to hibernate even if the process could accelerate his recovery. The battle would have ended by the time he woke up, and he didn't want to die in his sleep. Still, his efforts only made him able to inspect the scene. Noah saw his companions reappearing in different areas of the void with multiple holes in their bodies. Part of their energy had also disappeared, and the white branches were to blame for that. Heaven and earth stood on the sky with a tree-like structure growing out of their body. They didn't do much with that technique, but they didn't disperse it either. King Elbaz only needed an instant to find weak spots in the white tree. The golden light released by his domain intensified as he shot forward and brought Divine Demon and the Foolery with him. His will affected reality and turned the branches into nothing more than hovering energy, which allowed the offensive to resume. The clash involving the higher plane's major players returned to its heated state. King Elbaz made sure to control every aspect of the offensive, but heaven and earth appeared way too strong to crumble under his tactics. King Elbaz had access to the best techniques and companions in the world, but heaven and earth could easily match and overpower all of that. It almost seemed that the rulers were having fun slowly draining away their opponents, and the effort didn't require any special technique. "What have you become?" Noah wondered while violent exchanges unfolded in his vision and kept his senses awake. Heaven and earth's cultivation journey had always been incredibly peculiar. Even unique beings like Noah, Divine Demon, and King Elbaz couldn't match what the rulers had faced to reach their current state. The rulers had fused two different types of journeys during their path toward the peak. Their initial intentions had also been relatively pure. They had created a superior form of energy and used it to benefit their species. Still, trouble arrived once the world rejected that assimilation. Magical beasts that directly countered heaven and earth appeared, forcing them to evolve once more. Heaven and earth's second peak form had been full of problems. The chaotic mass of worlds and meanings had countered the magical beasts, but it had also weakened their foundation. Moreover, the rulers had started to lose their individuality in that mindless pursuit of power. Noah and his organization had played an essential role in bringing heaven and earth back on track. They had forced the rulers to perform a third evolution that involved individuality and multiple meanings. Nevertheless, heaven and earth weren't showing much during the final battle. They wielded quasi-rank 10 power, so their many meanings could give birth to diverse and effective attacks, but none of them felt special. None of them carried something that only the rulers could unleash. That was the core of Noah's worries. He knew heaven and earth had something powerful in store, and the sky remained a problem. There had to be something more behind that white layer and crystal figure, but it seemed that his group couldn't force the rulers to reveal it. Overall, that final battle felt like a failure on Noah's side. He had brought the best experts he could find at the very end of the cultivation journey, but they were falling short in front of a being far stronger than them. Why are they still holding back? Noah wondered, but he could find many reasonable answers to that question. First of all, heaven and earth didn't need to go all out. According to the current state of the battlefield, they would achieve victory without needing to reveal anything. Saving energy was always the wisest option if possible, and Noah could accept that. Moreover, waiting would allow heaven and earth to see how far their opponents could go. The sole presence of Noah's team was a unique event impossible to replicate, especially when it came to the defying power wielded by some of its experts. Even if it was only out of curiosity, Noah could justify that behavior. Of course, all of that had immense confidence as its foundation. Noah believed that heaven and earth wouldn't hesitate to reveal their true power if they felt threatened. He felt sure that the rulers would directly kill them if the action could benefit their imminent breakthrough. Something in the battle hinted at a deeper purpose, but Noah couldn't find answers to that. Heaven and earth probably had some use for his companions' worlds, which could make sense, but he didn't care too much about it. He couldn't do anything with that piece of information. However, the majestic scenes that kept unfolding in Noah's vision eventually forced a reaction in his world. The ethereal blackness softly trembled for an instant before going completely silent again. The event obviously surprised Noah. His condition was so poor that any potential generated by his world went to his centers of power, and that situation didn't change. He didn't experience any surge of energy or anything similar. Yet, a reaction had happened, and he couldn't ignore it. Noah watched the exchanges closely and inspected their every detail in the hope of replicating the previous reaction and understanding its cause. Nothing happened for a while, but eventually his world shook again. What is my existence trying to tell me? Noah wondered as his confusion increased. The ethereal blackness remained empty, but it shook from time to time. The event had no special rhythm and lacked a specific cause, but it existed, and Noah couldn't explain it. Then, Noah started to notice that those strange reactions happened more often if he kept his attention on his companions. He didn't know why, but seeing the immense power they released and their struggles against a far stronger opponent triggered something inside him. Clarity slowly overcame the muddled and dark areas of Noah's consciousness. He regained some degree of control over his thoughts, and his overall condition began improving as answers showed their faces. Noah wasn't gaining anything special from inspecting his companions' techniques. Their worlds weren't the point either. Still, the sole fact that they were there triggered something deep in the ethereal blackness. They are here, Noah thought. They are here, at the peak of the cultivation journey. The countless memories shared with his companions flowed in Noah's vision and reminded him how far all of them had gone. It also showed him how deeply he had helped them. He didn't do much for some, but his mere presence had unlocked paths that would have taken those experts far longer to find. They aren't just here, Noah thought. I brought them here. Noah turned to glance at the barrage of ice behind him. The eternal snake was no exception. He was a piece of the final battle that he had allowed to exist. I see, Noah sighed before shaking his head. His moment of weakness had almost prevented him from noticing something so important, but he couldn't stop seeing it anymore now. Another exchange unfolded, but Noah didn't worry about the injuries that his companions suffered. He smiled as a simple thought ran through his mind. I created all of this. This is my masterpiece. King Elbaz knew that the situation was getting rough even before his companions suffered significant injuries. He had reached the point when he had seen enough exchanges to predict the rest of the battle, and he didn't like the direction of his thoughts. The experts had reached Noah's conclusions. King Elbaz knew as much as him, so he could see the issues in heaven and earth's current behavior. The rulers were hiding something, and his team didn't have enough firepower to draw that out. Of course, King Elbaz acknowledged the likelihood that heaven and earth couldn't use their true power. Everything was possible with a quasi-rank 10 being aiming to complete its breakthrough. Heaven and earth could have decided to save energy for multiple reasons, But King Elbaz remained quite sure that they were playing with him and his companions. It simply didn't make sense for such a strong being to be unable to do more. Exchanges started and ended, but the outcome never changed. King Elbaz and the others unleashed everything they had and even tested new abilities, but heaven and earth always came out on top. It would have been fine if the offensive left marks on the crystals, but that wasn't the case. King Elbaz and the others were wasting energy and time against an unstoppable and unflinching opponent that didn't show any weakness. The issue also involved other fields. King Elbaz and the others grew stronger with each exchange, but the results didn't change. They always brought heaven and earth close to their breaking point before finding an overwhelming offensive flying at them. That fueled the hypothesis that heaven and earth were playing with their opponents. The rulers seemed to adjust their power depending on the enemy's offensive. Ordinary experts would have lost hope after understanding that, but King Elbaz and the others were different, especially the former. There has to be a limit, King Elbaz thought while coordinating another offensive. The fabric of reality shook as King Elbaz imbued it with his will. The golden domain acted as a catalyst for his companions' attacks and altered part of their nature to make them focus on specific fields. Divine Demon and the Foolery seized the initiative, but everyone else soon followed. Even Shafu and the landmass played their part at the end, and King Elbaz made sure to join them with a special weapon concocted specifically for that battle. King Elbaz had used his spear at the beginning of the exchange, but he had summoned a draconic head once the landmass attacked. The item worked as an extension of his hand that launched 9 different golden beams and blended them with the corrosive energy. The landmass filled the void with dark storms, but golden shades appeared among them and redirected most of their power toward their center. Black and gold gales came to life as they spun in a spherical motion before diving toward heaven and earth. The gales went through a second transformation right before the impact. Their golden color flowed toward their tip, turning them into pointy attacks that released a sizzling noise. That sound intensified as soon as the gales landed on heaven and earth. The golden tips almost fused with the crystals and allowed the corrosive power to reach deeper parts of the ruler's body. King Elbaz knew that heaven and earth's energy reserves were way too big to even aim at exhausting them. However, everything would change if he could pierce those crystals and study the core behind them. Heaven and earth launched sound waves and created their white tree, but the golden domain suppressed all of that. King Elbaz was using the entirety of his power to alter reality in his favor, and the 2 companions at his sides helped greatly. The Foolery was too stupid or uncaring to devise a specific technique. It only wanted to eat the intense energy released by heaven and earth. So King Elbaz turned its hunger into vortices and placed them in the middle of the tree. Instead, Divine Demon had a far better battle sense. He helped the offensive by placing a series of dragons that roared back at the sound waves to disperse them. Those cries also expressed deep destabilizing properties that aided the gales in their efforts. By then, June and the others had learnt that King Elbaz could handle a lot of power, so they didn't hesitate to add more attacks to that offensive. Alexander and Supreme Thief could tune their abilities to make King Elbaz's job easier, but their companions didn't care enough to alter their techniques. King Elbaz felt the urge to curse as a sea of information filled his mind and forced him to summon scanners and other inscribed items to process it. Still, no words came out of his mouth since he was too focused on the whole process. Heaven and earth appeared on the verge of breaking. Techniques left their body and shattered under the many attacks and influences around them. They were exposed, with only their crystals defending them, and the scene finally filled their enemies with some hope. You are indeed capable. Heaven and earth eventually spoke while in the middle of their offensive. But we are your limit. King Elbaz's concentration didn't waver for even a second. He was ready to deal with any defensive measure, but he didn't expect the attacks to come from somewhere else. 10 pairs of giant hands came out of the sky and unleashed massive beams that converged on heaven and earth. The process had been so fast that the experts had to interrupt their offensive to avoid suffering any damage. 10 pillars crossed heaven and earth position and created an impenetrable area. Bright white light illuminated the void and showed the crystal figure in all its power. The rulers stood there, bathed in their own energy, and their opponents could only admire their splendor. The pressure that only quasi-rank 10 energy could generate spread into every corner of the higher plane. The array of inscriptions and all the experts hiding inside them would have instantly died if Pelio and the others weren't managing their defenses. Heaven and earth appeared able to fuel the evolution of an entire world, but they had no interest in that. They kept that power all for themselves, and the pillars showed just what their opponents had to overcome to win. The pillars had flaws. They weren't deep in terms of meanings, but their quasi-rank 10 energy surpassed King Elba's fake quasi-rank 10 state. No one could overcome heaven and earth when it came to sheer power, and the attack made that point clear. "Why are you still struggling?" Heaven and earth asked while waving their hands to point at their body. "This is merely an avatar that can contain our greatness, but we remain the sky. We understand the desire to believe in your delusions, but this battle should have shown the difference between us multiple times already." A series of snorts resounded among the experts, but no one gave a proper answer. King Elbaz ignored heaven and earth's statement because he was too busy developing weapons inside his body. He had long since decided to test things out until his body turned into dust. "A blade that can hurt you," Sword Saint eventually whispered, and his words strangely attracted heaven and earth's attention. "Is your path helping you?" Heaven and earth wondered. "Is finally born," Sword Saint concluded, and the entire world turned dark. The pillars were still in their place, but they became unable to radiate their light. Something able to suppress quasi-rank 10 energy had appeared, but heaven and earth couldn't pinpoint its location. Then, a black line connected two opposite edges of the higher plane while making sure to pass through heaven and earth. The crack was nothing significant. It was slightly more than a dent in an otherwise perfectly intact and powerful body. Yet, everyone knew what that event meant. Heaven and earth glanced at their surroundings before lowering their face to inspect their chest. The pillars were still in their place, but their white light couldn't spread through the void. Also, their impenetrable body had finally suffered some damage. The rulers raised their head to look in the distance at that point. Their eyes appeared unable to pierce through the darkness that had enveloped the higher plane, but a figure eventually flew past that clouding membrane. Noah reappeared in the open. His body didn't show the slightest injury, and the sheer pressure radiated by his presence twisted the void. He seemed too heavy for that space-time array, and his every gesture left marks that the universe took a few seconds to remove. Noah didn't look at heaven and earth. His reptilian eyes wandered through the void and flickered whenever he noticed something new or odd. He appeared in a daze but not confused, and the ruler's presence wasn't enough to bring his attention back to the higher plane. "I feel the universe," Noah whispered, and his voice generated soft sound waves that shot in every direction. Roars and growls echoed from the sound wave. Screeching noises mixed with them and expressed all the aspects contained in Noah's world. His voice didn't carry any actual power, but it was strong enough to survive the travel through the higher plane. Noah was partially oblivious to the event. He noticed the strange properties of his voice, but he didn't care about them. His eyes and senses as a whole were uncovering something so interesting that it almost made him forget about heaven and earth. Different callings reached Noah's senses and invaded his mind. He could almost hear voices hidden in the invisible and formless fabric of the universe. The void carried forces that echoed grand meanings, and some of them resonated with Noah's world. Little by little, Noah became able to differentiate between the different callings. They were mere echoes of stronger structures, but he could still find their natures. Destruction, creation, anger, pride, and far more came out of his figure in an attempt to touch those similar meanings and discover their secrets. The aspects of Noah's world established a faint connection with the universe and revealed multiple paths, hidden far away from his position. It was hard to discern between distance and depth, but Noah didn't care about those details now. He only wanted to admire the existence of a superior cultivation journey. "The universe has paths for my aspects," Noah thought as he bathed in the multiple meanings that had invaded his mind. "I can pick one of them right away." The callings slowly transformed into promises. Noah felt tempted to join one of those vaster and deeper paths while he listened to the echoes resounding through the void. A smile appeared on Noah's face, and June recognized the feeling hidden behind that gesture. Noah was truly happy, but his expression hid coldness that she knew far too well. None of you is me, Noah thought. None of you can give me the power I seek. A tremor ran through the void around Noah, and his companions struggled to study that reaction. It seemed that Noah's surroundings had grown denser even without adding fabric to those areas. Only heaven and earth had an idea of what was happening, but their expression didn't reveal anything. The rulers simply waited for their opponent to make his choice. No, Noah thought. I don't want anything from you. I'll take what I need once the moment comes. The callings in Noah's senses transformed into screams that expressed pure rejection. The universe sounded unhappy and abruptly halted its connection with Noah. The interruption resembled a loud explosion that only he could hear, but the event didn't cause any damage. Funny, Noah chuckled as his gaze remained on the void. It seems I'll be busy as soon as I get out of here. Don't overestimate yourself, heaven and earth responded. The universe eventually calls everyone. You, Noah voiced as his attention finally went to heaven and earth. It's time to stop playing around. You are overestimating yourself, heaven and earth announced as they stretched an arm forward. We have long since been ready for your breakthrough. The pillars sent the entirety of their energy toward heaven and earth, and the latter made it flow through their arm. Their hand shone and began to fend off the darkness, but their attack didn't shoot forward. Instead, it flew above their head to crash on a random area of the sky. Gasps resounded in the area, but heaven and earth suppressed any form of surprise when they inspected the scene. Their arm wasn't in its original position. Someone had lifted it to make their attack miss. Noah inspected the crystals seized in his grasp. He had only needed a sliver of potential to overcome heaven and earth's physical prowess and lift their arm. Still, that limb felt too firm even for him. He needed his blades to damage it. Heaven and earth put strength into their arm, but the effort didn't free them from Noah's grasp. He was far stronger than they had expected. We were right, heaven and earth exclaimed. You are the perfect stepping stone. Get serious already, Noah ordered. We don't take orders from Dash, heaven and earth said. But an immense force suddenly crashed on their chest and flung them in the distance. The attack had been too fast. King Elbaz and the others had struggled to follow Noah's gesture. They actually didn't know whether he had moved at all or not. Heaven and earth found themselves lying on the sky. Their figure was mostly intact, but the small crack had turned into a long cut that ran through most of their chest. Small cracks even tried to expand from the wound's edges, but the crystal suppressed that lingering destruction to prevent further damage. Still, the event made one thing clear. Noah couldn't only hurt them, he could completely overwhelm them. Noah exploded with power while heaven and earth remained on the sky. A solid stage aura emerged from his figure and spread in every corner of the higher plane. The void darkened due to his influence, and everything started to tremble when two swords appeared in his grasp. I told you to get serious, Noah exclaimed, and the tremors intensified. Pride reeked out of the intense tremors. King Elbaz and the others could sense the oppressing and domineering force that Noah was radiating. His voice could carry undisputable orders, and heaven and earth ended up in their target. You are indeed the greatest expression of the cultivation journey, heaven and earth declared, and Noah swung his arms. The gesture appeared seamless. Noah's blades cut through the void without meeting any hindrance, but King Elbaz and the others felt that something heavy enveloped the whole scene. A massive force eventually materialized before Noah. A giant slash that connected two extremities of the higher plane formed in front of him and instantly expanded to reach heaven and earth. The attack carried multiple meanings, but nothing about it resembled the chaotic violence that Noah usually expressed. The slash took the form of a curtain that split most of the higher plane into two different areas and made the crystal figure disappear. The black curtain remained in its place for a while. No violent wave, explosions, or other types of destructive forces spread past the slash's structure. But no one dared to underestimate its power. Sword Saint wanted to praise the attack, but he remained silent. Noah had reached the solid stage. The final battle had truly begun now, so the time for jokes was over. The curtain slowly dispersed without shattering or crumbling. Holes opened in its structure as its energy reserves became empty until the entirety of the attack simply vanished. The disappearance of the slash didn't bring new light to the higher plane. Everything remained dark, but that didn't prevent the audience from finding heaven and earth. The crystal figure was still on the sky, and the cut on its chest had transformed into a deep fissure that revealed its insides. Everyone's eyes fell in the opening. Noah had finally removed the annoying crystals that prevented the experts from studying heaven and earth's insides. But the scene didn't bring clear answers. The crystal figure had a core, but its shape was strangely familiar. The item was a white sphere with the same shades as the sky. The meanings it radiated also matched those of the white layer. Sparks, lightning bolts, and other strands of energy left the white core to enter the crystals and fill them with different meanings. Heaven and earth could decide the type of power to send to their body, and their options appeared limitless. The white core didn't stay still. It spun, but its seamless shades made it appear motionless. Each complete rotation released a thunderous sound, and the crystals around it echoed it. The crystal figure was more than a simple avatar. It was closer to a proper living being than a weapon. Heaven and earth didn't spare resources to build that body, but now it carried damage. "A replica of the sky," Noah exclaimed. "Don't pretend to understand us." Noah Bulvin, Heaven and earth declared while straightening their position. "We are outside your understanding. We stand in a realm that no being from the cultivation journey can see." "You walk two paths," Noah responded. "That's your greatest power and flaw." "Our path is our own," Heaven and earth stated. "We express the cultivation journey and the structure of the universe. We are a being and a world, but no division exists inside us. S? S? Dot. Noah's eyes flickered as understanding dawned upon him. King Elbaz and some of his companions also reached similar conclusions and started to pay attention to their surroundings. They could almost predict that the sky was about to act. The white core eventually completed another rotation, and a thunderous heartbeat came out of it. Still, that sound didn't stop at the crystals. It seeped past heaven and earth and reached the sky. The entirety of the white layer echoed the thunderous noise and intensified it. The sky seemed to come to life as an ominous aura seeped out of its surface and enveloped it. Its light also brightened and pushed back part of the darkness created by Noah's presence. King Elbaz and the others understood that the sky had joined the fight. The pillars from before had only hinted at what that white layer could do, but heaven and earth would hold anything back now. "We have to thank you," Heaven and earth eventually continued. "Your rebellion pushed us toward this form, and your death will complete it." 10 pairs of giant hands came out of the sky as soon as heaven and earth spread their arms. Immense energy gathered inside them, while the crystal figure joined their wrist to imitate the technique. The rulers and the white sky were performing the same movements simultaneously. Nevertheless, a giant figure materialized next to a pair of hands before they could release their attack. Snore bit down on those structures and spat a black sea that turned them into dust. Something similar appeared on another pair of hands. A series of black lines materialized on their palms until the entire structure crumbled. The white rain didn't reveal anything until night decided to step up and show its new might. A seed teleported between another pair of hands and seeped through their fabric to feed on it. Soon, multiple roots pierced the structures and absorbed their energy, making them vanish from the higher plane. A high-pitched noise came out of Noah's figure, and dark red light engulfed a pair of hands before unleashing pure violence on them. Black lines spread while cracks opened and enlarged to destabilize the structures. Needless to say, the latter didn't last long. A giant slash fell on another pair of hands and covered them into a black cloud. That gas didn't linger in the area for too long, and an empty space appeared when it dispersed. Fiendish figures and 6-armed dragons materialized on 2 more pairs of hands before self-destructing. The explosions filled the area with intense sharpness that pierced the structures and turned them into broken items. A pair of hands suddenly vanished, and a burping noise came out of Noah's figure. Duanlong then peeked past Noah's shoulder to inspect the area, and its strange mouth opened to absorb another piece of that technique. Shafu roared at that point. New power flowed through its body and replaced the weak chunks of its body to bring its figure to the utter peak of the 9th rank. The roar didn't seem to carry any attack, but the last pair of hands closed under the effects of an invisible force. The clash between the two palms opened cracks in both of them, and energy seeped out of those openings, turning the structures useless. All of that happened at the same time and in the span of a second. The entirety of Noah's world had shown its new might. Snore and the others had instantly countered Heaven and Earth's massive technique, but the offensive wasn't over. Heaven and Earth suddenly slammed on the sky. The impact released a sound wave that suppressed the thunderous noises that had filled the higher plane, but the rulers ignored that outcome. Their attention never left the figure standing above their damaged chest. Noah stood on the crystal figure with a foot pressed on the joint wrists. His physical prowess wasn't enough to damage that body, but he promptly pointed his swords downward to unleash an attack. 2 black lines came out of the blades and disappeared in the next instant. The attack had been incredibly fast, and 2 holes opened on Heaven and Earth's shoulders. Those small openings appeared inconsequential, but the power accumulated in Heaven and Earth's palms started to disperse. Noah didn't only pierce the crystals. He had also damaged critical parts of the avatar to scatter its technique. "Your destruction can see us," Heaven and Earth commented. Snore, Night, the parasite, and Duanlong materialized behind Noah to stare menacingly at Heaven and Earth. Shafu imitated that behavior without getting close, but the rulers remained able to sense its angry gaze. "I told you to get serious," Noah repeated. Tension spread through the higher plane. Noah's words were impossible to misunderstand. Heaven and Earth's previous massive display of power didn't express their peak. Heaven and Earth remained silent for a few seconds, but the corners of their crystal mouth soon turned upward. A laugh eventually came out of it, and the entire sky echoed their voice. The rulers and the sky laughed, and their tones soon gained monstrous properties. Everything grew heavier inside the higher plane, but Noah and his companions easily handled that pressure. Noah, Snore, and the rest of his companions were ready to launch an attack, but he never gave the order. The white core inside Heaven and Earth spun faster, sending different waves of energy to the crystals, but the nature of that power eventually changed. Noah's senses had reached an insane level of power. He could feel the very universe with his consciousness now. Nothing could escape his gaze, but Heaven and Earth were up to something that even he failed to understand. The white core stopped releasing various types of power to fuse on 2 different fuels. One of them was similar to the higher energy, even if it felt slightly stronger, but the other was something that Noah didn't recognize. It resembled matter, but it hid far more behind its dense fabric. Danger assaulted Noah's senses, but he didn't retreat. His swords descended, and his companions unleashed their attacks. The entire area darkened and became impossible to inspect from the outside, but nothing actually touched Heaven and Earth. "We shall accept your request," Heaven and Earth announced while the dark energy around them failed to reach their body. "This struggle is pointless, but we owe you that much." Noah's eyes darted left and right. His attack was right there, but all the power accumulated in the area couldn't advance. Heaven and Earth had done something that stopped that offensive and created a safe half-spherical space around them. The safe area expanded and pushed Noah away. Noah retracted his companions and swords to make that invisible force hit him. His body endured the attack, and his senses got to work to study its nature. The dark energy dispersed and allowed the rest of the higher plane to witness the scene. Noah flew backward as Heaven and Earth left the sky and started to advance through the void. The laugh continued to echo through the white layer, and its monstrous aspects only intensified as time passed. The thunderous heartbeat radiated by the spinning white core also gained the same tones, which put the crystal figure and the sky in complete harmony. Noah could disperse his momentum almost immediately, but he let it push him away until he understood what was happening. His figure stopped in the middle of the higher plane at that point, and Heaven and Earth soon saw his cold reptilian eyes pointing back at them. We have accumulated countless worlds during our long life, heaven and earth announced. We have also been this very higher plane and more during that time. We express the best of the two paths, but that's not our limit anymore. A denser and stronger pressure suddenly came out of the crystal figure and the sky. Something had changed and its effects were evident. Heaven and earth didn't go through any power-up, but their might had multiplied. Hybrids and even superior beings like you can only pale in front of us. Heaven and earth announced. We own the last possible evolution, and this is our energy. Heaven and earth pointed their arm forward, and a violent mass of white power gathered in their palm. The white energy was so unstable that flares shot in every direction and flew until they landed on the sky. Some even reached the mass of ice and easily dug through it. Energy that the higher plane had never seen gathered in heaven and earth's palm. Its instability intensified, but the rulers and the sky appeared unaffected by its pressure. An instinctive fear filled Noah's mind, but he reacted to it by unleashing his potential. The higher plane darkened as Noah's influence thickened. His aura expanded and met the new light radiated by heaven and earth, creating an ethereal conflict that gave birth to countless explosions. The darkness and light couldn't coexist. Destruction and detonations happened whenever they touched, but the areas around heaven and earth remained clear. Their mere presence there seemed able to stabilize the whole battlefield. Noah pulled back his arms to place his wrists on his waist. The grip on his blades tightened as potential flowed toward multiple aspects of his world. Roars, high-pitched noises, and screeches came out of the blades as power accumulated among them, but Noah waited for his opponent to act first. Heaven and earth's laugh ended when the unstable energy in their palm shot forward. A partially solid river shot forward and transformed into a crystal-like form of energy during its flight. Noah pushed his arms forward once the spiky energy entered his range. The very void seemed to move away as he moved the immense power accumulated in his weapons and launched it toward his opponent. The seamless mass of black fuel that shot out of Noah took the shape of a giant sword right before clashing with the crystal energy. The two attacks met in the middle of the void, and the entire world shook due to the impact. Winds, shockwaves, flares, and much more flew in every direction. The blade appeared able to sever away chunks of the white energy, but the latter carried more power. Also, it was denser in many aspects, which eventually made it overwhelm Noah's attack. The crystal energy advanced through the massive blade and overcame its power. The process depleted part of heaven and earth's attack, but most of it still crashed on Noah. The exchange flung Noah in the distance, but the energy around his figure soon vanished, leaving only some white dust behind. Noah stopped in the middle of the void and promptly grabbed the remains of heaven and earth's attacks, which turned out to be tiny crystals. The crystals were powerless, and they soon shattered under Noah's innate pressure. Yet, they added enough clues to the hypothesis in his mind. He had understood what heaven and earth had done. "You developed your own energy," Noah commented. "Well, energy might not be the right word for that. Our version of the higher energy expresses the cultivation path," heaven and earth explained. "These crystals express the world path. We only had to fuse them. The process was obviously more complicated than that. Heaven and earth had to go through major tribulations due to their fusion with the world. It was safe to assume they had met similar problems when developing that energy, and their product remained far from stable." Noah understood all of that, but his curiosity ended there. He had no words to describe heaven and earth's true form, but those labels probably didn't exist. They simply were heaven and earth. "Do you still think you can beat us?" Heaven and earth asked when Noah raised his swords to prepare for another attack. "We will use the sky from now on." Noah didn't answer. He was still exploring the full extent of his new power, and heaven and earth were a perfect training dummy. His potential flowed toward even more aspects of his world, but the rulers also made their move. Heaven and earth's hand lit up again, but similar scenes happened in every corner of the higher plane. Multiple arrays of unstable spheres materialized across the void and released dangerous flares while gathering energy. The entire world was against Noah, but he didn't back off. Instead, His sharpness skyrocketed as he placed his blades on his forehead. Snore and his companions also came out, but everything in his vision turned white at that point.